Welcome to another exciting installment of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. This is the final month of the live stream as begins the closing arguments of the College Nation. After this, it's up to the people whether they want this to continue, what they want to do with their College Nation, the ideology expressed by the College Genesis. That totally remains up to the people. Now, people feel like there's nothing left, and they feel like that this is not what they want, then I have no choice but to disregard this and just move on to other things and focus on where I'm needed. That's the way I feel about it. Last night we had a really good show tonight. Last night, it was a really good topic: the Renaissance, the rise and fall, and the rebirth of Black America. It was really good, real touching discussion. I'm glad I think over the time period, we've matured. This platform has matured a lot in the discussions that we bring. So we're going to continue on for at least the end of the month, and then probably I might do upload videos, new live stream just from YouTube, whatever like that. But as far as like interacting with the public, the only interaction I'm going to do in the future is through chat, through the YouTube chat, and then I might do Patreon too, and I'll get people like that. I might even get on Twitter and communicate people through Twitter and stuff like that. Who knows? Might even get on TikTok. I don't know if I want to get on TikTok or not, but but I just want to do something else. Don't want to be. Like I said, I gave this a year, almost 7 days a week for the most part, on average 7 days a week and at 5 to sometimes 7, 8 hour shows, And I think I'm just tired. I'm tired. I'm getting older now. I can't keep doing this forever. So I have to put a period on it. It was good for a year. I wish I was younger. If I was a man in my early 40s and 30s, it'd be different. I'm a man in my late 50s. I can't keep doing this every night, and not getting any really reciprocation from what I'm doing. I think that what I'm saying should have been timely and caught on and everything like that. But it just seems that the black community that I'm representing, right, just don't want to do better. Just don't want to see better, don't want to have better, and everything like that. I keep teaching a message and everything. Hopefully, that where people could go back and listen to these live streams and figure out, well, geez, man, we listen to a lot of people. People come go, but you know something? That guy called Genesis, man. He may sound crazy, but you know something? He was right. He was right. That's all I need. Then I know somebody down in the future is going to pick up this message, right? It's going to burn in their soul, and they're gonna take it, and they're gonna take it to the next level and whatnot. Maybe that person will have more luck and than I will, than I would have, But yeah, like I said, I did my duty, I did my job, and everything like that, and so hopefully, somebody out there will be inspired when they watch these shows and look at my message. So somebody can look into my mind, my heart, and see where my heart was all this time, and then say, you know something, let's give this guy Collar what he was talking about. Let's give this a chance. Let's discuss this idea of a nation of our own. Why are we going through all this in America? Let's cover. Let's see that where our people and our heritage are worth preserving. We don't have to hate ourselves. We don't have to lose our identity. I'm dead set against that. I believe people don't lose anything I say. Although I've been lumped into the Pan African spaces and everything, which I am, right? I admit it. I'm a Pan Africanist, right? But I am not a ethnic cleansing Pan African. There's some people that want to do ethnic cleansing on our culture by belittling it and being dismissive of our culture and our pain and our history. And so when they come to this land, they have no respect for the struggle our people went through, the endurance and all the stuff like that. So, their whole idea is just shut up, just be quiet. Let us come here and enjoy this paradise they call America, and y'all need to quit whining and complaining and all this kind of stuff like that. So therefore, like I said, our struggle is by ourselves. No one understands us, no one cares about us, and we're all alone. We're all alone in this struggle, unfortunately. But like I said, but that means we got to pull together as a people and liberate ourselves, because no one's going to help us. I'm just came to that conclusion. Everybody's out for themselves. Everybody's out for what they can get out of this, and everybody's selfish and everything like that. Nobody looks out for us. There's this guy, I just friend requested him on Facebook. He has a book, and I want to get this guy on the show before I end this live. Even though if I don't stop doing live, I might have him on the show. I'm definitely going to get this guy interview. He has a book called it's about Atlanta. He said there's class warfare among black people in black Atlanta. And I always knew this. He says people that look, let me tell you something. Every time you have success in a group of people and people tell you success, look, I've been in America and I've been here all my whole life. Every time when people start telling you, "Oh, this place is hot, this place is like that," and you know for a fact that you don't, and we as a race never provide the basic infrastructure. That simply means there's a bunch of black people who, by fiat and graft, benefit off of white or Jewish power structure and everything at the expense of the masses. So this guy is basically saying there's class warfare. Grassroots black people don't have a chance in Atlanta with regentrification, all these things like that that's going on. I always thought so. I said, why has Atlanta got so much crime and everything like that? And I always said this, look, unfortunately, if you go any place and you see the majority of black people there, right, turn and go in the other direction. That's just my life experience, right? Because we have never built any sort of thing. You never see any tycoons in Black America that builds factories, industries, and everything like that. You never see the investment firms, the engineering firms, every concentrated in one area where they're employing black people from the top to the bottom. You know, when you see that, then you can say this place is hot, this place is good, everything. That's what the whole idea of an Afghanistan was, right? A place where we could build industries and everything and employ our people, right? But right now, you got a situation where you got black people who are doing really well in Atlanta, but they do it at the expense of building what black African infrastructure. We need our own finance companies, our own banks, our own real estate companies, our own mortgage companies, our own insurance companies. We need all those things. We need our own logistics, all these things that you need to justify calling yourself a community. You cannot call yourself a community when uh, you do not provide for the least among you. You cannot call yourself. You cannot tell somebody who to vote for. You cannot tell somebody who to be with and how to shop or anything like that if you're not providing those things for you. And so, like I said, I even say that with Africa. I'm done saying that, oh man, we need to keep the Chinese out of Africa. I can't look. Can you replace what the Chinese are doing in Africa? No. Can you build skyscrapers, bridges, and infrastructure that the Africans need? Right? No. Because we don't have the resources. We don't have a government that can provide those things. We don't have a China Development Bank and whatnot that we can. So therefore, the Africans. Oh, please stop it, Prince, with the stupid so-called black church. Stop it. That's what I said. We got people like Prince, but he's young, he's ignorant, he doesn't know what he's talking about, so he doesn't know anything about Black America. You know, Black America is about rugged individualism. A businessman is out for himself, his family, and whoever else he's close to. There's no collective in the black community. The only thing the black church ever did was take money out of the community and for the pastor to have a nice big car, Rolls Royce. Look at Creflo Dollar, he's buying a jet. It was $60 million. These poor black people. So Pastor Creflo Dollar could buy a brand new jet, private jet. This is insane. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, the black church," black churches haven't been relevant in like 50 years. Come on, get off with that stuff. The black church. But yeah, like I said, this is the beginning of my closing arguments. Right? Like I said, this month of July is the final month of this live stream. These are my closing arguments. These are arguments that I want the last couple of weeks, I want to make a lasting impression about what I stand for, what I believe in, and what I think your responsibility is to the future. I can't I can't carry this forever. So it is what it is. I don't know true quote this. That's true. Black people in America are apolitical. There is no black political movement in Black America. That's what you just see in social media and all these other people because we don't have this. We don't have the um, the institutions that we had before that formed policy for Black America. Ebony Magazine was one of them. We don't have those things anymore. So what you see is just sporadic things all over the internet that doesn't mean anything. Father Divine, Daddy Grace always took when people used to invest in the community. No, they did not invest in the community. As I said, people believe that nonsense and whatnot. All these people do is basically take, live the good life, and they do nothing. We don't have no industries in Black America. We have nothing. People are not capable. Those people, preachers, and those pimps, were not capable of building anything in Black America. All they were good for is taking people's money and looking big with nice suits on and stuff like that. That's what it is. But these are my closing arguments, right? These are closing arguments. Like I said, if you walk away from the show and you still believe that principle, then you just lost. Because after this month, I'm done. I've said everything I need to say. If people want to still believe the same nonsense and everything after I'm gone, hey, more power to you. I got to move on to bigger and better things. It feels like I wasted a whole year. I really thought this platform was going to really change people's minds and uplift people and stuff like that to do better. But it seems I was wrong. I just think the black race is so far too far gone to really pick itself up or do anything. So I don't know. I could hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst. You know, all I know is my conscience is clear. I made my peace. I said what I need to say. And I communicated with the world as best as I can on this little tiny platform. And so it is what it is. I have a clear conscience, going forward. That I said what I've said. I always wanted to say, I always wanted to say, if the world could hear what I had to say, things will change. So I gave it a year, and I didn't break 1,000 subscribers and everything. So obviously, people would rather be entertained. They rather listen to people who tell them what they want to hear and stuff like that, instead of somebody's going to tell them the ugly truth. You know. Yeah. So this is what it is. So we're gonna, like I said, the last couple of weeks is going to be the closing arguments of the colonization. I think I've said everything I need to say. I laid it all on the line for the world to see and everything like that. So now it's up to somebody else to come behind me and take this to the next level. Why use the term like revival if it never existed? What are you talking about, Chukwal? Principally, said Black American culture revitalized by Caribbean. Look, that's the worst thing. That's another thing we're getting tired of. I think the Caribbean African culture has led to a spiraling of Black American culture. Because we didn't think in terms of like third worldism until the Caribbeans and Africans came here. True quote. If you don't mind me hurting your feelings for a little bit, Black America used to be the pinnacle, you know, of what human culture is. We produce Langston Hughes. We produce some of the best minds. W.E.B. Du Bois. We produced. It was here that Marcus Garvey was made famous. He wasn't made famous in Jamaica or the UK or any islands he toured. He basically came and got famous because he found a people that was ready to hear a message. And that was Black America, and we're losing that edge. Black America losing that edge because we got a lot of people coming here who don't understand us, don't understand the culture, and don't understand the struggle. Don't understand what we're up against you know. So it's like I said, it is time to evolve. It's time to get back. Like I said, there's an old Confucian saying: "The philosophy of one century should be common sense in the next." Why am I 100 years later still saying 100 years after Marcus Garvey, and I'm still saying the philosophy of Marcus Garvey 100 years later? That means there's something wrong with our culture and what we're doing, and I'm tired of it. I'm like this. You tell me another 100 years, there's going to be another college Genesis that nobody listens to, and world's just passing us by and stuff like that. Are we going Chuko? You going to tell me 100 years from now, Nigeria is going to be still impoverished? The laughing stock of the African continent and the black world. Is that going to be a thing? I would like to hear what Chuko has to say about his homeland, Nigeria. Don't worry about Black America. And say, hey, Black America shifting towards Black immigrants. No, it's not. That's the whole thing. Oh, man, it's just so annoying, right? And everything I say is Truco just validating everything I say. The bottom line is Black America is going to revitalize itself. We don't care about the Black immigrants. What the fuck don't you understand? You know. So the bottom line, Black immigrants, shifting towards Black immigrants. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Black immigrants. Oh yeah, I just see Black immigrants every place. All 2 million of them. You know. So I don't know. I don't know. You can't just take 45 million people and say 2 million immigrants are going to friggin' change 45 million people. It's not going to happen. Never will happen. Honestly, African immigrants don't bring anything to the table. Chukwo, nothing. They bring nothing of value to us. Nothing. All they do is bring more poverty to America. More poverty and more backwardness and stuff like that. Yeah, oh yeah, we need African immigrants to show us how to eat with our hands and show us how to listen to the ridiculous music and then no talent Nollywood. Oh yeah, we need Nollywood. No, we don't need people like Ryan Coogler anymore. We got Nollywood. That's going to be the face of Black America, not our beautiful history and culture. Oh no, look who it is, man. Look who it is. Nack Measy, man. It's been a year, man. Where the hell's Nack Measy been? Oh Lord, man. Nack Measy in the house. So yeah, so it is what it is. Oh, I'm not trying to insult Bomani. I'm just trying to check true quote. When people say stupid stuff like that, I gotta check them, right? I hate when people thinking they're more important than what they are. You know, I can't stand when people thinking what more than what they are, and that's like insulting. We're gonna come here and we're gonna change Black America, an immigrant. Generations of us building this country, building everything. Saying like this. Stop being jealous and jealous of what? See, if you guys don't stop and I was on you guys' side. Me and Nack Bees used to battle. Because I was protecting you people. You know, now you guys have over the last year. I'm sorry I ever did this YouTube live stream because I am like so against you people now. I'm like, damn, man. I came into this, man. Like I'm Pan Africanist. I'm defending Africa. I believe in Black unity and whatnot. And I hear these people, man, just the stuff they come out of their mouth. I'm like, God damn. I had no idea it was this bad. I was like, because I was naive. I was naive. I was naive into what's going on in the world, man. I just thought, I just took it for face value that we're all Black and then we're all one people and all stuff like that. Not like this. And so Chukwu is like a slave culture. So like I said, let Chukwu basically insult us, talking about we got a slave culture, Blacks. That's like I said. These people have no respect for Black America, no respect whatsoever. No respect. But I would like to see what Chukwu means as culture because I don't see no other group of Black people that ever produced any industrialized, never produced a middle class. So I don't know what you're talking about. No anything like us. How things insult other Blacks around the world is the best solution. No, I'm not insulted. So in other words, somebody can come up here and insult me, but when I say something back, oh, it's insulting. This is what I don't understand. So in other words, basically, let me just sit here and take insults and whatnot because I want to appease you immigrants. I want to appease you immigrants. I want it's like that. So go ahead and just keep talking shit about me, my people, and whatnot. Because like I said, I used to be on you guys' side. No, I'm not no Nakmeezy. Nakmeezy. No, those does not go there. I'm still in the Pan African world, but I'm saying I'm just reevaluating shit. Because I did the right thing. I was a Pan African. I am a Pan Africanist. I believe in nation building. I still believe in an African. I believe that we could build a new nation, stuff like that. But you cannot build anything if you got people that come around us and they hate us. There's too many people that hate us. Too many people in our community that hate Black America. I don't know what they think. They think they it's just frustrating. It's frustrating, Like I said, this is the beginning of my closing arguments, right? So after this, you guys take the ball, run with it. Whatever happens, happens. I'm saying what I'm saying, you know. Yeah, so everybody's reevaluating this shit, Everybody's reevaluating this shit, I just saw this one video on Facebook, really upset me just a minute ago, You know, I just saw I saw this video with this white guy and he's doing something where he's doing exporting rice to Liberia, right? And he said he begins the video by saying, "Okay, to my fellow Liberians," right? And I'm saying, "Who the hell is this white guy?" Right? He said, "I am so glad you guys embrace me as one of your own," and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. Now, this is a country that don't even accept Fulanis. The Fulas are friggin' and Mandingos are outcasts, but this white guy is getting up here saying that he considers himself a Liberian, and Liberians have embraced him. But you got Liberians who won't embrace the Mandingo brothers, won't embrace the Fulani brothers, but they embrace this white man. Like I said, this is the final month. I am so done. I am so done with this shit, I mean, no matter what you talk about black love, black unity, and everything like that, and people take that and spit right in your damn face. What the hell are you or these white, these stupid Liberians doing embracing a white man, I mean, let me play the video. Let me play a video if you think I'm joking. This is a blonde, blue-eyed white man. I don't know. Look, he could have good intentions. Look, there's a lot of white people who love Liberia, and I get that. But he says, he talked about July 26th, you know, July 26th. He said, ever since our founding, I believe J.J. Roberts, Elijah Johnson are turning in their grave right now. The whole idea of Liberia was to be a place where we didn't have to deal with white people. We can get away from the white man. Now you got people inviting the white man, into friggin' Liberia as a Liberian. This is insane. So it tells me that let's say I built an Afghanistan, right? It tells me if if I let the wrong type of people in, particularly black immigrants and other Africans in, if they ever become the majority, whatever like that, they would do the same thing again. We would lose the Afghanistan. Same way we're losing Liberia. So when you go to do something and build, one thing I say about the white man, when he goes to build something, right? You know for a fact of the matter is this country, America, you ain't going to take it over. Now, you could come and take over Black America because we're so stupid and weak, whatever like that. We'll let people take over institutions and kick us out, whatever like that. We let the Hispanics take over all our neighborhoods in Chicago, California, everything like that is overrun with freaking Mexicans and Central Americans. But one thing is for sure, the white man's not going to let you overrun their communities. He's not going to let you. He says simply, America's not for grabs. They're not going to take the Statue of Liberty down, right, and pull up Pancho Villa, up on in the New York Harbor. That's the difference between them and us. Yeah. W says that's the African self. Yeah, Africans have a lot of self hate. You know, they greedy. They love what they think the white man. They think the white man is the only thing that has money and everything like that. And then there, 1776 goes, I told you the white man is a referee of the world. He's welcome everywhere he goes. No, the fuck he's not. No, the hell he's not. He's not welcome in Liberia. We talking about, no, these are dumb, ignorant, uneducated Liberians who are doing this, which is a lot of them. You know, my people in Liberia, right, who believe in Liberia. Like I've been telling my boy Flo, in Liberia. Flo was one of Charles Taylor's. Like, this guy is big cock diesel nigga, man. He's a former soldier, man. He's a area president, area 2 president. Council of Area 2 in Liberia now. I want to do good things with him, and he has his own property in Liberia and everything. When I told him that a white guy said, there was a white guy said that he owns land in Bong, he goes, "Let me find out some white man owns land in Bong." See, Flo has lived in South Africa. That dude is a Pan-Africanist, black nationalist. He's a Garveyite motherfucker. That's a Garvey type of nigga. That's the type of niggas I roll with in Liberia. These are Garveyites. These are black nationalists. These motherfuckers are so pro-black. I felt like, damn, man, you guys are, like that said. So please don't give me that nonsense about, oh, Liberians are welcome to white. Get the hell out of here, 1776, you fool. It's not gonna happen. But it was just real ridiculous. It's really hurtful to see this. You mean to tell me that we don't have any refuge anywhere in the world? What the hell are we doing Pan-Africanism for? What the hell is all this about? I wasted a whole freaking year of my life and whatnot on this. And people just, I don't know, people just don't want to see the black man having anything. Black man can't have nothing to himself. You always gotta share everything with everybody else, and everybody just come in and take over and whatnot. It is what it is. But so I'm not gonna sit here and be a sport, but there are bright spots and everything like that. Another thing is, I saw there's a video that I think it's from a couple years ago, where Art Cathy was going in on the Essence Festival, talking about, before I play that video of the Liberian guy, I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna sound where Art Cathy was going in on this whore culture in Essence Festival. So now, when you had the whore culture all these years, shaking your stinking nasty ass on stage and everything with your coochie out and whatnot, and you wonder why the African comes and why you drove it, the Essence magazine and everything into the ground, and now the African guy, Richard Dennis, took it over. Now you sitting there crying the blues and whatnot. So this is why I said we have to. My closing arguments are: black people have to, black men particularly, got to put their foot down. I don't know what's going on with these women and whatnot, but the black women. It's like the white man has gotten into the devil's gotten into the black woman. The devil's gotten into the black woman, and she's out of control. It's time for us to put our foot down and stop it. No more friggin' let's understand, call her women. No, get the hell out of here. It's up to me. You females be back in the damn kitchen, with an apron on, taking care of babies and whatnot. That's what I would. That's what I would if it was up to me. None of all this nonsense about the black women. Our women out of control. Wait, let me watch Art Cathy. People said about Art Cathy, but she's right about this shit.
I stand with NDIRE for speaking out against twerking at Essence Fest. Thank you, sis. So we got all these hoes out here splitting their asses and vaginas wide open. Yeah, she ain't had no panties on. And you got every infection and you want a nigga to eat that shit, but you done had it, you done drug it all across the goddamn floor, the janitors and shit, and drug the nasty mop, the mop water, and you done put your pussy, the womb, the damn portal of life and death. You just put the shit on the floor. And drag it around like a goddamn bitch in heat. That's what I see. You know how dogs look when they drag their ass around because they got worms? That's what I see with all this twerking. Like, what the fuck is in your ass? You need to get out so much. Sit down. Just, you don't know what to do with your energy. The truth, check your sisterhood. Check the next time you see that Cardi B video and you twerking and twerking. Ask yourself, what the fuck am I twerking for? How is this edifying my community? How is this edifying me? How is this edifying my children? When I shake my naked ass on stage and get out in front of the world and put my camera on, what am I representing about my black community? What am I saying about my legacy? I'm representing my mother, my father, my ancestors. And right now you at war, and all you represent is some slaves that's been dumbed down, you've been brainwashed, and you've been fucked into submission. So now all you want to do is fucking just stay down.
Now that's Art Cathy. We need more females like that out there. It's telling it like it is. We need more females like that telling like it is. And then you wonder, that was a couple of years ago, and you wonder why you lost Essence Festival. Shut the hell up, you people. Talking about, oh man, the Essence Festival was the epitome of Black American womanhood. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. So that's why I said, man, it's just time. It's time. We can't have nothing's gonna work as long as we got people out there deliberately trying to destroy our women, our culture, our image, our morality, and all the stuff like that is basically been destroyed. And so therefore, don't get mad at the people that come and take over. Which I think this is gonna be a wake up call to Black America. This nonsense, this degenerate culture, this toxic culture has gone too far, you know? And it's only when, look, had Time Magazine kept it probably kept on like this, but somewhere along the line, Black people are saying, you know something? How do we get like this? It shouldn't have taken an African and Caribbeans to taking over Essence Fest for you to wake up. This should have been talked about years ago before it got to this. Unfortunately, the only thing that woke up Black people in America, is the fact that it was taken over by, it was bought by a Liberian man, a millionaire, and it was managed by a Kenyan lady, and the director of it is another a Liberian lady. So three Africans are controlling Essence Magazine, Essence Festival, all this like that. Something that generates in 1 year, the Essence Festival could bring in something like $300 million. That's money that we don't have anymore in our community and everything like that. Now our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean have it, and they're telling you what to do. You know, if they want to bring in next year, if they want to bring in bush meat, and serve bush meat up raw, they start cooking hyena steaks. What can you do? You lost it. If they want to have hyena chops and friggin' jollof rice or whatnot, what the hell can you do? Not a damn thing. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So whatever the Africans want to do, if they want to come out there and say, something, man, we're gonna make this African. Everybody's gonna eat with their hands and whatnot. And everybody digging in, eating with their hands and their feet and whatnot. What can you do? That's what you lost it. They own it, man. They own it. They want to bring in the African way of eating or whatever like that. You can't do a damn thing about it. Yeah, if they want to eat hyena steaks and whatnot with some jollof rice on the side and whatnot, and some fufu, what the hell can you do? Red, I say you sound more racist than Trump. I don't even think Trump's racist. You know, Caribbean help solid. Shut the hell up. Yeah, Caribbean's help solid save the black. Yeah, really. Yeah, all the drugs that flowed in from fucking through Miami, from Haiti and the Caribbean and whatnot. Yeah, man. All the fucking heroin and all that shit like that, man. Yeah, man. But we cannot go pay for what Africans do. We are canceling Essence Festival Watch Collar. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about canceling Essence Fest. Just look, for righteous, just take it as an L. Just take it as a learning experience. And with you black women out there twerking your nasty ass on stage for a decade and whatnot, that caused this. How you guys are doing the right thing, worrying about building family, and building family, and talk about black women beauty and femininity, like Essence once was. This would never have happened if if the Essence Festival was a family event like it used to be at first, right? But you guys decided to bring in Cardi B and all these other hood rats in there and stuff like that, and you guys want to celebrate WAP, wet ass pussy and stuff like that. So you wonder why you friggin' uh 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 uh. Now, before I says we don't have to pay for the festival, you old ass blockheaded fools. Okay, all right. Yeah, all right, for righteous. Bottom line, but what can you do about it, man? So I might go down there and support her my damn self. I might have me some bush meat and some fucking some hyenas chops and some jollof rice next year. I might go down there my damn self, you know, just because despite you Negroes and whatnot that screwed everything up. What next? Like I said, HBCUs. What next? All of our magazines, everything's gonna be taken away. What next? They're gonna replace Ryan Coogler with fucking some Nollywood talent filmmaker. What next? Yeah, what's down the pipe, man? What future do you really have in Black America? That's why I said if you had it in Afghanistan, we would be controlling everything. But you can't look. As long as they're working with white America and whatnot, they could take everything from Black America. It's not a damn thing you could do about it because you chose America. You know, you chose America. You know, bring some giraffe knuckles. But I tell you what, giraffe meat looks good, man. I've been seeing. I saw a lion eating a giraffe, man. That looked good, man. Giraffe. I seen that actually in Kenya, right? Where I think I forgot the Kilimanjaro grill in Kenya. I think they had zebra meat and giraffe. And I'll tell you honest with you, man. I think it looked good, man. Some of that friggin' giraffe meat and zebra meat looked good, man. It was like looked like real tender, and they was cutting it off a bone, whatever like that, and serving it. Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro restaurant, I think it's called in Kenya. I don't know if they still have it there or whatnot, but that was like 10 years ago. I saw that. I said, "Damn, man, I want to go to Kenya because they like give you all types of meat, exotic meat with Cape buffalo. They give you all kinds of meat, and it looks like it's really cooked really well, and they put it on a plate, whatever like that, you know." Yeah, it is what it is, man. Like I said, I'm done. I'm done. I lived my life. I remember the beauty, the glory days of Black America. Right, I have enough memories to last me the rest of my life, man. So you know, so why do Black people all around the world have to do a white man and what? So yeah, so I'm gonna open the lineup in a minute. But yeah, so like I said, the closing argument is this, man. As it's like I said, my money, believe me, I'm done fighting. I'm done fighting, man. I'm just gonna worry about what I'm doing. And like I said, I just don't want to lose. I know Black America's lost, man, but I still don't want to lose Liberia. If I could salvage that, then I'm good. I'm good. Let me see. Let me play this video. Let me see. Hold up. Now this is a white man. A white man. This is message to Liberia. This is where it's headed to.
Than just a date. It's about unity, pride, and giving.
Hold on.
Hello to all my global Liberian brothers and sisters around the world. My name is Zach Faruqi, and I am the founder of Pride Liberia. Over the past 10 years, I have been truly blessed with the opportunity to work closely with the Liberian community. In this journey of service and partnership, I have received immense kindness, support, and acceptance. I am deeply honored and humbled that through this relationship, the Liberian community has embraced me as one of their own, granting me the title of an honorary Liberian. This is a recognition I cherish with great respect and gratitude. As we all are getting ready to celebrate July 26th, Liberia's Independence Day this month, we remember where we came from and the loved ones we left behind. This day is more.
What did you hear? He said, "Remember where we came from." This is insane. This is literally insane. Now people say, "Carl, you sucker." Look, the bottom line, there got to be lines. Like lines. His ancestors weren't forced out of America to build a republic in the jungle because America like this. So, this, I just can't even keep myself together.
Than just a date. It's about unity, pride, and giving back to the people and country that shaped us. That's why at Pride Liberia, we've made it easy for you to send clean, premium quality rice in 100-pound big bags, option of 5 and 3 gallon cooking oil, sardines, mackerel, luncheon meat, corned beef, and breakfast essentials straight to your family's doorstep. No middleman, no delay. Whether you're in the US, Europe, or anywhere across the globe, your support this Independence Day can mean a warm meal on the table for those you care about most. Fast delivery, trusted service, local impact. Let's celebrate this July 26th, not just with flags and songs, but with action and love. Place your order now and let us serve your family just like they deserve. Send love, send food, send pride. Thank you for your time. Visit us at www.pridlib.com or call us on 888-PRIDLIB, 888-743-542.
Well, hey, you got it, man. So it is what it is, you know. Yeah, white men now, Liberians now. We're not the one country in Africa. I thought this would never happen, you know. Yeah, whites are now coming. It's like this. Okay, you already knew there was white Kenyans and white South Africans and there was white Tanzanians. There was white Zambians. There was a guy actually was in white Zambia actually had a white president for like about a year. I think it was a vice president took over when the president stepped something like that. You know, about a decade ago. I remember. You know, white Zambians, white Namibians. I think there's white Botswanans. You know, I believe there's white Angolans. I think there's still some Portuguese like that. So all these countries. But you never thought in the blackest country in Africa, right? You would have this. The blackest country, Liberia is like the blackest country in Africa. It ain't Zambia. You don't see a lot of whites there and whatnot walking the beaches. You got in Gambia, you got white women out there, ugly white women talk about, oh, I'm white. I can just get any man I want to, and it's all about this white skin. That's what I'm going to the Gambia for, to look at that, to look at grown ass men, little African boys selling their body to grown ass men. That's what's like. Is that about to happen in Liberia? You know, like I said, man. Once I get on the ground in February next year, I'm gonna start organizing these street crews and whatnot. I'm gonna start organizing some Liberians on the ground, and we're gonna make it freaking difficult for people to come walking out freely like that. I'm gonna organize my Zogos over there. We'll organize my Zogos over there. You know, if we have to bust some heads open, we're gonna have to do it. So I'm gonna organize in Liberia. We they're not gonna turn Liberia into the Gambia. They're not gonna turn the Liberia into the Gambia. You know. So all I know is like this: you're not going to see white people walking down. There's white men walking down with young African girls. You're not going to see that. White women, nasty white women going to fucking like that. It has never happened in Liberian history because it wasn't that country. You know, it ain't French Africa and French British Africa. Yeah, I know there's some Liberians living there, but we're gonna bring those Liberians home. So Gambia, man. Basically, you go there and talk about sex tourism, they'll fist fight you. That's sad when a country has to rely on selling its children to people from overseas and whatnot. They'll freaking they'll fist fight you. They'll bust you upside the head. You gonna talk about the Russians and all these other people coming there exploiting their boys and girls. I mean, man, they're ready to throw down against you. So I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is, like I said, I got an affinity for this country, Liberia. I didn't never seen that there. But the bottom line is, who knows what they're plotting. All I know is I need my Liberian people to stand strong. I know it's tough right now, but we'll get through it. We don't leave out a thing like this. So that's what I love about Liberia. You don't see that stuff. It's like the last stronghold of a black civilization. Untouched by colonialism and the effects of colonialism. The effects of colonialism. Look at the friggin' Philippines. Look at all these places that had whites occupying them and stuff like that. So that's the thing people draw back on. That's why a lot of countries, they got strict laws against that. Like in places like Shanghai and stuff like that, places like Dubai. You can go to jail in Dubai for fornicating. There was an African kid. He had consensual sex with a white British girl, and they gave him a year in jail. In other words, they know you don't let people come to your country and friggin' just do any kind of thing and whatnot. I'm not saying I'm a moralist or nothing like that, but you got to protect your vulnerable people in your country. I'm with the President Chor. Yes, we will still African culture and values to African people. Well, right? Yeah, I would look. Yeah, we need that. We need that African culture and values in Africa, right? Because people think just because you're in Africa, everything's all right. No, it could turn you into a Europeanized. 80% of no, I don't believe that literally African poverty. No, I don't think 80% of poverty. Where you get that from? You know, 80% are not illiterate. The literacy rate in Africa is standing at like 50%. 50%. As 50%. That's down now. 30 years ago, it may have been 80%. Now that illiteracy rate has gone down. It's only like about 40% illiteracy. On the whole entire continent. And some countries like Zimbabwe got a high literacy rate. They have one of the highest literacy rates in the world. So it is what it is. So I don't know what Infinity 74 is getting that from. You can't be taking things out of your cereal box. Your cereal box and what is that? So it is what it is. But yeah, so we're talking about that tonight. So you heard what I had to say about this. I don't know. This guy's, I guess he's sending food over there to hungry people or whatever like that. But it just, I don't know, man. We got to do better. We got to do better. We got to do better. And then again, there's a sad part about this. People ask me, why, even though you got Liberia, Kala, why do you talk about Afghanistan? Because I know eventually, this could happen. One day I could look up. Let's say we want to make Liberia the homeland, and next thing you know, they amend the constitution to allow Lebanese, Chinese, Europeans, white Americans to become citizens. Then we're fucked. You know, we're fucked. We got. It's like, what the hell I need to go to Africa for if I got the same people I'm running from are right there. I'm trying to get away from the Chinese, the Indians, the Arabs, and the whites, and everybody else. That's why I go to Liberia. But if you tell me that one day it could be that you got white American men walking around the country and whatnot, arm in arm with with African women, what the hell I need to go there for then? I might as well stay the hell here. I want to see that. But we are helping the people of Liberia. I just need help because I'm only one person. I wish somehow, some way, that I get that final breakthrough when I could really do big things and whatnot. It's right there, but you got black people, we got billionaires in Black America, right? But they're not interested. They're comfortable with America. I hate niggas like that. You could basically take a country like Liberia and that could be your kingdom. But you chose to be at the feet of the white man in America. You know. There's no excuse by somebody who's multimillionaire and whatnot and don't have a homeland. Think about it. Every Jew, no matter how rich he is, always looks at the fact that they always go to Israel, do the Wailing Wall because they go to their homeland. Everybody, every Italian, right? They always make a pilgrimage to the Roman Colosseum. I grew up with Italians. They always go, even the ones from Sicily. They always go to the Roman Colosseum and talk about Roman thing and talk about Julius Caesar and the Roman history and all stuff like that. The only people that don't have any place to go to is the Black American. The only people that don't have a homeland, an escape. You know, you know, like women do. I don't know what the hell you talk about 57. Maybe you can come up here and give some evidence or some proof. I don't think you have any. Where do you get your numbers from? For Boo Boo the Fools University and Research, Boo Boo the Fools University and Research, Hey, Steve, man, my homeland's the U.S. No, you're not. Your homeland's not the U.S., bro. This is where you reside. This ain't your homeland. A homeland is someplace sacred. America is something profane. It's not sacred. Sacred is something that you only have. That's the whole thing. But my homeland's America, USA. No, it's not. It's not sacred to you. It's not coveted by you. It's not your space. Look, everything, every soul Every soul needs a spirit. No, every spirit needs a soul. And then every soul needs a body, right? The soul of the black man in America do not have a body. A body is your land, That really represents a body, a physical place, That's a manifestation of a mind's body and soul, you know. That's a land. And out of that comes a constitution, a government, a way of life, wealth, all the stuff like that is protected in this thing called the nation state. You don't have that, Steve, You're living in somebody else's reality. This is a white man's reality. You got some crumbs here and they let you be here, but this is not yours, you know? So, the person says, how can you stop investors into look? I have no problem with investors coming in, right? But I fail to see the real investments in Africa. I mean, I'm dead serious. I don't see real investment in Africa. I don't see it. You know, I see people going over there exploitation, but I don't see any real I don't see any real investments in Africa. I don't see any investments. I don't. I don't see any investments. You know, if I'm saying that we need a Black African infrastructure, right? You know, and that's it. That should be enough to unite people. If people can't believe on that, then I have no reason to unite with anybody. If people believe that making white people citizens and all stuff like that, there's nothing else to come together on. We're separated from our homeland. We are brainwashed to think we are American. Yeah, I know. First, we realize there's no free until their homeland's free. Yeah, yeah. We need to liberate Africa. Africa's not liberated right now. That's the problem. When Africa is liberated, we'll have a homeland, a whole entire continent. FBAs are like hoes who have been pimped. Man, why is Chuko always saying some disparaging shit towards us? You know, 70 says that we need to start a race drive so we can send to Liberia. If all channel members buy a bag of rice, send to Liberia. But good luck trying to get people to work together and whatnot. Everybody's out doing their own damn thing. Everybody like that. Nobody will say, something, man, Kala. I see you are in Liberia. Well, let's see what we could do to get behind you on this and whatnot. What can we do to raise money and build this? Where no, you don't do that. Everybody's doing their own thing. I'm not gonna talk bad about Afro Think Tank, man, but Steve goes, I'm not FBA. I know you're Caribbean. You're an immigrant. I know you're an immigrant, Steve. You're not no Black American. I know that. It's exploitation, real investment. Yeah, there's no real investment in Africa. You think, look, a real investment it really takes commitment. You know, the only time, look, let me tell you something. You don't really listen to anything I ever say until white people partner with Black Americans who are interested in living on the continent. There's no thing because in order for you to have real investment, you have to be there. You don't have to. You don't hold up. You don't hold up. You got to be there. You got to be on the continent. You got to be able to live like 20 years in a country, right? You got to see the day-to-day operations and stuff like that. You can't just say, I'm going to come to invest and leave. That's not real investment. That's just somebody doing something quick to make money and get out. That's not real investment. Real investment is when you say, okay, I'm going to be here. I'm going to purchase or lease several warehouses. I'm bringing heavy machinery, equipment, blah, 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 blah. I have government policy is protecting me, whatever like that. The government is moving towards me and giving me the resources I need and access to certain things. And whatever. Like, you don't see anybody taking that time to do that in Africa. They don't, they don't do that, So this is why I say when people talk about investments, it's never working because these white people want to do is go to Africa if they can make some money here and there, buying some cola nuts or something like that, or what's the other nuts? What's this cashew nuts? What's the other nuts they do? And that Amara says that they do. And forgot the name of the nuts. They do in and Sierra Leone country. I forgot the name of the nuts. Not cola nuts, or something else. All they want to do is buy and get out, or they want to basically dump dump a bunch of stuff on the African market and get out. That's it. There's no long term investment or whatever like that. They're not trying to set up distribution, trucking, logistics, and all stuff like that. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. So 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 it is what it is. Well, we have to tell people that this movement is doable. But like I said, if black people want to sit here and complain about losing Essence magazine and doing stuff like this, hey, it's gonna happen because the culture in Black America is so far gone. I see this happening. Africa want to flee and look for white saviors. That's sad, but true. African offer African have a free citizenship. Also, citizenship is more than citizenship. You need representation. You can't have a citizenship if you don't have representation in a country because you don't have numbers. That's citizenship is okay, man, but it doesn't really do nothing. There's large numbers of people, black people from America, quietly leaving Africa and coming back to the United States. Unfortunately, why? Because they didn't listen to what I said. You got to build black African infrastructure. To sustain yourself. You need investment bonds. How come no one's basically, where's our MBAs? Where's all our financial thing? How come we couldn't float our own investment bonds on the continent to buy up industries and stuff like that? We could have bought the Lebanese out in West Africa by now. We have the money. We could have floated junk bonds, but where are the people leading us to those things? We don't have them. Everybody's doing their own thing and everything like that. You know, Shabaka says AES is more important than President Traore. AES is a spark of apparent unity like that. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing in the AES. I like what I'm seeing, Now, what I'm hearing is Nigeria is sending troops to the Burkina Faso border to intimidate the Burkina Fasans, Burkinabes in the Niger. They're trying to intimidate. The West is using Nigeria to try to intimidate. But how can you intimidate somebody when you couldn't even freaking intimidate Boko Haram? That's what Nigeria needs to worry about. Chukwu, you got an answer for that. How the hell is Nigeria gonna freaking intimidate somebody if you can't even freaking take care of a ragtag like Boko Haram? So black celebrities to step up shop. If I could go check us out. If I could do anything outside of black celebrities, maybe you need them, but the bottom line, black celebrities are only thinking about one thing, pro truth, is that getting on the red carpet. Look, think about every award over the last 10 years, right? Every red carpet award, whether it's the Emmys, the Grammys, the Oscars, everything like that, the VMAs, everything. Has any award ever went by that you did not see Jay-Z and Beyonce in? No. Check us out. Think about it. Have you ever seen an award show over the last 10 years that you did not, the people you always see is Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, and Beyonce, without a fail. Now, they had like a Image Award, I believe it was, or something like a Black Music Awards, right? Beyonce didn't show up. She wasn't there, But when it comes down to the Grammys, Beyonce was at the Country Music Awards, right? She's there looking like $1 million. See, they live for that. So the bottom line is this: expecting black celebrities to do something. No, their nation is that red carpet. Those cameras flashing and everything like that. People talking about them and all stuff like this. People pumping them up and whatnot. That's what they live for, So thinking they're gonna join us in this movement we're doing is far fetched. That's where their heart is. Okay, lineage. We have to overrace. Oh, we had an FBA person here. You Pan Africans never pressure these successful displaced anchor baby Africans that are living among you, but you want my ethnic group to go to fix Africa. Look, man. Look. The bottom line is we're all suffering. We're all suffering. We need all hands on deck. I didn't see them a Nobel Prize or Fields Medal, man. Well, that goes without saying, Chuko. There's no prestige in that. They were a recognition from white people. No shit. So that's what you got. So when people say we need celebrities, man, we need Tyler Perry, we need Oprah. Next time somebody says we need Oprah Winfrey, I'm gonna smack them upside the head. LeBron James, Jay-Z, Oprah. Come on, MJ. These people don't have anything to do with the black community and everything like that. Yeah, they can make a difference, but why should they? They ain't thinking about no damn Africa. Yeah, not thinking about no damn Africa. At least Floyd Mayweather is honest about it. He said, man, fuck Africa. He's like, yeah, fuck Africa. They ain't do nothing for me. At least he's honest. But that's how they all feel. That's how they all feel. They don't care about Africa. They don't care about their ancestral homeland and everything, like connecting and stuff like that. That's why I said the worst thing Africans can do is turn off the people who actually care about the continent, like myself. You know, keep Oprah away. Yeah, Oprah's a freaking weirdo. All these people are weirdos, man. Oprah, man. Like I said, Oprah is a weirdo. That whole thing with the Kamala Harris thing when that she got paid like $2 million just for a friggin' interview, whatever like that. Oprah showed her ass. It's not responsible any FBA celebrity repair Africa. It's responsible these highly successful African anchor babies to go back and fix their country. But yeah, she's a proper weirdo. See, Steve, what the hell? First of all, are you on crack, Steve Harvey? Are you on freaking crack? You know, Oprah opened a school. So what? She opened a school in South Africa. She only went to South Africa because South Africa is somewhat developed. Oprah's black behind comes from Liberia. Matter of fact, Oprah is probably double Liberian. She was actually American Liberian, and she was friggin' Pelly because she is from Greenville, Mississippi. I'm very keen on the fact that Greenville, Liberia is connected with Greenville, Mississippi, the Mississippi settlement, right? Oprah sounds like an African name. Oprah could have been one of those people that went to Mississippi. Then after the Civil War, some of them came back to Greenville, Mississippi from Liberia. Some of them came back to the United States. And I believe that could be Oprah. She probably has that history hidden. You know, she probably has that history hidden. That she's Liberian on all sides. She's 100% Liberian. She's probably more Liberian than she is African American, right? But yet she goes all the way to South Africa talking about she's a Zulu. Get the hell out of here. No, you like this. Oprah's a biblical. No, Oprah's not no damn biblical name. Shut up, man. Oprah sounds like a Pelly name, Names with the H on the end is Pelly. So what you call Oprah basically says she's South African. She's Zulu. It's funny how black people always go to the place that got the most infrastructure. No, it ain't no about no Zulu. You like that nice infrastructure of South Africa. Just say, hey, look, I like South Africa because I could get my Hakuna Matata on. When people look, that's what I call the Hakuna Matata Negro. The Hakuna Matata Negro is a Negro who only likes Africa. He wants America in Africa, but he wants to do the Hakuna Matata but knowing he can't really live the really African life. So South Africa is a perfect place to get your Hakuna Matata on. Yeah, she's Liberian. She's Pelly. Well, I don't know. I don't care what Oprah. I'm sorry, Oprah. To me, maybe the Capellis were in the Bible. Maybe the Pelly tribe was in the Bible. I've heard that too. But Oprah sounds like a Pelly name. I know a lot of Pelly people, and that's the type of names they got an H on the end. It's usually AH or EH, on the end. So yeah, Oprah's African. Can you tell that? She's African, Oprah's African, fronting like that. She's African American. She belongs in Liberia, helping with that country, her homeland. Yeah, I tell the truth, you know. Yeah, sure. Everybody knows she's Liberian, you know. She's from the Capelli people. And also, she's from Greenville, Mississippi. So it's a very good chance that her family came from Liberia, you know, were American Liberians that came to Mississippi, Liberia, and came back. There was a large number of people that came back in Greenville, Mississippi, that came from Liberia, Greenville, Liberia. You know, after the Civil War, a lot of them came back, and I believe Oprah was one of those people. She probably has that history. She probably knows that her family came back from Africa and whatnot, but they blended back into the Black American society. You know, so her ancestors Pelly. She's Liberian enough to me. I call her Angolan slave traders caught up in an ambush attack. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm getting on two-step Steve, man. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Now crisscross Steve, man. Slide to the left, slide to the right, man.
Oh man.
Here we go. The
Ca-
usual suspects, you know.
Carla, Oprah is not a Liberian, man.
She is a Liberian, you know.
No, she's not. She's an African American,
No,
Carla.
she's not. She ain't no African American. She ain't no African American.
Okay.
She's Liberian. She's one
Okay.
of Elvis. She's one of Elvis's people, you know.
Mm,
No,
Are the Pele related to the crime?
no, but
All
I
right.
did. But I did. I was in Pelly country, and I did see a crown lady carrying a mic, a monkey one time.
A
You know,
monkey.
That's that is what's the word?
that was that was a crown lady. You know, I
What's
said,
the word?
I said, ma'am, are you a crown? She said, yeah, I crown people. You know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So they actually eat monkeys. Your people eat monkeys, Elvis.
I don't even know what the hell this college is talking about, but yeah, some people eat
no,
monkeys.
Elvis, man,
People
I
eat
thought that was
dolphins.
a little kid she was carrying on her back. It was a dead monkey. They
What's the
carried.
word I'm looking for, Carter? That is what's the word when somebody is saying things against you that may not be true, and you can sue them for it? I know the word, but I just
Oh man.
Libel, slander.
Defamation.
yeah,
No.
slander. That's slander, Tyler.
Oh, slander. Oh, okay.
What did I slander? Saying Oprah's Liberian?
No, you're saying that that lady was a cry lady in
Oh
Bone
man,
County.
look. I heard you.
Carter,
Elvis, tell me, prove to me that it wasn't a crown lady.
how do you know she was a crown lady? Crown people are from
I heard
Grand
that's what you
Jeter.
guys do. I heard the
Bone
crown.
No, I
County,
thought you just said that
no,
you asked her
Bone
and she
County
said
is if you saw a lady in Bone County, is a 95% chance she was a Pele lady. Most of these counties are predominantly from one or two ethnic groups. Bone County is heavily,
Well,
that's the home.
there's a road that connects Grand Jita with Bong. You know that, right?
Nah, I mean, there's like two counties between Bone County and Grand Jeter County. You have Nimba, and then you can go into Bone County. So it's not right next to each other. So it's most likely she was a Pele
I got
lady.
I got to do more research, bro. You know, I sworn she was a crown lady.
You just
I
want to be
mean,
you just want to defame and be
right.
derogatory. That's all.
You know, so
But Carla, she's
The
not.
crime people.
Oprah is not Pella, right? If you say Oprah is Pella, then you have to say that you're Angolan or or Nigerian because you have some DNA that traces back to that region. Oprah never probably been to Liberia. She probably doesn't even have families that went to Liberia. But based on her DNA and her hyper group, she was traced back to the
my
Pella
whole
people of Liberia.
thing is, why the hell did she claim South Africa? That's what I want to know.
Because the Zulus are like very like if any Black American heard of a tribe in Africa, they heard the
Zulu's a
Zulus.
backward tribe, man. What the hell, you know?
Okay, but we
Nah, the
understand the
Zulu are a
history of the
powerful
Zulu
tribe.
people.
The
Right.
Zulus are backward and primitive, man. What you talking about?
Every
You
black
know?
person know what a
Oprah
Zulu
wanted to be
heard of a
connected to the
Zulu.
Zulus. Yeah,
No, she
she wanted
wanted
to
to
be
be
connected with the
connected with
Zulus.
that. No, she wanted to be connected with that good infrastructure in South Africa.
No, that's not what it was. It's
That's what it
because
was.
you know
Look, when
Well,
black people
Oprah
look,
didn't live in. He didn't live in
Oh,
South Africa.
that's what I call the Hakuna Matata mentality, right? When Negroes purport to when they pick an African country solely on the fact that they can live like a decent American life, but they try to
Kala,
force
that's not what it is, man. She just said Zulu because everybody know the
because
Zulus.
she's a
That's
Hakuna Matata, no worries,
oh, okay. So,
You know, Dave Chappelle did
they're
the Hakuna Matata. He went to South Africa,
they're
back
one
in.
of the, they're one of the like one of the most well known tribes in Africa.
No,
The
no,
Zulus.
South Africa is the most well developed country. That's what that's all about.
Yeah, but the Zulus, as far as a tribe, they're one of the
Man,
most
ain't
well known
she ain't think
tribes in Africa.
you have any pictures of Oprah hanging out with Zulus? No.
Oh my god.
But she's probably down there with the white folks. Oprah probably spends 90% of her time in South Africa with white people, you know? You know. But I do give my brother Mark Blanton this. He does.
Not college. She was spending her time opening and building a school for girls out there
Yeah,
in South
hold
Africa.
on,
That's what.
because she had white girls in the school. She had all
Oh
kinds of girls
man.
there.
Hey, as
So,
long as they get an education, that's all that matters.
well, like that. So she could have built that, and somebody said she could have built a school in
In
Chicago.
Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kyle, I'm almost getting emotional, man. When I think about you actually leaving, man, it sounds like this is a final decision, man.
Well, yeah,
I
man.
don't
Like
want
I
you
said,
to
I
leave,
gotta look.
leave
My
it or
whole
not.
thing is my whole thing. I think I did a whole year. A whole year. I said
But
what I was
Colin,
gonna
you've
do.
grown. Do you know how YouTube works? You think YouTube you just become big overnight in a
No,
year? Some people
it's
been
not
doing
even that.
YouTube
It's
for
not
10
that.
years and don't even have a 10,000
I think I have nothing else to
subscription.
say. I think I'm going over sometimes like some of the topics. I'm repeating myself over and over again. I'm like, well, I have nothing to talk about, unless I'm gonna start being like a Phil Scott and doing entertainment and whatnot. I think I said everything I'm gonna say. I don't
You
know.
want you want other people to change, but you too, Colin, you haven't changed. You are still arrogant, ignoramus,
Oh,
I am
you
one
not.
know,
second. What?
being
One
disrespectful
second.
to Africans on a nightly basis. You haven't
No,
changed yourself.
I've been defending Africans and whatnot, for like
Nah, you cut
Hey,
African out every
hold on,
night.
hold on. Look, I just played Art Captain. Who was she talking about?
Colin, you think, is that you?
No, I'm saying. All right, no, I played Art Captain for a reason because she was talking about, which I agree. That was a couple of years ago. She made that. She was like, India.
Look, it doesn't make it right. Don't think we feel good when you disparage your own people. We don't feel good. It
Well,
doesn't
no, I
doesn't
disparage
equals out,
bad.
Colin.
I
That's not how it
disparage.
works.
I disparage bad behavior. You know, I disparage bad behavior.
The
The
King
moment Chuka says
royalty
something
man.
in the the moment Chuka says something in the comment, you start going in on Africans. Africans are this and that and blah blah
I'm not
blah. I
saying
mean,
that.
you're
Look,
so
but hold on.
Nigeria,
you're thin
especially
skinned, Colin.
Nigerians.
Hold on, Elvis. What I don't
Especially
like is when
Nigerians.
people look, when I've lived in America my whole entire life, right? All the people that inspired me, that uplifted me, that was my role model, and all the stuff like that provided for me were Black Americans. So if somebody like Chukwu say uh, that Black immigrants are delivering us and all stuff like that, that's such an insult. You understand how I feel? It
Nah,
basically
Chuka's being an asshole. You know that, but that don't mean you should just lose
hold on. I'm
yourself
saying,
and
hold on.
start being
I know that,
disrespectful.
but it's taken. Principally says the same thing. Black we immigrants are adding to Black America. Dude, man, we've been here for 400 years. You know, we had grandparents, whatnot, that survived the Great Migration. We went all the stuff like that, slavery, Jim Crow. We built a huge middle class. We pulled ourselves from nothing, right? It was us. We were by ourselves. No one gave a damn about us. This country didn't give a damn about us. Africa didn't care about us. We was here all by ourselves all the time, and we made something out of ourselves in America. Now people are just coming here and saying, so it's time for us to take over now. You guys, fuck you guys. So how am I supposed to feel about that?
Chuka was
I
just
mean,
teasing, Colin. He knows the reality of it. We're not
Okay,
taking over. He's just teasing.
but
okay.
Kala,
So the bottom
you
line, I'm not saying you are, but I'm just saying the whole thing is when people keep saying stuff like that, like, oh man, because
are you scared of that, Kala? You
I'm not
gonna lose
scared.
everything?
No, I'm not scared of that because, like I said, I lived the best years in Black America. I was here when I was a kid. That was Black America at its best. The 70s, 80s, up to the 90s were the best. I don't think anything. Look, my life in America couldn't be duplicated nowhere in the world. I'm glad to be born here, and what I experienced growing up. Right, but like I said, now it just basically is going. Hey, it is what it is. I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed Black America the way it used to be, and stuff like that. Everything that I saw about me, my culture, and everything like that. Now, I understand the face of Black America is changing, and I just don't like people saying, something, I would love to see. Well, I would like to see immigrants. I would like to see immigrants come in, and contribute by building their own institutions instead of thinking that taking over our institution is going to. And if you do, good luck to you. Good luck to you. If we're stupid enough to weak enough to let that happen, hey, what can I do? What can I do? We're dumb enough to let that happen because, like I said, the whole idea, what I'm talking about was black people over the last 15, 20 years have been so degenerated, right? That I guess the impression that we left on to our immigrant brothers and sisters that we're just a bunch of degenerates and everything. And I'm telling people that's not who we are. We have people in places that elevated the worst elements of black culture and monetized it and whatnot. And that's what you have right now. But I think something's happening in Black America where they're saying, something, man, we went too far with this degenerate. Because
It's
Sinbad,
too late. And let's be going,
no,
we're gonna
no,
go
no,
at those
no, no.
people.
I just think the Sinbad said he said, well, I think it might be too late. We just went so far gone. But what we're gonna do is this. Like I said, I'm teaching black people. If the last thing I do, I'm gonna teach black people how to hate. And I'm not saying hate immigrants.
Okay.
Hold on, no, seriously, listen to me. We have been taught as black people in America just to love everything and love everybody, right? Don't judge anybody. Don't like just accept everything. And the reality is we have people that come into our culture and community, not immigrants, right? Why do we tolerate somebody like Snoop Dogg? Why do we tolerate people like 50 Cent? Because we haven't learned to hate, you know? And we have to learn to hate as it look. Let me tell you something. Hatred is a good thing in a way. You know what hatred does? It makes sure that uh, power is checked. Unregulated power is checked. It's like you have a small town, right? There's one guy in the town that has all the land, everything like that, and suddenly he feels like he's above the law. He can do whatever he wants. Now, in every civilization, how do you make sure that that person never gets like that? Because somebody is going to be his persecutor or somebody that hates him, right? Somebody's going to be his accuser. Somebody's going to be the somebody that bears witness against him. That's natural for any civilization to have that balance, right? That checks people thinking they could do whatever they want to do, say whatever they want to say, and everything. Because there's somebody that's gonna be like, okay, I know you're the man and everything like that, but I'm not feeling you. And
Kyle, that's a
it's that
losing argument, right? And let me tell you why.
what.
Just like white America has, rednecks, they have a sizable population of rednecks, and when people like, Kid Rock and other redneck, they see themselves in those people. You know, Snoop Dogg come from a population of people who grew up in the hood. There's a sizable population of black
Hold on.
people
There's
who
a
can
lot of
relate
people that grow up
to
in
his
the hood.
experience.
Hold on, a lot of people that grow up in the hood do not have women or walking around black women on leashes.
Yeah, that's a different thing. But when you say what about Snoop Dogg?
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
not
I
what
mean,
made him
Carla,
popular. He was a
that's the whole
rapper.
pimp.
Hold up.
That's the whole pimp persona that's been,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
that
talking
was
about.
like a little phase for him. He's not a
Hold on,
pimp.
hold on,
He's
no,
more
hold
of a
on,
musician than he is a
hold
pimp.
on. What's even worse is why was he up there with a friggin' 70-something-year-old woman, Martha Stewart, talking about Snoop and Martha and whatnot, and he's a married man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ploy. Colin, he's an
But
entertainer. He's in Hollywood. What do you
what I'm
think this
saying is
guy
this.
is?
What I'm saying is this: if there was enough hatred against him or not, he wouldn't even show his face. He'd apologize.
Nah, Snoop Dogg is real. He's not like a Bill Cosby who's
Hold on.
portraying to be one way, but it's really the opposite.
Hold on. We don't want that though. We don't want that though. We don't want that
No,
representing.
it's funny, Colin. There are people like him. You can't get rid of them. There are people who got his.
Look, I represent the moral majority in Black America. We do not like that shit.
and
Yeah,
Carla, let
you
me
don't
add
like
another
it, but there
thing.
are people like him.
No, I don't
Carla,
like people like them. No, at all.
I gotta, and we gotta add in people like this lineage and ethnicity over race guy.
Oh
You said
yeah,
what?
people like that. These
This
degenerates.
lineage and ethnicity over race guy. People like him as well.
Yeah, so I like it. I still believe in race. You know that race is the
No, no,
number one
no.
thing.
I'm
When it
no.
comes down to a
He
race is everything. You know.
he's saying just using simple common sense. How can FBA be 70% West African DNA when we mix in with Asians, Dutch, Spaniards, French,
No the hell,
Irish, and
no
British
the hell
within
we not.
5
No the
years?
hell.
You're barely
African,
mixing with Asians
most black people in America are between
or
85
Spaniards.
and 90% African blood. That means that unlike the Dominicans and the Brazilians, who may be more
Right.
like 40% Africans, African Americans are still an African people. And that's why we call ourselves African Americans. You
That's
know,
why I don't know why he's saying that for. I don't get
because
it.
there's people that got hidden agendas in the FBA. People have tried to push the mulatto agenda. People are trying to push
Right.
the African agenda. They're not fooling me.
I
I
remember it
let them
was one.
talk.
It was one FBA. He was saying, "Well, y'all got to realize that we probably gonna end up mixing with white people anyway, and all the other
Yeah,
stuff." I was like, some of these people.
That's Pam Mulattoism or Pam Mulatto, whatever his
The
No,
name.
bottom,
well, it
well,
was
the
a
bottom
female.
line
It
is
was a common, not him, but
people like that.
Okay.
Look, people like that need to stay away from me, stay away from my people, and stuff like that. That's all I'd say. Like I said, I'm teaching black people how to hate. You know, when you see people like him, get rid of them. You know, we don't want them around. You know, when people realize that we hate you and everything like that, they'll go away. You know, but when Black America has always been a type that love everybody, we gotta accept.
Tyler, this dude said that you guys have less African DNA than South
Oh
Americans.
no! That's the lie. Black
Puerto
Americans have the
Rican,
most
Cuban. Okay,
DNA, which we call Dominicans. All these other people, Dominicans on the average is like 25% African. Brazilian is on the average like 35 to 40% African. You know, we have African Americans are pretty much untouched.
75 to 90% African.
Yeah, so it's 7 90
yeah,
percent African.
Some
You know,
less, but for the most
right.
part.
so the bottom
80%
line,
of the population is 70 to 95% African. Like
yeah.
80% of
I
our
mean, maybe
population.
some of these people that say these things, maybe they're like multi generational mixed people.
Right.
Like you have these
Like I
mulattoes
said,
who are,
there's some
you
people
know.
that are like that, right? And the bottom line is this: if they really know that, like they're mixed race or something like that, you know, what they need to do is, I would love to see the mulatto class, who feel like that, create their own category. You know, create their own category.
No, but Carla, you said you accept these people. You said that I'm
No,
African. I don't
I'm
understand
saying
it,
that
but a lot of people are black people.
historically, we accepted them because they like this, but there's a growing number of them who don't want to be part of us. Hey, go right ahead. Do
Listen,
whatever you do.
I don't have a problem with them, but when they start going after
When they try to tell me
people,
that there's something wrong with me for identifying with Africa, then it's time
right?
for them to go. You know,
That
you
means
know,
I'm 70% African. Kyle,
yeah.
how much African DNA did you have?
I have 85%.
Okay, I'm the same, 85.
85%. I got 1% Native
I'm on,
American.
I'm only, I'm
One
only
percent.
98% African.
Hold on. 1%. I got 1% Filipino. I got one
He
percent
said,
Filipino and like I something like 12 or 13% European, mostly Irish, Welsh, and Lithuanian. So I don't know how the hell that.
I was shocked with my European DNA. I was shocked with my African DNA as well because I
When I
had a
got the
lot of.
DNA back, like I said, my family, I always knew we had English roots and whatnot. And this,
Oh no, I'm not talking about the European being there. I'm talking about like where it came
my
from.
family,
It
my
like
family, my family all got square Irish foreheads and whatnot. So we always knew we were part of.
I thought I was gonna have I thought it was gonna be mostly British or Irish, but only had 2% British and Irish, and I had like 8% Switzerland or whatever else. I was like, really? But yeah,
Kuko says hate from a permanent underclass. I say black people aren't a permanent underclass, bro. People like to believe that Black America is Black America. There's black people in America that are highly upper class, wealthy. There's middle class, and then the majority are working class, and then there's an underclass. These are people that basically fell through the cracks, underclass. Not every black person. So everybody, those black people, I go to Suffolk, Virginia, true quote, and you got black people out there that got Benzes and Hummers in the driveway, brand new house and whatnot. I guess they're all underclass. Dude, out here. It's just, people say stupid stuff like that, you know.
Okay. Carla, earlier today, the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, passed away. So
yeah.
rest in
Oh,
peace
Rest
to
in
him.
peace to him.
R.I.P. to him. R.I.P. to him. But
Tariq Nasheed's wife is biracial.
yeah, so yeah, she's right. And Tariq doesn't allow his wife to post any pictures of the family gathering because he knows there'll be a lot of white people in the background who are like, this is Tariq's family.
I mean, even when at the Hidden History Museum, was a bunch of white people in there.
But
Yeah,
the
so
thing
Remember
about
when he did
Tariq
the
is
whole
that he's not anti-white. I think he's
the whole thing is this. He's look. The bottom line: if you're pro-black, right, somewhere along the line, there's a demarcation between you and white folks. You know, there's a line of demarcation. Tariq is like, I'll raise the European flag in the bedroom, some stupid shit he
right.
said. You know, yeah, he got so
And I
much
remember,
love for Africans and Caribbeans. You know, I don't
what did
understand.
he say back in the day? He said, make sure you get you a what, like a mixed woman who's. I mean, he said that, but I forgot what
Yeah,
it
so
was. But he said
Tariq
get
is
a mixed woman.
he's a colorist. But I tell you one thing though. See, Tariq could be good. He's smart. And back in the days, I used to listen to some of the stuff he said. He was right on about Essence Magazine for years. You know, he was right on about that. You know, so some of the stuff he talks about is right on, but he just carries it too far with his xenophobia and
Man, like those are the best type of people though, Colin. I mean, like as far as like manipulating people, you know, they put some truth in it, you know, entertainment. But
yeah,
then
but
he also says,
the whole thing is his whole thing. And look at his end game. His end game is like that. I still believe our end game is seeing Africa delivered. You know, that's my end game. I realize no matter how much we do in America, right? Let's say even if we're not involved, right? I still want to see Africa rise, right?
I do as well. I agree with you.
Psychologically, because when I was coming up, right, one thing one of the things white people held against us, right, they always used was, well, look at Africa. That's what they always used to say to me, you know, because they basically like this. They used to mock me and say, "Hey, African boy," on the playground. "Hey, African boy," you know,
And
and
another thing, Colin, you mentioned this before, right? Where they say, you know, unfortunately, when white people say this, I mean, y'all should be lucky we brought y'all through the slave trade because you
oh
could
no, it's
still
not
be in
unfortunate.
Africa. They
They're like you could be in Africa right now, swinging from trees, eating bananas and whatnot. You
and
know,
I
that's what they used to
and
say.
I
You
sit
know,
down, I'm like,
and
dang man, Africa really need to rise
therefore,
up, man.
And Colin regurgitated that same talking point that
no,
he's
no,
glad
no.
his ancestor caught that boat.
Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The whole thing is this, right? Now, I'm very conscious of the fact that I've been for years saying no Africans are civilized, blah, 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 blah. And then when I see a motherfucker on a TikTok talking about this is how we do in Africa and sticks his dirty hands in a plate full of pasta, he said something, man. It's like bump, 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 bump. Man.
Colin, was it satire? Was the
No,
video
the guy was
satire?
serious. He was saying he put the freaking fork down. Said, "This is how we." The girl's like, This is how we do in Africa, right?" And everybody in the comment section, like people, some Africans, like, "Dude, why you gotta embarrass us like that?" He was with his African
So
American
that
girl.
means it wasn't real. That wasn't satire. It was
No, no, yeah, he was being serious, you know. And I'm saying to
okay.
myself, dude, man, you know, it's like a time and place for everything, you know. It's like, dude, you're in a restaurant. I can see if you guys at your house and you just feel like getting a fork and you know, see by yourself and no one's watching. But to put that on the air, right, and knowing that people already got a negative image of you, you know, and like
I mean, it seems like a lot
we're
of
trying,
people love doing that,
listen,
right?
we're trying to defend
They
Africa.
they they see our image in the hole and they just digging the hole deeper, whatnot. Just putting
Yeah.
all. It's the same thing. Like, you know, we got a stereotype of being violent and like y'all inside the store beating up on stuff, and it's just it's weird to me. It's like people want to like every single stereotype they have about us. People love to confirm by
Yeah,
on
yeah.
these videos.
Every time, look, man, you know how I feel, right? Motherfuckers be talking about black men are violent, blah blah. No, you know, my new defense is this, right? When people start bringing up black violence, I always say, you know something? How do you know those aren't freaking extraterrestrials? You know, how well do you see this? These big women. I saw this video on Facebook, right, where these big hippopotamuses were fighting in a housing project, right? They were just fighting, and the dude was sitting there instead of breaking up like a man, he would beat her ass, but that grown ass men. And I'm saying to myself, I'm glad I don't live around these people, you know. And these are so-called FBA Elvis, right? I'm saying I'm glad I'm not around this guard. One girl had no fucking pants on out there in the public.
Colin, I don't even like to see black people fighting on my Twitter timeline. I just
So,
skip it. I don't like to see black violence.
I'm saying like this, right? So I say like this. I live an exemplary life, civilized. When there's most black people are civilized, right? But those people, the loudest black people, are always the one that get on social media and show off, and then Africans say, "See, that's how they are. That's how they are. Is that how?" See, this is the difference between us and Africans, uh, Elvis. is that when white people tried to show us images of Africans, like it was one thing in National Geographic back in the days, right? Or Mutual or Wild Kingdom, right? They would always show a freaking the white kids always say, "Man, are you going to show? Why are you guys always throwing spears at elephants?" Right? They'll show Africans hunting an elephant throwing spears. They just call it spear chuckers, because they was the animal channels will always show Africans being naked throwing spears at elephants, right? So we had to counter with because I used to go through my encyclopedia and I saw people in places like Mali. I saw people like in the eastern part of Africa dressed in. I said, and I used to always show the white kids, right? This is what Africans look like. They got clothes on like this, They got
Colin, don't
baseball.
forget the cartoons as well depicting Africa in the bad light.
Yeah, yeah. Which they used to always freaking show Africans cooking people, and stuff like that. Savages and whatnot. And so therefore we had the task of defending Africa, and saying that okay, we're proud to be African. What do the white people was always like? What do y'all got to be proud of? You're Americans, You're not like us.
Tyler, a man, one of the greatest honor you can have in an African society is being an elephant hunter. It's a great honor.
Yeah, but hold on. But in this
So a
society.
man killing an elephant with a
No,
spear is actually a
in
very
this
impressive thing.
society, I know that, but in this society, was frowned upon. You killing a poor elephant. And
Can
so
a white man kill an elephant with a spear?
no, see, the whole thing is, but it's how hypocritical it was. The white man, when he goes to Africa, and he brings back an elephant tusk and a rhino tusk, he's just doing his big hunt. When the African's doing it for survival and whatnot, is looked at as backward and that's the hypocrisy. We know that. But at the same time, we didn't like the argument to begin with, right? Because we're just trying to be Americans. We're trying to fit in like everybody else, right? And then when they say you stupid African booty scratcher or you friggin' you spear chucker or you jungle bunny, jungle bunny. You know what the term jungle bunny comes in, right? Jungle bunny means bunny is a term that they used to call Irish rabbits, Irish.
Mm-hmm.
And they call black people the jungle rabbits, jungle bunnies. Actually call us jungle bunnies. They say you guys hang out, you rabbits that hang out because they thought Irish were breeders. They breed fast and they're constantly multiplying and stuff like that. That's what they call the Irish rabbits. And
This man a mad. This man a mad. Like he said, Elvis love white people.
Elvis, you love white people, man. Elvis, what do you think about that white guy who's sending food to Liberia?
Okay, I'm eating. Give me a second.
Listen, I mean I love all people, black, white, Asian. I don't hate anybody, but I mean if he's doing it out the kindness of his heart, Carla, and he
Well,
actually cares about the people.
he's calling himself a Liberian.
Oh well, I mean if the
Not
Liberians
not
accept him,
true, Carla. Not true. He said he was an honorary Liberian.
Yeah, but he said
Honorary.
all of us Liberians. Now, what the hell did he go through the coup and did he go to the founding of the
He's not a
country?
Liberian. He's just an honorary Liberian. Right? He has an accent. He has a Liberian accent, so maybe he grew up in Liberia.
So
You know.
we Liberian people, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
if they
You know.
accept him, then he's if the Liberian people accept him, then he's
Why
Liberian.
can't a particular tribe accept him? Let's say if the Kron people want to accept him, that's fine. But why does he got to? Do you know the term Liberian really meant people who from the West seeking liberation, right? Is he seeking liberation from slavery and bondage?
Honorary Carla. If you get an honorary PhD, that don't mean you're a real
Yeah, I know
PhD
that. What I'm
holder.
saying is this. So, well, he says, well, people call me, I'm an honorary. He says I'm an honorary Liberian, but he says to all you people, he says we Liberians. His ancestors didn't come to Liberia seeking refuge from racism. His ancestors didn't say the love of liberty brought us here. He already had liberty in America. Liberia, look, let me tell you something. Like I did this show, the sacred versus the profound. At some point in time, Elvis, something has to be sacred to you. That you guys say, okay, I get this, but this means something. This has meaning. Saying the love of liberty brought us here was something deep in the meaning of the African Americans, Caribbeans, who settled in Liberia in their ancestral homeland and built a home for themselves.
Carla, you know the difference between that white man and you when it
What?
comes to Liberia.
What?
You can actually be a Liberian. He can't.
Oh,
He
hold
can
on,
he can only the
hold
farthest he can go is to be an honorary Liberian.
I want to be. I just want to
No, I'm
pursue.
saying you have a privilege that he doesn't have, so there's nothing to be mad about.
I
You
know.
can
I'm not
actually be a Liberian if you wanted to.
saying.
He
I'm saying
can.
the fact that what I think is the term is being lost in the true meaning. Liberia just means liberty. And who was seeking liberty in on the African continent? It was the black people who were in bondage and suffered racism in America. You know, that's significant. That's sacred. You know, that can't be trivialized. That's all I'm caring about. This, if he want to be an honorary laureate, that's fine. But what I don't like is people basically Liberians saying, "Oh yeah, man, just come be a Liberian." Like I said, while I was in Liberia last year, before we did the tour, one of our tour people, I don't know if you know Wayne, right? I went there and met her at Deja, me and Isabella, right? And she said, "Oh, our group is sitting over there." So I went over there in Deja when they were sitting at, right? And tell me why you got this fucking blonde, blue-eyed kid for a guy from fucking Boston talking about, "Oh yeah, I got land in fucking Bond County." My friend Flo said, "Let me
That's
find
a
out."
lie.
Huh? Well, that's what
I
he
said that's
said.
a lie. You know you can't own land legal in the country.
That's what he said. I wouldn't put it past some Liberian desperate for money gave them their land. You know, I wouldn't put it past it. You know, because they
Yeah, but even if
always
somebody duped him and told him that they're selling him a land, it's not legal. It can't be legal. He will lose that land
bottom line is there's
and his money.
people in Liberia, but there's pressure in Liberia to change Article 27 of the Constitution. You know, and so George Weah, when he ran, said that was rape. Remember that he said that would be changed. Rape. He couldn't get it. He couldn't get the support. But he said when he ran, he said he's going to change the law because you know Lebanese had bought. He had been bought up by Lebanese and everybody else. You got a lot of people who want to set up shop in Liberia and
That's not
exploit the
true,
region.
Carla. What he did was to put certain proposal as a mandate,
Yeah, but
and it was supposed to be
he wanted to get rid of Article 27.
it was supposed to be a referendum. If you want to change the
He would have to
constitution,
change
the
the
entire country
constitution.
has
He
to
would have to
vote on it.
he would have to change the constitution, right?
That's
And
what I'm
so
saying. The entire country has to vote on it. He put things that was actually good for us in that referendum, and it didn't pass. He put reducing the presidential term and the Senate and representative term didn't pass. He put dual citizenship on the bill at the time, it didn't pass. So there's a lot of things he wanted to change, but it didn't pass through referendum.
the
The
fact that
country
you
didn't
got
want it.
that fast when I, and I know one day Liberia is going to probably have to open up citizenship to other races. I get that, but now is not the time. Not with that amount of poverty and stuff like that. When Liberia gets wealthy and they start producing millionaires and billionaires and become somewhat industrialized, yeah, and they got institutions and stuff like that, and they're doing all kinds of business globally and stuff like that. It becomes a global power and everything like that. Then you could consider doing something like that. Not right now, you
No,
know.
but it's not a big push for people of non-Negro descent to become citizens in the
Well,
country. It's
there's
not a big push at all.
a lot of people who basically say that's holding Liberia back because there's a lot of people around the world say we would like to invest in Liberia, but their laws are racist and all this stuff like that. Even though there's white people that own property in Liberia, like girl Lisa that owns Labasa. She owns Labasa and she owns Wakara
Yeah,
land.
it can only happen if she has a Liberian native
Yeah,
as a
so
partner.
what I'm saying, yeah. So what I'm saying is this though, they are, and the guy Cameron that's on Sunset Beach in Grand Bassa, but he has a Liberian partner. He has a Liberian partner. But the whole thing is, yeah, you have to partner with the China Mall is half owned by Chinese and half owned by Liberians. But they want to change that where foreigners could own businesses outright like that and everything like that. Like that, they don't have to have Liberian partners. You know.
But Carla, you got to probably post the link in. I think most people want to join the panel.
Yeah, all right. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm like, so like I said, I'll be on doing lives or not, but I won't be doing chat rooms. Maybe I might get StreamYard again, in the future, probably about this fall. I'll come back on StreamYard in the fall, but I need a break from this. I need 1 month to clear my head, 1 or 2 months.
When's your last live stream?
It's this month, July. After July is over,
Oh, okay.
after July is over. So
You said how much is the string yard?
I have no idea. I can't remember, but it's like I don't know. It's something like it's not that much money, but it's just the whole
Right.
thing is it's like, I'm just tired, right? Because I want to start. I got to start working, really hard, right? I got a business I got to run, so I want to start getting up early in the morning every day, and working. I want to be working until like 8, 9 o'clock at night. I want to be working around the clock. I do this.
Right.
Then all the way till January. January after January, I'm free again. You know, but these next couple months is gonna be my business and everything got to come first. That's a money thing because, like I said, it was different if this thing was if this was monetized and I could justify sitting here every night and whatnot. Because I could say, okay, well,
I mean, but you so close though. Like how many?
it's
How many
close. But like I
subscribers?
said, hold on. If I start doing, even if I start doing, I don't need StreamYard. Like I said, people still doing that, and I do lives from YouTube,
Right.
right?
You can still do videos and lives, and people still
Yeah,
subscribe. You right.
and if people super chatting and stuff like that, and they want to super chat me, fine. If I can see it, if it gets monetized and I'm earning revenue, because the whole idea is I got the money that I generate from the internet and stuff like that is the money I'm going to invest in Liberia every last single dime. So if I don't get the money from here, that means that people aren't interested in what I'm trying to do in Liberia because every dime is not going to me; it's going to be going to all the stuff
Right.
I have planned in Liberia. So.
Carl, you're 100 subscriptions away from getting monetized.
And so like I said, but the whole thing is, I'm gonna upload a lot of videos and I'm gonna do some live streams, from my office, probably do from my office in the afternoon, and also I'll probably do them in the daytime too, I won't be at night,
Yeah,
so
because that's why if I do my channel, I'm gonna be doing it mostly in the daytime during
well,
the
I'll like
week,
this. I'll
and
take
then
what I'll
at
do is
night during the weekends.
my lunch break between 2 and 3. I'll dedicate like half of my lunch hour to live stream, like 30 minutes a day, and I'll do it like that, but it won't be no 6 hour shows and stuff like that. I can't do that anymore, 6 hour shows. And people could type in the chat room, they can listen to what I'm talking about and stuff like that and everything like that. Then, like in the fall, I'll uh, think about coming back on StreamYard and do streams again. I'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but
So
guys, the link is in the chat. Come up and let's have a conversation, man. I see
all right.
17
77.
up.
So
Maybe a
conversation
male wants to come up.
about
Maybe
Liberia.
Chuku wants to come up.
Look, I have my opinion about
Say that again.
He says, "Why do I think I know what's best for Liberia?" I didn't say I know what's best for Liberia. I have my opinion, of just my observations. But it's up to Liberians. They're sovereign people to decide their future. All I could do is just give my opinions and my points of argument, and if they want to take it, they can. If they don't, they don't. So it is what it is. I'm not forcing myself on a country. I say this is where I can help. I believe that I'm doing the right thing because I embrace the history of the country. I understand why I'm doing respect to my ancestors who decided to go there and against all the odds, against everything against them, right? Against the world thinking they're an inferior race, they can't do anything. They actually built a republic that still stands to this day, 200 something years, that's remarkable. It was remarkable. It wasn't nothing else created by whites. It was something that created by them.
A
Just
hundred, 177 years, Colin.
yeah, but I said from the inception they landed, it's been 203 years since they landed at Providence Island. 203 years. I was on Providence Island several times. I was like, wow, man, when you're sitting there when our ancestors first landed and coming back to Africa on Providence Island, it's just mind blowing. I'm just like I feel there's something powerful there. And so all I'm doing is being respectful to my ancestors and me knowing the truth because, like I said, I studied this country and I said, something, this country is worth preserving, just like I believe Black America is something worth preserving. I think it's worth preserving. But there's some
I'm a,
people
I'm a, I'm a, I'm gonna make it to Liberia one day. I got to get over my fear of flying though, but I'm gonna go to Liberia.
flying is nothing. Flying is nothing. If like I said, the only thing about flying is this: make sure. Well, one thing you make sure you don't go on no damn Senegal like Dynas does. Just raggedy. Go on a
What's wrong with Air Senegal?
man, please. You don't just get up on the air with any airline.
You ever been on Air Senegal, Colin?
No.
Of course not.
Yeah, I
You ever
heard.
heard
I
about a
heard.
plane
I heard.
crash?
I heard. I
Um,
heard the one of the wheels fell off in the landing.
Oh man, really?
when?
It was like a couple of years ago, like the rubber on the thing started shedding or something like that
Yeah,
on
you
land.
know that happened to Air Morocco in Liberia. It
Uh,
skidded up the runway. The tire two times. The tire busted, and
that
it
was yeah,
skidded up
the
the runway.
runway is kind of rough, you know.
That was earlier this year. And you
Yeah,
like Air Morocco?
I take Air Morocco, Royal Air Morocco. I like it. You know, it's a good thing. But that plane,
Yeah,
in the
yeah. I think I'm gonna catch a boat ride to
oh,
Liberia.
yeah, that plane that they send from Morocco to Liberia is always raggedy. I never feel safe on that one. The plane that comes from Liberia to Morocco, but the plane that goes from the United States to Morocco is nice. You know, that's a nice plane. But the plane they put to Morocco to Liberia is always raggedy. When I don't really feel safe on those planes, but hey, it is what it is. You know. But serious,
How long is the flight?
flight to to Casablanca is 7 hours, and then a flight to Morocco is three. I mean, from Morocco to Liberia is 3 hours. You know, so
Okay.
a layover. I take it you have a
From
day
free.
layover. They give you a hotel. You know, in the
Oh, okay.
downtown. I got to go through all through Morocco. That was nice.
1776, man. If I look in the cockpit and I see black pilots, I'm getting off the plane.
Actually,
Okay.
check this out. Yo, look, United Airlines. The
I have
brother.
a similar sentiment.
Check this out. Check this. No, it don't because the brother.
That's why you dogging Air Senegal because you
No,
think
no,
the
no,
Arabs are
no,
better.
no, no. Yo, look, there was a brother pilot that flew us back from United Airlines from Brussels thing a couple of years ago. He was like, he was like a soul brother. Like, this is my such and such like that. Enjoy your flight one night. That way that dude landed that plane, man. I was like, look at my brother. He made that circle. He was going down, dipping down when that. And they'll say,
You
he
were
was
proud, Collie, won't
he
you? You
was
were proud.
hell yeah, I was proud. That brother
Yeah.
landed that plane, man. He was like, okay, we're about to
There are a
land.
lot of black pilots, called it black African American
Hell
pilots,
yeah. We
Nigerian, Ghanaian pilots.
came from Tuskegee, you know. But I'm saying if I see a black female pilot, and I think she's a DEI
Of
hire.
course, because you're misogynistic, man. Damn.
No, it's not a misogynistic. I saw you see that Delta
You don't
commercial?
think a black woman has the brain to build a five plane pilot?
You see that Delta?
Oh man.
You see that Delta commercial? And they were clowning on Dallas. They had a bunch of black women there. There's no white on this airline, something like that. And it was like these black women, you know, talking about.
That was a commercial?
It was a skit. Somebody did a
Oh,
skit.
I was about to say, I like, okay.
Somebody was clowning on Delta, you know. Let me see. Okay, let me find a video. It's hilarious. You know, it's hilarious. You know, hilarious. It was like Joe's like for DEI had a bunch of sisters up there. Because remember something, there was a plane that crashed in Montreal last year, early this year, right?
Oh, it's actually more impressive when black women are pilots because that tells you that they probably were
Oh,
outstanding to get that position.
okay, all right.
They had to beat out white men, white women,
Okay,
black
Colin.
men, black women.
Why you just dismiss that, Collins? Why you was saying that? Just
What?
dismiss it. You just like, yeah, okay. Like,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Colin, I mean, you got a lot of flaws, Colin. You're almost 60 years old, and you're not working on those flaws, man. You're
uh,
deeply misogynistic. You're
Yeah, lies,
deeply
man.
thin-skinned. You got to
hey,
get over
like
that
the
shit if
black
you're going to be a public figure,
El-
man.
Elvis, like the black American community, it's too late. Some things, you know.
I mean, for Colin, probably, you know, they say in Africa, monkey never leave his black hand behind, right? You know, in a civilized world, quote unquote, you would say your reputation precedes you. That's the parable.
Okay, let's watch this video, man. I think this is what I'm talking about. You know, it says you like email. Okay, let's see.
A white person probably made this.
Of course.
Y'all be going on vacation? See, the thing is, if you about to be up out this bitch, check it. Peep Delta
Okay.
all over this bitch. Let me ask you,
These are the things that Colin consumes, man.
get
Damn,
your
Colin.
travel on? From the interior to the exterior. You got to get your posterior in one of these big-ass planes. Dog, you lay in the cut straight sitting on your ass and getting your drink on and your snack
And
on.
that's a white man
Fly
talking
this
right there,
mofo
trying to
all
sound
over
black.
this bitch. East Coast, West Coast, it don't matter. Nia will get you to your hoe and back lickety split. No sh.
Oh, okay.
Then you be back at your crib chilling with a flat spliff, thinking we was some crazy ass angel. Hell, these fat, round, thick ass vessels run up in the sky so deep It beat crying. Yeah, you thought it was rain. So bring a towel, because at Delta, it's laid out like that. Call one of these fly-ass Delta coochies and make all them punk-ass coworkers of yours catch
This
the
is a white
rain
racist
as
who's
you
probably
be
mad that he saw a black woman flying his plane.
You
That's
going?
all.
We fly you there. You been? We done already flew up in there. We got you covered like a Jimmy hat. At Delta, we loves us some flying, and it be showing like a motherfucker.
That shit
It's
was
so
funny.
you want to know
That's a
something
white
crazy?
man trying to sound black cosplaying.
I ain't never like but when white people try to do the black people voice, it sounds so forced, man. It don't come out as natural.
Well, Kyle find all these obscure videos and get offended by it. I just tell you that. Yeah,
Hey,
the algorithms that you be suggesting these kind of videos for you.
like
That's what
Kyler
it
said,
is.
that he be practicing. You know what he gonna say if you ever get into a debate with a white supremacist. I said
I
what?
know. Yeah, until I crush them. I dare anybody. I dare anybody. Any
I,
white supremacist. So I
man,
can
Kyler
Kyle be
shadow
memorizing
boxing.
his comeback lines and shit for the show at night.
destroy. Look, I'll destroy. Look, we had this one white
Kyler shadow
supremacist guy
boxing.
that used to
Come
call
on now.
in the Dynasty show, man. I mean, not Dynasty, Bomani show when he was so mad, man. The nigga started stalking my job, my website, calling on my white partners. You know, this guy's a fucking black supremacist you working with. Whatever. My guy Ken, right? My guy Ken.
Black people do the same thing, Kyle.
James like my guy Ken, right? He goes. Ken's an older white guy. He said, I told him what happened. He started busting up, fucking laughing. He goes, "You said that?" I said, "Yeah, man. You know me. You know I'm a good guy, man. But I tell you, it was a redneck racist guy saying shit, so I kind of lost my temper." He said, "I know you. He said, no, you're a good guy. When not, we laugh about
Now,
shit.
if your white friend went on a racist rant, would
I
you,
wouldn't care. We're making money together. I could give a fuck."
Man, black people call their job. Black people been doing that shit recently now. A white person is crashing out. They call their job, make them
Speaking
lose
of
their
which,
job.
hold up. There's a black
Yeah.
lady.
FBA doing the same thing to the
Check this out.
Africans in the
Check this
Caribbean
out.
now too?
Yeah, check this out. There's a black lady that just got fired because she made a comment about those kids that drowned in Texas. She was like,
Oh yeah, yeah, I seen that. That was
Yeah, she said,
stupid.
why should we care when they went to an all white camp? It excludes black people from going there. It's a
Does
racist
it really
camp.
exclude? Does it
I don't,
really exclude?
that's a really
Yeah.
tough one. But the whole thing is what I would
I
say
thought
is
it was a
this.
black girl that got killed in that flood too. It was a
Check this
black
Nah,
out.
girl.
they're all white girls.
I would say, look, I
Oh,
would say
okay.
this. What I don't understand is why do white people act so shocked? Why do they act so fucking shocked that this hatred is out there? They
Yeah,
they
the hate you gave, right? That's what they say. The hate you gave.
the hate that hate produced. White people actually shocked. They're like, well, wait a minute. Y'all basically are breaking up families, deporting people. Y'all basically say nothing about police brutality and also that black people was concerned about, right? But yet everybody, when somebody tragedy happens for them, they want all this sympathy. Oh, we are, but no, you
Paula,
guys.
I know you know this because you like politics. There was a guy running for the Republican nominee to be president, right? Called Rick Perry. This dude was from Texas, former governor of Texas. He had a wrench called Nigger Head Wrench in Texas, and he was running to be president.
And he thought he was gonna win.
I mean, he could have won. He was governor of Texas, and it came out that he had a wrench. The name for his wrench was called Nigger Head, and they
That's
showed it all over the
crazy.
news. And dude was still in the race.
Yeah,
He lost because
that's
he's an
crazy.
idiot. He didn't know
Yeah,
the
that's
tripod
crazy.
nuclear thing. He was trying to make a
But
plane.
but
He couldn't even remember
but
his
hold
plane.
on, Kyler, you remember that the black FEMA worker, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that she was out of line for that. She's talking about
Yeah,
Trump. If you support Trump, we're not going to give you help or some shit like that.
right.
that
I
was
remember that.
unprofessional though.
Yeah, that was
All
out of
right,
line.
let me get Jonathan Miller on. Jonathan Miller, you're on, bro.
He
Okay,
probably sleep.
You're probably busy. Just you'll be on. He's probably in the back.
probably walked away someplace. Get a bowl of fufu.
Man, you need to come up, man. Man, talking a lot of shit in the chat.
Frenchie, when will Cameroon get a new president? I think they did. I think Bia's in.
Ah man,
No, probably is still there. I think they're about to have an election. That's what I'm hearing. And he's planning on running again, which is outrageous. Hopefully,
why
it
why
doesn't
can
happen.
why can we can't talk about Cameroon?
Because Frenchie's from Cameroon. She don't like
And
people.
plus, a lot of people don't know too much about Cameroon. It's a predominantly, francophone nation. A lot of
Right.
people don't know too much about it. It's not really West African. It's more Central African. So it's a little out of the way. or West
Okay.
African.
Okay.
But hold on, another thing we'll talk about it. There's a lot of African Americans leaving Ghana and coming back to the States. You know,
Why do you think that is? You think it's because of the Ghanaians or
guy
I
because
did
of
thought it was
economics?
Caribbean scholar. I thought those were
find a
Caribbeans.
video. The guy said quietly, a lot of people saying they're just tired of suffering. You know,
There you go. That's the point that I'm making. That's why you don't go to Africa if you ain't got enough money. That's
no,
why
no,
people like myself, we stay in America, Colin.
bottom line is this. You hold on. First of all, why you got to go to Africa? Why can't you make money in Africa? That's the thing I don't understand.
I
You
mean,
know.
Colin, you said it yourself. You can't if you could do your business in Africa, you'll be living there, but you can't. So you stay
Okay,
here.
hold on. Let me ask you a question, Elvis. Right? Recently, Mexicans are rioting right now in Mexico City because so many Americans are down there using the infrastructure of Mexico to work remotely because it's cheap. And Mexicans are saying, man, they're driving all the price up and whatnot. How come there's not like a remote place where with good infrastructure, internet, and stuff like that on the coast of Africa where we can go to and stuff like that and work remote? Why is that?
No, people work
Well,
remote. I have family friend
Yo,
who
bro,
goes
man,
to
come on,
Liberia, spend
man.
like
I
4 months and work remote.
I could not run my business in Liberia every fucking 7 hours of power going out and shit like that or whatever internet
No, you
running.
gotta
but
you
what,
gotta make the adjustments, Colin, if
No,
you
no,
want to
no,
do
no.
it.
I run a business. So I'm on the phone, closing somebody's account, whatever like that, and I'm trying to close a deal. I can't be talking, oh yeah, my power just went out, whatever like that. Calling my cell phone, some stupid shit like that. Why can't we get to the point in Africa where we got the basics?
Or
Let's.
you can go to other African country that have more stable electricity. Forget about
None of
Liberia.
them got stable electricity.
South
Ghana don't.
Africa does. Cote d'Ivoire does.
My friend Sam Cooper. I mean, he's talking about he's Liberian, American Liberian, right? And all he does is talk about bad mouth of Liberia. But last year, like he came, he said, "Yeah, I want to see you before you leave." Last year, right? I didn't see him for like 2 days, right? He said, "Man, see in Ghana, I was out of power for 4 days." I said, "Damn, I never went more than 4 hours in Liberia without power, right?" He's talking about he was out of power for 4 freaking days in Ghana. That's
Good
supposed to
evening.
be the
Good evening to
way
all the
more.
panelists.
Why does
what's
dude
up,
sound like
man?
Dollar Bill, man? Every time you talk, yeah, you remind me of Dollar Bill.
Oh man,
What's up, 1776?
what's going
Hey, what's
on,
going
man?
on, Elvis? I gotta check you, man. That was not. That's just a rumor, man. The church didn't exclude black people. It was just, certain parts of Texas is pretty much all white, so it was just an all white church. But it
Okay.
wasn't like they excluded black people.
Right?
And
They can't do that.
by
They
God's
wouldn't.
grace,
They
we
would.
wasn't there.
All right.
But you see the hatred that's out there because social media is bringing out the worst in
But,
people.
but Carla, why do you hate white people so much, man?
Look, I know. Look,
Why,
hold on.
why, why do you hate white people
All
so
right,
much? What did they do to you?
hold on. You miss a white family. I have white people that I'm close with in my family. You know, but I'm saying this.
Nah, but it's like
Hold
you just need to
on,
like get into
hold on. What I
like.
don't do is hold on. What I don't do is this. I don't like racist. I don't like racist. You seem
But
to
but
be.
Kyla, like what I'm trying to tell you, you need to get in the UFC or something where you can fight a white man. Just like you need that steam. You need like a white
I've done
woman.
fights. I've done
Like
fights underground matches and stuff
seriously,
like that.
that helped me.
It's,
That helped me with
it's
racism when
not
I
even
spent.
like that. Hold on, it's not even like that. All I'm saying is this: there's a line. Like I respect boundaries, right? All I'm asking the white man to do is stay out of my freaking face, stay out of my boundaries. That's all.
You ever
Scholar,
had a snowbody addiction?
you will complain if
See,
white people say the
when
same
you
thing. If they told you they don't want you in their spaces, you'll think
Hold
that's
on.
racism, right?
First of all, hold on. What's their spaces? We share mutual spaces and everything. I'm in business,
Right, but
right?
that's what you're
Hold on,
saying they need to get out your
hold
face.
on.
Colin,
There's certain things that I do, whatever like that, that I think it should be on something. Just like I know. Look, let me tell you something. When I was growing up, I had a lot of Italian friends, Jewish friends, Polish friends, everything like that. They play
but
basketball with you. They used to break
but
dance with
Kyla,
us.
you're gonna kick
Hold
me
on, let
off
me
the
finish.
show.
Let me
You're gonna
finish what
kick
I'm
me
saying.
off the show,
Hold on,
but
let me
you're
finish what I'm
suppressing
saying.
love for a white woman.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm fucking saying. You know, I had many friends, many different races, Catholic, whatever like that, religions, everything like that, right? And we're cool. We played basketball together, we went on field trips together, and stuff like that. Even with summer camp, whatever like that. But at some point in time, there's a time where it's like, okay, he's getting into something deeper. I know I'm not supposed to be around. The Jewish kid.
See,
Whether it's going to the synagogue, whatever like that, and he's getting with his Jewish people. I can't be in that. Same thing with the Italians.
but every
Everybody else.
Every
So I'm saying the black
I
people, we're saying that okay, we could be cool with white people, whatever like that. But at a certain point in time, like I said, when I talk about Liberia and I talk about Africa, Pan Africanism, that's not the place for white people to be at. Simple as that. That's
but
all.
the thing is, what that white guy was doing is something we can emulate. Like everybody on the panel, we could donate some bags of rice. You have your connections in Liberia. We can go work through you to send rice to the people.
Yeah, but hold on,
To a
hold on.
church or
You
something.
I'm
That's like a
down with
good
that.
idea.
Liberians,
I'm down with that.
Liberians don't like charity, man. For some reason they got a thing against charity. I
So
ain't
But
gonna.
I'm
why are they
saying that,
accepting it from the
that
white
but
man?
but 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 that yeah, that's LARP. You got to
Tyler,
understand what LARP
that's not
is,
true,
right?
Tyler. That's
LARP.
not
You
true.
know, like yeah, Elvis. You know, Liberians. They won't. None of. They'll take it, but they won't admit to it.
No,
It's
no,
like,
but
They'll
but
take it. They
Liberians,
just don't want you
no,
to
but
throw
if
it in
you're
their
giving,
face. But they'll take it.
Liberians got their pride. Even
yeah,
when
yeah.
the Japanese gave those Yamaha motors one time,
Honestly,
they were all acting like,
honestly, I have a like I have storm preparedness, right? So I have bags of rice in my house. Like I'll donate 3 4 bags of Uncle Ben, and then you, like, everybody on the channel will donate it, man. You'll have a factory of rice there, man, so people can just come and get it. I don't eat rice, but I'll donate rice, beans, all that good stuff, man. You can
Rice is
start that,
good for
man.
you.
College charities, right? Get an LLC, and we just donate rice to Liberia, man. And that's LARP. That's feasible. It's viable. That's something we can do right off the bat.
Yeah, Kyler, we could do that, Kyler. That's a good idea. Kyler got quiet.
Call it Genesis Charity. You know, Vienna sausages, all that type of stuff. Corned beef, man. We just donate cans of that, man. Everybody, take $100, $200, and man, we can have like a charity over there where the people just get free food and stuff like that.
That's that's actually the worst kind
Hello.
of charity, bro. That's the worst kind of charity to do.
Why you say that? You mean like as far as giving people stuff, they don't want to they're gonna
Nah,
become
food,
reliant on it.
food, food, food.
People
Cause,
need jobs. So y'all want to hand them over some beans and rice and Vienna
yeah,
sausages.
but the nigga is gonna eat that food, and that food is gonna pass through his body within 24 hours, and your charity is going. It's eating him for
And then
that.
you got to do it again
Got to do it
and
again
again
and
and
again.
again and
Exactly.
again and again
Exactly.
and again. It's like the Section 8 forever people.
So that's the old parable, right? Teach a man how to fish, or give a man a fish. You feed him
Yeah,
for a day.
that's what
Teach
I
a man
was
how to
getting
fish.
at.
You feed him
That's
for
what you're
life,
trying to
right?
say. I see what you're saying. Okay.
yeah. So the whole thing is this. That's always been thought. Look, I have no problem with this. What this guy's doing, right? If he wants this coming from the heart, he's like this. But the problem I have is when somebody starts saying we Liberians, even though I'm an honorary Liberian, but it just it rubs me the sort of the wrong way because like you could say, look, I love the people of Liberia. I don't know how to take this, right? Because I don't think these white people
But like,
really embrace
Tyler,
Liberia.
I confer on you the title of honorary Liberian. He's no better than you. You're
Hold
an
on, hold on,
honorary Liberian too, Tyler.
Elvis. It's not that.
yeah,
It's like this. It
he's
wasn't yours.
he's no better than you at all.
Hold on. My point I'm trying to make is this: the term Liberian is something sacred. It means the people who sailed from America, right, looking for liberty, right, and say, on this land we should not run again. On this land we will have liberty. The love of
Is that
liberty.
how the
It's
is,
something
is that
But
how
what's
the
the
natives
what's the
feel about
difference
that?
between? But
that's sacred. That's
like, I
sacred.
don't want to seem like I'm defending white people.
Hold on. First of all, Liberia was founded by black people, free black people that basically never knew slavery, right? And they said, look, we basically were denied liberty in a country that declared itself the last hope of mankind, all stuff like this. They said, on these shores, we will have liberty, our little version of what they considered America, and at the time, liberty, on these shores, right? And so, therefore, he said, while we
But
were denied our humanity in America, so therefore, when they said liberty, and they said we will now be known as Liberia, this land we call Liberia, land of liberty. We're not, and we
But
will have.
Tyler, he's
but
not
but
infringing on any of those ideals.
Tyler,
He's not even living in Liberia, Tyler.
Well, no, I
Tyler,
know that.
what?
look, I know that. What I'm saying is this though. So exactly what is a Liberian, right? If you don't believe in that
What
1822, and 1847, if you don't believe in that, and you don't believe in the flag, you don't believe in the seal,
uh,
how could you call
but
yourself a Liberian? What is a
let,
Liberian then?
let, let me say this real quick. Let me say this with all due respect. Where you're born at is just where your parents made love at. But as an adult, you can choose where you be nationality. So it's just you
So
don't have any ancestors that's
Liberia
linked
was
to
founded by
Liberia.
the that's not.
Neither
Hold on, shut up, bro, for a second. This is what I'm
what you
talking
said?
about. The misinformation. Liberia was not founded by Kyle Fombler said like this. Liberia was not founded by the ACS. And you know what she said? So if you have them believe it, they'll say the ACS founded Juneteenth too. Liberia was so far away from the ACS. It was just a dumping place for free black.
Call in, Melanin.
Like this is
Call,
what we talked about
call
last.
in.
This is what we talked about last night. That everything has to be grounded on truth. In 1822, the ACS through Congress bought that strip of land in Liberia.
Oh, hold on,
Right?
yeah,
That's
hold
the
on. Yeah,
facts.
Technically,
We can't
Kyle
lie.
is right? The
not known
ACS
as
founded,
Liberia. Not
it wasn't Liberia. Liberia is a nation that was founded when they declared their independence from the
That's what I'm
ACS.
saying. It
Eight-
was called
So they didn't found Liberia,
that land
technically.
was called Christopolis after Christ. It's called Christopolis. That's what it's called. Yeah, Providence Island, and the rest of it was called Christopolis. And then after a time period, these people started saying, so as nationalistic ideas come and say, "Why are we here?" They said, "Well, we were here. We found this purpose, right? Because before it was just a dumping ground to get rid of free blacks." Then after a while,
But
the
the
people like
ACS,
Elijah Johnson, all these other people said, "Look, this is a place of Hillary T. He said, "This is a land of liberty." And then this guy, forgot the guy's name. Well, he was like, he goes, "Well, you should call the country Liberia." After he listened to what they were saying, he said, "We want this country known as a place of freedom." Right? So he said, "Look, you should call your country Liberia." And that's how I got started. And then
but
after
what?
they call it Liberia, they formed the government.
But that was 1847. In
Oh
1822,
no,
the
no,
ACS.
that was all through that time period. That 25 years it had devolved into
You
the
know,
United.
you know what? You know when a country is a country when you declare independence and it's recognized by other country as a sovereign state. So
Exactly
until that
right,
happens,
Elvin.
you're not a
Like
country.
That
just
wasn't
like in
that wasn't
America,
So
it
the
was founded
ACS
by the
didn't do
British.
that. Those three black men did that. They were the ones who,
Yes,
declared
but
independence. They fought for sovereignty and recognition, and they got
they
it.
had
yeah,
So it wasn't
skirmishes.
funded by the
They
ACS.
had skirmishes with the British and the French.
England founded America, right? But in 1776, we broke away
England
from them.
founded
The
No,
No, no,
England
no,
ACS
didn't
founded
no,
found
no.
America.
America.
The
England
England
had
didn't
the
found
control of the
America.
colonies.
It,
England.
it,
These were 13 colonies, right? Uh,
right?
Florida wasn't part of it.
But we're
Mississippi.
talking about, I'm talking about the
No,
13
No, you got to be specific. Use
colonies. It
words.
was
That's where words
colonies.
are there to be
Louisiana,
used.
Louisiana wasn't
California
part of
Okay,
it.
so
wasn't there.
y'all want to, we
Louisiana
understand.
wasn't
See,
part of it.
y'all are being willfully obtuse,
1776.
man.
Are you
Listen,
saying the United Kingdom are the ones that created the United States Constitution?
no, I didn't say that. I said the 13 colonies were British colonies, and we
Those
broke
were
away in
Yeah, but
It
they
doesn't
were in the
matter.
1776.
United States
But
of
but
Wait,
did
America.
don't
did
cut me
did
off.
the British
The ACS,
create?
the ACS founded Liberia in 1822. It was
No, they
it
didn't
was
No,
found
there was no
Liberia.
the
name
There
called
was
ACS,
no
Liberia at
and
that
in
Liberia.
time.
18
Liberia, bro.
and 1847,
Yo, hold
just
on, no, no. They
Wikipedia
didn't
some shit.
found
God
Liberia.
damn it!
There was no such place as Liberia,
Yo,
bro.
your phone is breaking up. We're not
In
getting you. You got to probably call back
1822,
in. You're breaking up.
Yeah, call back
can you
in,
hear
think
me?
about it for a minute, and then
You're
realize that you
breaking
keep
up. If you
saying
want to make a point, you got to call
1776
back in
for
with
a
a clear
reason.
mic. You keep breaking up. We can't hear you.
Hey, caller, can you put it like the display so I can see everybody on the panel?
I can't. I
It's
can't even.
Jonathan, myself, you, and
That's the
1776. Or
thing
maybe
down
somebody you
here.
knew was there.
The thing is blocking me. I can't see who it is. Whoever's in the back chat, please type your name in so I know who it is.
Why? Why is this nigga calling himself 1776 and then saying the British started America?
I have no idea.
If that's the case, you
You
wouldn't
know,
say
you know,
1776 at all. That's dumb.
there's a racist conservative group calling themselves 1776, similar to like the Proud Boys and shit. They're like violent. They're like neo-Nazi. They call themselves 1776. So I don't know why he's using that name. Yeah. But nah, man, Collar's right. You know, we don't always agree, but on that point, on a technical point, they didn't form Liberia. Liberia was a new idea that was conceived by those free men. Wrote
that
a,
was
a Declaration of Independence.
Liberia was called the area, the strip of land territory was called Christopolis. You know,
Right.
right? So it's called Christopolis, right? And then after a while, they named the territory Monrovia. You know, they named it Monrovia. You know, and the first Liberian flag had a cross. It was a cross. You know, it was a
Hmm.
cross. It was a red, and white, blue
Because
cross.
most people don't know that the ACS was a Christian organization. A
That's
lot
all it
of
was. It was just a charitable
abolitionists.
organization,
Yeah.
and they wanted to spread Christianity and the Presbyterian Church until in that region right there, and the grain converts. That's all it was, you know. And so it wasn't known as Liberia. Liberia was something that came after 25 years. Then people like Hillary Teague said the nationalists, J.J. Roberts, and all these other people were black nationalists. They said, let's call our country Liberia because it meant black liberation, you know? That's what they didn't for ACS didn't found it.
This person is from Barbados, and you know the Barbadians have history in our country too. But I think she's probably misinformed, right? They purchased the land for the colony that was going to be, Christopolis. They didn't purchase it
Christopolis.
for the purpose of a nation called Liberia. So
Yeah, it was
you
called
can't
Christopolis.
conflict those two things.
It was just a place that they wanted to house people that they didn't want in America anymore. That's all it was, you know, because they had to do this to satisfy this. Liberia was actually created to protect the institution of slavery, because free blacks were a threat to the stability of America. You know, because what happened was the free blacks in the North, right? This was started. People don't understand when they think of states' rights. You think of the South, right? We got states' rights. Well, no, actually, states' rights started in the North because some territories in the North, some states in the North, gave were refuge for runaway slaves and free blacks, right? And they protected them, you know. And so, therefore, the tipping point was having free blacks in the country gave is hope to people enslaved to run away or rebel. So they had to take the free blacks out of America, or perceived, saying if you gain your freedom, you know, we're gonna ship you to Africa. They basically was like left the people there to die. That's what Hillary Teague said. He said, "You guys left us here to die." They gave us barely little rations and everything like that. Then over the time period, they learned how to build a colony. In a colony, they learned how to trade with the local natives and everything like
Well,
that.
Colin, the thing is,
Yo,
right? The
yo,
ACS
can you hurry up?
was a hold on. The ACS was a private organization that was trying to get money from the government and other places. And after a while, that money dried up, so they couldn't really sustain that colony, and those people had to fend for themselves.
Hey, can
And
I,
they were
can I,
misusing the money.
hey, in all
We have to predicate things on truth, man.
It
You're
isn't
not
17,
taking
true.
away.
Promise,
Wait,
you know,
time out, time out.
you're not 1816. taking,
No, Colin, let
Wait,
him
why
speak.
every
Let
time I
me
speak,
I get,
his point,
but
Colin.
damn, man, I get like a fragment out and I get attacked. In life, we have to predicate everything on truth and honesty, right? The ACS got money from Congress. The ACS bought the land from the indigenous people, right, in 1822. The country of Liberia was founded by a black man in 1847. But you can't negate what the ACS did for 25 years.
they
Let's
did
be
nothing.
honest, man.
They did nothing. You know, first of all, if you understand
Okay.
something, right?
No,
They
Colin,
So when
they helped in getting purchasing that piece of land initially. They helped in the initial stage of the settlement, right? They did help. But
uh-huh.
those men took it upon themselves to be independent and found a country. And then they also incorporated the majority of what is Liberia now. And
Yeah,
then they
which was
sustained it all throughout the
Mississippi,
years.
yeah,
Mississippi colony, and you had the Maryland colony with
yeah,
two different
those,
enterprises.
yeah, but those people didn't have money to purchase that land from the indigenous
First of
people,
all, if you
right?
understood how
The
the
black
Maryland,
people did 80% of the work for
hold on. Maryland could hold it. Maryland, Mississippi were just negotiating with the local people and said, "Hey, look, we're going to form this colony." Maryland, and also all they did was basically say, "Look, the Grebels had tensions between the two Grebel groups, the Seaside Grebels and the Hinterland Grebels, right?"
but
So what they did was this, right?
Carla, this is
And
the problem I have with you embellishing
Let me
too much,
let
man.
me finish what
you
I'm saying.
embellish way too much.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. So therefore, to establish credibility, unlike in Monrovia, right? They established credibility with the Grebels by forming treaties and making peace among the local thing. And also the settlers that came there, right? 9 times out of 10, every time there was a skirmish between the settlers and the native people, the colonial government would side with the native people just so they could gain their trust. They knew what they were doing, right? So over a time
Okay.
period, all matters of conflict, they would the court, they would go to the administration court for everything, right? They became vested in the country. Then after a while, what you call Maryland became a prosperous area because they were trading with the
Yeah,
natives.
Tyler, let me say this, right. You're on a roll, and let me just agree with you. Let me just buttress what you're saying. I'll give props to the people who settle in Maryland because more so than any other people, they really almost incorporated the natives. A lot of Gribbles people love the people of the American Liberians of Maryland because
Yeah,
they
they
really
act like them. They
incorporated
act
them.
like them. They
Yeah,
became
the people in Monrovia should have learned from them, but the people in Maryland, they really actually did it the right way. So the people there love them. They'll protect them. They actually really love them down there in the southeast in Maryland County. So
And so
you're
that's what
right.
Tubman was from. That's what Tubman was from, And so therefore, when people say you don't stand something, then John Brown Rushberg came in. He made you look. I'm going to show you some pictures of Cape Palmas, man. I'm going to show you.
1776.
Hold up, Cape Palmas was a freaking beautiful city, Harper, on a rock
Harper.
with a lighthouse. It was beautiful, overlooking the ocean. You know, overlooking the ocean. They literally built a paradise on the shores of Africa.
Yeah,
You know,
the,
and then
yeah,
what
the
happened?
beaches in Maryland are beautiful,
7,
man.
Maryland became part of Liberia, you know? So it became one
So
state.
like,
Yeah,
what's
so
the
you got to understand
1776.
1776 that there were different settlements and quote unquote colonies that wasn't a part of. Because when you're thinking about Liberia, you're thinking about the Monrovia group or the people that settled in Montserrado County, what we call Montserrado County.
And there
Those
were
people are
people
different than the
upriver,
other settlements and the other stuff.
there was people way upriver on the St. Johns and St. Paul rivers that was
People in Grand
I know,
Bassa, in Buchanan, in
oh,
Sino.
there was Bassa
I
Cove,
know
there was
about
Bassa
Maryland
Cove.
County because a lot of areas in Maryland County are named after places in Maryland, like Catonsville and stuff like
Well, yeah,
that.
well, we know
It's
that, but what I'm
synonymous,
saying is
you know,
The Maryland settlement basically in early, they
well,
really
because the
1776.
smartest people in
incorporated
America come from Maryland. We know that. The smartest
Yeah,
people in
okay,
America
okay,
come
1776.
from
okay.
Maryland. It is
I
what
mean,
it
you're
is,
right to a degree. The Maryland do have a lot of academics living there. You're right.
1776,
John
man.
Hopkins, a lot of
1776.
Yeah.
If I was you, just tell
What's
them,
up,
oh,
man?
Liberia president, man, speak wonderful English, man. Where do you learn that?
No,
I mean, this nigga, we're talking an
you're being
intellectual thing, and
kind.
this dude coming trying to clown, man. Don't do
Wait.
that, man. We're having a real conversation, bro.
1776, man. Just like Donald Trump president told him, man. Man, where do you learn that English, man? You gotta, my God,
No,
man, you speak
the
Colin,
wonderful
Maryland
you got to
Library
drop this dude,
spoke
and you're gonna
full
try to
English.
clown. We're
You sound
having
like you from
a
South Carolina.
fruitful conversation, man. We're not here to clown tonight.
Listen,
to
Elvis,
say,
man.
bro.
How am I clowning?
But,
How am I clowning? Our president,
What are you coming here to make
but,
jokes about
but,
what the
but,
president said? It's
our
irrelevant to the
president from
conversation. It's
Liberia. How
immaterial,
am I
man.
clowning?
Look, Bomani
What are you
asked me a
talking about?
question: how to get to Maryland? That's a good
How am I
question.
clowning,
Hold on.
man?
Let me say this. That's good. Yo, Bomani, 10 years ago, Ellen Sirleaf had contracted a ferry boat that went from all the way down from Cape Robertsport all the way down to Maryland. I don't know what happened with that. It was a luxury ferry boat. It had dining and everything on it. I don't know if that it was operated by Lebanese. I don't even know if it's still operating, but that's the
Tyler, you know
way.
the funny thing, right? You know the funny thing? Our president Tubman, who was from Maryland, right? And again, sometimes just geography is unfair to us because we have a lot of wetlands, so it's hard to build roads inland. But he used to get on his yacht. He had a yacht that he used to take from Monrovia to go back to Maryland, come back to Monrovia. So he didn't even use to take the roads in the interior. He used to go by sea using a yacht. So Maryland is kind of hard to get to, especially in the rainy season, Bomani. You
Actually,
actually
they're
have
building
to,
a
yeah,
highway. Oh, they're building a highway now that you could drive, but you still got to drive through Grangita and Bong, and then come down there. Man. That's a
gotta
long
go.
ride.
Yeah, no, you go through Grand G, then you go through River G, then you go through,
but
then you go through
see,
like
That's
Sino,
still a
and you get
long.
to
That's still
Maryland.
a long ride.
when you
Yeah, and
look
it's really
when you
muddy
look at
out there
Liberia,
during
you
the
see how
rainy season.
Maryland
It's hard to
County.
get to.
You see, the settlers from Maryland were smart, educated, well-to-do. They incorporated
Yeah,
natives, but
they built
silly people
beautiful
like Kyla
cities.
from
They
Virginia
planned out their
settled in
cities very
Monrovia.
well.
Like the
Yeah, it was smart. I give you
like
that.
people like Kyla from Virginia, they settled in Monrovia, and you see the problem because Virginians ain't that smart. You see what I'm saying?
Oh
And
my
then you have
God!
Sino, you
Don't
have
The
forget,
first,
Colin is not original
the
Virginian.
first
He's from New York.
the first president that built the first college, J.J. Roberts, right? He built Monrovia College, later Liberia College, and he basically became Liberia University. That's J.J. Rock, first the founding father of Liberia. So when you say something like that, you're showing you're ignorant.
He was a mulatto. He was a
He
Well,
was,
you
he
mulatto.
was
can't
a,
you can't attack Colin for being a Marylander, man. He's not or Virginia. He's not originally from there,
so the
man. He's from
Bible.
New York.
My point I'm trying to make is, these men were black nationalists of the 19th century, right? They built the republic, right? No, that was remarkable. Of all the black men and throughout history and whatnot, Liberia over the last 300 years, Liberia is probably the most remarkable thing the black race ever did. That's to me. That's my opinion.
You think so, Tyler?
Ah,
But
Yeah.
come on,
sometime
Carla,
in
man.
Show me,
time.
Come
show
on,
me
Carla.
anything else.
Come
Hold
on,
up. Oh
I
yeah,
Carla.
mean,
hold that.
yeah,
Yo,
for that time, it was really impressive,
Hold up, hold up,
actually.
yo,
Yeah, it
hold up.
was.
Oh,
yo,
the next greatest thing
1776, man.
was
Check this man,
hold up. The
please, man.
next
Check
greatest
this
thing
man.
was
Check
Reginald
this
Lewis
man, man,
became the
please.
world's first black billionaire. That was the next greatest thing.
Yeah, finding the country in
1776,
a
man.
republic in the face of white supremacy, especially in the 1800s. Yeah, that was impressive during that time. Yeah, for sure.
Can anybody name anything greater than that? Just asking.
I
I mean,
can.
Haiti was pretty
Africa
great
Right.
Haiti
because
was
they
Haiti was
shared their
built
blood.
against France and never really, it never
But
got to that level.
Nah, but
Man,
don't
come
take
on,
it away,
Carla,
Carter.
man.
Don't
Come on,
belittle
But
it.
Carla,
that
It
was
man.
was
See,
it
great
was
though. They
great.
did
You
a
They
got
great
actually
French
fought and
job.
died
Haiti.
for it.
Come on,
That
man.
was
You see,
great.
come on, Carla, man. You see,
That's
this is
BS.
y'all
That's
problem,
blasphemous,
man.
yeah,
bro.
This is y'all problem, man. This is
but
y'all problem.
Haiti never had a Haiti never
Everywhere
had
y'all Americans go,
glory. Like
y'all think y'all developing
Liberia had
everything.
years of glory. Haiti never had
Everywhere
any
y'all
Nah,
go.
Haiti was getting Haiti was pretty developed to a point before they had that earthquake. Yeah, the voodoo and things was backwards for most people. That's how they viewed it. But Haiti was pretty developed, especially for Port-au-Prince.
Ah,
It was
come
pretty
on,
developed and
Carla,
was
Haiti
never
man.
was
Come
colonized.
on,
They
man.
built that shit
Haiti
up
was
themselves.
They
Haiti
never
has a
So
title.
props for them.
Elvis. Haiti has a title of being the poorest country in the world.
for the
Nah,
last
because of
200
certain
years.
unfortunate circumstances over the
Come on,
years. But
Carla,
still,
man. Carla,
they fought for their independence, Carla. They got it through
Oh,
blood.
I agree. Yeah, I'll give
So
them
that
that.
got to
To,
be respected.
to correct that, Haiti has never been the poorest country in the world. You mean the Western Hemisphere, and that's it.
Western Hemisphere, yes.
Yeah.
come on, Carla, man.
I
Look,
think
Haiti
compare
never
Haiti
Haiti.
had
beats
any
Burundi. I think
supreme.
Haiti beats Burundi.
You can't compare Haiti right
Yeah,
now,
Haiti
man,
never
to what
had any
Haiti is.
Liberia is
supreme.
in the top. It's in the top 10 poorest country, man. Shit,
Oh no, yeah, but
No,
how? But
Haiti.
yeah,
along with
Sierra
Sierra
Leone
Leone.
too, Elvis. Sierra
Yep,
Leone
along with
too.
Sierra
Don't leave them
Leone. Yeah,
out.
Yeah, Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone's
Uh,
man.
Two neighbors go their
he's
hands
always on
together
that
in
list.
poverty. Hallelujah.
like a lot more.
Steven, what's his name? Jonathan. Y'all gonna let me talk?
All right,
Go
let's let him
ahead,
speak. Go
go
ahead, my
ahead,
man.
bro. Go ahead.
Carla. See, this is y'all
Go ahead,
problem,
Chief
man.
Ahmed.
Y'all Americans, man. Y'all always think wherever y'all whatever y'all do, it's the best. You know, anything y'all touch is the best. Nobody else can do
I
it.
never said
It's a
that.
white man mentality. Now
Bird
the
state
black
of
man have
mind,
taken
nigga.
America. Now the black man believes that wherever his people go, you know, whatever his people touch, it's the best in the world. Nobody has ever done it. They the best. They did this and that. Come on, Carla. How you gonna compare Haiti right now
Because we have
to the history of Haiti?
American exceptionalism dictates that
You
everywhere we
see,
go, we're number
1776,
one.
man. You see,
You know, we don't
like
accept
you
number
now,
two.
you say the truth.
Yeah, we are
Even though I
superior.
disagree with you.
Elvis is
But the
superior.
problem with Carla now, Carla
If
try
you're
to
in America, you're
shift in the
superior
middle
to
and
all
stick back
others,
to the
man.
center. At least
Like the
1776
Bible
shows that.
said, the other
1776. Let
countries
the
are
brother speak, man.
footstool.
Let Ahmed speak. Let's give him a fair
At least
chance.
1776
Listen
knows
to a
that we
nigga
was.
that live in DC talking shit, man. Nigga live in DC talking shit.
Relax, man. Damn.
Yo, 1776, man. You the shit, man. You the shit, man. Let me tell you why. At least you know who's number one and who's number two. You agree who's number two. You don't mind playing number
Yeah, we
two
gonna be
figure.
straight
You
for
don't
one.
mind playing number two figure. You don't mind playing number two
What
figure.
is this dude talking about, man? They'll be talking in code, man. You trying to say what? The white man is number one in America and black
Yeah,
people
we
are
gonna
number
say the
two?
white man
No,
number one. We number
1776
two.
say it. Not me. He said
Nah,
that.
he said you'll be number one if you live in the United States by proxy of being in this country. You're probably
Yeah.
Right.
in the top one, but 5% of
Man, come
people in
on,
the
man.
world.
1776 at least at
Don't
least
go to talking about the white man. We're talking black right now, bro. We're talking about
that's
all
what
the
we
black
talking
things that
about.
black people
What you think?
accomplished.
What you
Focus
think
on
we
black
black
people.
from
Leave the white
Haiti?
people out of
It
it.
is all these things. They the better, they did this and that. They got it from the white man. The
Okay,
white
let's
man said
call it
to
past the mic,
he
man. This
did
dude's
that,
gonna go
man.
back to this
Come
white
on, man.
conspiracy thing, man. We're
Come
talking
on,
about
man.
black people
I
achieving
got time
greatness,
for you.
man.
Hey,
No, no.
Let me get
what
let
Donald
me
Trump
Well,
say?
Ahmed.
What
let
Donald
That,
me
Trump
that's
say
get
to the
Ahmed, right?
president?
Yeah.
Ahmed.
Elvis, be quiet, be quiet. Be
If you
quiet,
don't
Elvis.
mind,
What
Ahmed,
did Donald Trump told your president?
can you tell me
What
what the
Donald
Native
Trump told your
Americans have
president?
accomplished? Because they're also in the same
What
country
Donald
as
Trump
the black people.
told your goddamn president?
I mean, you so angry for no reason, bro.
Nigga, Donald Trump
We're
told this
being
guy to be
pro-black
president.
tonight. We're talking about
Obama
He's
said
black
he.
people's accomplishments.
Elvis.
Get
He's
out of here,
Focus on
man.
angry.
that.
Elvis.
Get out
He's
of here,
angry
man.
because
Donald
Sierra
Trump not a
Leone is
black
one of the
president.
poorest countries in the planet, and it's
Get
led by
Donald
his
Trump told you
people.
president out of his mouth. Oh, white
You
man
The
you're
president.
talking
Fulani
about a
brother,
dude
the Fulani
who
brother,
you're talking
Sierra
about
Leone.
another man's giving my
What do you
my
mean?
president a compliment, and you think I should be
That's not a
worked up on
compliment.
that?
That is
Yeah.
that is a
Saying that he
disrespect.
speaks good English. If somebody tells you
Oh
you
my
speak well
God,
and you
Elvis,
articulate,
man.
is that not a
Elvis, man.
compliment?
That is an
Hey, can
insult.
y'all play that? Can y'all play that little thing by Godfrey? He had a funny skit, yo.
That is
He had a funny
insulting.
skit.
Elvis,
About
don't
that
talk to
that
me, my
incident?
friend.
Yeah, man.
You
He
should have
said,
downplayed.
because
Get out of
when
here,
Trump was
man.
talking to the Indian president, he like boo boo boo. He
Man, get
like,
out of
he
here.
could he told the Indian president, I can't
Somebody pass
understand
the
you,
mic.
You know
Yeah,
how
the thing
Trump is,
about it
right?
is that
Some type of
Let me say this,
vocabulary.
right? What you don't understand is that my president, although he was educated in Liberia, right, never really lived in the United States for any length of time. He doesn't have such a thick accent because people can speak English, but they have a heavy accent that you can tell that they're foreigners, right? So when he was speaking to Trump, Trump really understood everything he was saying, and he didn't have that thick of an
No,
accent. So he commended him on his English.
Hey,
Number two,
no,
all the
Elvis,
other
play
Elvis,
that.
presidents were
Elvis,
francophone
Elvis, Elvis. Hold on,
and
Elvis.
lusophone people who didn't
Elvis,
speak
come on,
English,
man.
right?
Elvis, come on.
Hold on, bro.
Hey,
If
somebody
Donald Trump
pull that
tells you
skit
that
up.
you speak good English, we get it. Historically, there's been connotation when white people tell you, "Oh, you speak so well," even for African
Oh
Americans.
my
"Oh,
God.
you speak so well. You're articulate. You're not speaking in
Hey,
Ebonics or whatever."
let me
It's kind
chime
of like
in.
an underhanded
He didn't.
compliment.
Let me
But
chime
it's not our focus tonight,
Elvis,
Ahmed. We're
Elvis,
talking
Elvis,
about
Elvis.
black people
He didn't praise him
creating
for his vocab.
nations and fighting for independence.
He didn't praise him for
That's
his
not our
vocab.
conversation, bro.
He didn't praise him
No,
for his
Don't
vocab.
don't bring it
Somebody
down.
He
said
didn't praise him for
before
his
the
this picture
vocabulary.
right here.
time out.
He didn't
Somebody
praise him for his
said before the
vocabulary.
Civil War.
It's not like Obama speaking. When Obama
Yeah,
speaking,
somebody
you can
said
see
before
his
the Civil War,
vocabulary.
Liberia had
You
the
can
highest
see his
rate of
vocabulary.
education
That's not the
in
same, Elvis. Don't try
Africa.
to put it as if, oh, your president was speaking with a fine vocabulary like Obama. Get out of here,
He
man.
was talking like he from South
Donald Trump
Carolina,
was,
man.
He was
For
speaking
real,
English that
man.
the
schooling
white
him.
man could understand without the thick
No,
accent, and Donald Trump was impressed by
shut
it.
up. Donald Trump was
What
Donald Trump was schooling him. The
Well,
speaking
what are you
Tyler,
talking about?
was
I
Tyler,
mean,
speaking with the
Tyler.
this
vocab.
dude, you're
If y'all
perpetually
don't mind,
offended, bro.
can y'all
Relax,
play a
man.
video of the Sierra Leone
Donald
president
Trump was schooling
speaking?
him. A president
Yeah, the
knows
Sierra
what
Leone
to
president
do.
speaks well too because he went to school in the
No.
Hey,
United
yo,
States. He spent like
hey,
the last
Elvis.
20 years
Elvis,
of his life
Elvis,
here.
Elvis.
And
Oh
I
my
can
God.
guarantee they still sound the
Donald
same.
Trump was schooling him in front of him,
And they
telling
both
him,
run their
What do you mean
countries the same.
schooling him? The nigga said,
Elvis, you
"You
gotta
speak
watch
well.
that
Where did
skit
you go
by
to school?"
Godfrey.
Yeah, what do you want me to say? I mean, man, relax, man. Damn, you think you live in DC? I'm sure you probably work for
You
white
gotta
people, and
bring
you
up
trying
that
to act
skit
like,
by Godfrey. That shit had me
His
laughing.
neighbors are
oh,
white. His neighbors are white.
oh.
or maybe you work in your daddy's shop in DC. You probably stole that money he stole. You probably opened a shop and you probably running it for your daddy. If you don't work for yeah, if you don't work for the white man, that's probably what you do, man.
Oh,
Let the president speak and finally hear
Ahmed,
me, man. My God.
You
Oh
stole
my
a
God.
lot of money,
Where
man.
you learn that
You
English
ain't
from?
working
Where you learn
I'm
25
that
mad.
years.
English?
You
I'm
stole a
mad.
lot
Are
of
you
money.
The
bragging?
man doesn't
Are
even
you
know that
bragging
Liberians
about
speak
your
English.
president speaking another people's language?
Liberians speak English, my friend. The president did
So
not
does Sierra
the,
Leone.
the
What does
president
that
the
mean?
president
That
don't give a fuck
somebody's
about
speaking
them.
English, right? The way I
The
speak
president
English,
don't
my
give
English is
a
not the
fuck about
greatest,
them.
but the way I speak English and a person who just came from Africa is completely different, right? So a person like Jonathan can understand
Elvis.
mostly everything I say, right? But a person who just came from Africa, they might have a thicker accent, they
Bruh,
might pronounce certain
Elvis.
words differently.
See,
So
Elvis.
I'll give an
You know what he
example. Like, you
wants?
ever heard people from
Hold
To
Jamaica
on,
be
hold
speak
fair, I
on.
English?
barely
Elvis trying to
understand what
drag this
Ahmed be
out.
saying.
Every media was saying was an insult. Every media was an insult.
what's wrong with this dude, man? Dude, go take your mans, man. You come on the platform with men and you acting like a kid, man. What's wrong with you, man?
Every media was saying this is was an insult. You over here trying to twist the word. You act like you know what the fuck I'm saying. You act like you know what the fuck I'm saying. Every media was saying that's an insult.
That
Okay,
nigga's
You had
crazy, man.
you had
hold on. Let me say this.
what's that
Big
guy?
Head Melon keeps saying that you guys speak at one time. He goes, get back to the topic. The ACS founded Liberia. No, they did not. What part? Damn.
Yeah, Carla, I was trying to get back to that. It sounds like they didn't found it, whatnot. They,
Hold on,
they
hold on.
bought.
My
Right.
whole thing is this. Look, this is what it is. This is what it is in a nutshell. Like I said last night, right? Okay, I get it. You know that if you say that Liberia wasn't founded by the ACS, that's giving a credit to Black America. Goddamn. It's like, all right, our ancestors, look, under duress. Nobody, look, I'm sure my ancestors would have loved this state in America, right? But they had to do what they had to do, you know? So the bottom line is, yes, they established the land. They settled people on it just to get rid of them, right? But the idea of establishing diplomatic tie, you only a nation when you get recognition.
Liberia was the first American African colony and the
It
last.
was not an American colony.
Once Liberia was established as Liberia, it was no longer a colony. It was a sovereign nation. It was never a colony. When you use the word
I
Liberia,
said,
you
I said
can't
from
connect it with
1822,
colonization.
from
Oh,
1822 to
1820.
What's
1847.
so
First
special
of
about
all,
what's so
Elvis,
special about
Elvis,
Liberia, man?
that logic is too strong for these niggas.
yeah, 1822 was like
There was
Jonathan,
no such thing as
It
Liberia
shouldn't
between
be
that
that
time
strong.
period.
That's like
they
that's literally
Jonathan,
literally
like saying the
look.
British Empire established the United States of America.
Right. They
You
did
sound
it.
like a dumb motherfucker saying that.
Right.
Check it
Stop
out.
They
saying that.
established the 13
what's wrong
colonies.
there?
Hold on, Jonathan. Let me say
13
this.
colony
The
was not, it's
13
not the United
colonies
States of
is not the
America,
United
man. It
States
is.
of America.
Oh, okay, Kofi wants to come on. Oh no, he's gonna drop it.
Yeah.
Kofi wants to give us a history on Liberia too, man. You know he knows a little bit about Liberia.
He don't
Jonathan,
know as much as I
Oh,
do, but he's
okay.
learning.
Well,
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
we'll leave it at that.
Okay, it's like
Liberia was
this.
founded by black people.
1776. It's
They
at
brought the ships over.
Liberia wasn't founded by
1776. It's
black
like
people.
this. It's like this.
Liberia was
Wait,
stolen
hold on.
and handed to black people.
1822, right?
Did you hear this nigga say it was stolen?
How
I'm
was
married. What's wrong with you, man?
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
They bought the land. What are you talking about? It was
Bought the
stolen.
land, right? They steal it.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
They built a republic. Everybody.
Tyler, let him speak. He got a question for Jonathan. Let me ask this question.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question, dog. When were your people from their own party in America?
Nigga, man, this dude
Wait a
trying to
minute.
do raw
Wait a minute.
conversation, man.
Hold on a second. Why would we fund our own party in America? Why would we do that? Why would we do that?
I'm just saying, an immigrant just created his own party, I think, last week? When will your people in America create their own party and get away from the Democrats and the Republicans?
The Democrats and the Republicans are the two established parties in the United States of America.
Destination, an immigrant just created his own party.
Well, you can say the Democratic
Nobody
Party.
gonna vote for
The
Nobody gonna vote for
Democratic
that
Party and the Republican Party are the two established parties in the United States of America. The same way, if you go to the UK, the Labour Party, the Tories, and the Democrats are the established parties in the UK. You can create all the little tiny ass parties if you want to. You ain't winning shit, nigga.
Most white European countries have a duopoly of political parties. Meaning you have two-party monopoly system, right? Where they tend to run the countries either one side or the other side. That's how
Now hold on a second, because I got a question for
Let me
Ahmed.
say this.
Hold
Real
on.
quick.
7-7. Let me ask Ahmed a question. Your people run your country. When will y'all get out of the top 10 poorest countries in the world to a point in which you ain't got to run to America and be around the white people that you claim to hate? When you have your own country, when will y'all get out of the top 10?
Okay,
go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to you. Are you gonna shut me up? Or are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead, man.
Okay, first of all, right? The reason why I said your people in America, right, create their own party, right?
I'm trying to get Kofi up, and the thing is not letting me. Hold up.
Because obviously, two parties is not benefit the black folks in America, the so-called FBA. It's been going on for years now. So at the end of the day, for you to have the same power, you got to create your own party.
Brother, I want you to answer the question I asked you, because at the end of the day, apparently black Americans could just look at Sierra Leone and say, we could have the whole damn country and not get it together.
Jonathan,
would you have to worse position. So I need you to go ahead and answer that question first.
Wait a second. Let me answer this for Jonathan. But you got to understand, when you steal so much money from the Sierra Leone fucking bank, he didn't go to school, Jonathan. He doesn't go to school in America. He's just living off of stolen money, man.
I'm coming. 17, man. I'm coming for you too. I'm coming for you. No problem.
Hey, 1776. I love niggas that be like, we got our own culture, we got our own language, and then be living in a white man's country, and then have the nerve to be talking about, man, we speak English better than your president. The fuck?
Hold on.
Backward ass niggas.
I think political parties are fronts. They
You
have
done
secret
talking, right? You
societies.
done talking. Hold on. Let me respond. The reason why I said it because you know why? I
Oh, this
remember
ain't the
the first
last
time.
show. I
Don't say
said
why
last.
you said it.
Oh,
Just answer the
This is the
question
last
that I
show.
asked you.
So this
I
is
When
the
you
last.
asked
remember
me a
because you
question, I
mentioned
answered
little
your
things.
question. I didn't give you a whole bunch of shenanigans. Answer my question without having all the
Jonathan using
shenanigans.
words like shenanigans. A hood nigga using the word shenanigans. That's funny.
He from the
Shenanigans.
West Coast. They do stuff like that over
Okay,
there.
the reason why I'm over here, right? Let me tell you the reason why I'm over here in your country, right? In the white man country that you
Cause
call
your
right.
daddy stole the money and fled and brought you with him.
Elvis, be quiet, man. Elvis, be quiet.
Because you're
You
not
and I,
access to your country. Is that a
you and I not
possibility?
the same, Elvis,
You
man.
like an Afrodamus.
You and I
You the
not the.
great people in your country that can't live in your own
Can
country,
I
can't
answer your
build in your
question?
own country. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I
I
answer your
mean,
question?
you brought the
Ahmed,
smoke on yourself, man. You came here with some divisive
Ahmed,
rhetoric, man. We're getting
Can I answer
along.
your
if
You,
we
question,
if we
Jonathan?
Ahmed, if we deported you, what skills do you have to uplift Sierra Leone?
17,
the nigga is
76.
he's a premier shopkeeper for his daddy, man. He can keep his daddy shop back in
1776.
Sierra
Hold
Leone,
on.
man.
Hold on. Let me answer Jonathan. And then I'm gonna come to 1776. And then Elvis, I'm gonna handle you like an African.
I'ma
So be quiet,
handle you
Elvis.
like an
Be quiet, Elvis.
African.
Be quiet. Shut up, Elvis. Elvis, shut up. Shut up.
Just don't
Let
handle
me
him
talk
like
tonight.
y'all handle
Let me
y'all
talk.
y'all
Let me
Sierra
talk.
Leone economy.
Jonathan. The reason why I'm here, right? Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. The reason why I'm here, right? Your so-called white man goes to my country and then forced me to use his dollar, stole my presidency, and tell my president what the fuck to do.
Mm.
Wow.
That's why you see immigrants come over here.
Inferiority complex in
Immigrants
its
come over
highest
here.
form.
Immigrants
God
come over here
damn.
because of your white man goes to our
Mm.
countries and
Wait,
stole our
wait.
shit.
Are you
Your
telling
people
me
don't have free will.
that the
Everything is the white
He
man's
Sierra
stole our
doing.
that the
shit.
Sierra
Look at,
Leones, your
look
great
at. Okay,
tribe,
okay.
your great ethnic group is getting punked
Jonathan.
by a
Why do you think the
country
war is in
that
Ukraine?
didn't even
Why do you
colonize
think the war
your
is in
ass?
Ukraine? Is it because of what? Is it because of what? America love Ukraine?
Colin, anytime this dude come on the show, man, our IQ go down by like 30,
Why
bro.
you
You got
think?
you
Why
gotta
you think the
you
wars in
gotta
Ukraine?
moderate this
Is
man,
it?
man.
Is it because
Yeah,
of what?
hold
America
on,
love Ukraine?
man, hold on. I want to get somebody else on. Kofi,
Jonathan, hold on, Jonathan.
No, no,
Why you think
no.
the wars in
Your
Ukraine?
time is over, bro. Pass the mic, man.
Everybody
You
on the
got
Elvis,
platform, just
you get a
know
man
that
to come in.
Ahmad
Let me
just
man.
tell you,
said
man.
it's the
Let me talk to your
government,
wife.
it's the
Let me talk
government,
to your wife.
Peace,
it's the
peace,
white
Get a
everyone.
man
folks,
to fuck
Peace.
it's the
tonight.
white folks. Keep on going, Ahmad.
white man's
Boom
grave.
Jonathan, why you
shakalaka.
think the wars in
Right
Ukraine?
to you.
It's
Your
everybody
FBA,
but yourselves. Hallelujah.
your FBA
Yo,
fighting
okay,
Donald
Kofi. I
Trump.
want to ask
Give
Kofi a
us some
question.
money. Give us some money.
Kofi,
Give
I
us
Hey,
some
heard
hey,
you.
money.
let
Give us
Kofi
some money.
let Kofi
Give us some
talk,
money.
man.
I may be
Okay,
quiet,
Kofi.
man. You ramble too much, man. Let's hear somebody
Give
else.
us some
All
money.
right,
Give us
everybody,
some money. Give us some money.
everybody. Yo, Ahmed, I said,
Yo, what's up,
yo,
y'all?
what's up, yo, Kofi? You was talking to Kyle Fambala about
Yeah.
the ACS today. Tell me about that conversation.
Well, pretty much they were reminding, other Liberians, whether they're in Africa, whether they're in the US, that the ACS, the American Colonization Society, did not establish Liberia as a country. They were just people escorting free Black Americans and free Africans back to Africa, and that was solely their only job,
Even
and they had to
haven't
shit.
anything.
They damn near died over it.
Yeah, West
Uh,
Liberia was a white man's grave. He
I
didn't.
mean, you can't be too simplistic. What is his name? Kofi. They have a governor called Yehudi Achman, who was the governor of that
he was the last one,
Christopolis.
and he
I
got
know.
and he died of
Yeah,
a
yeah. I'm
food
saying the
infection.
point is that they did govern in
That's
terms of setting things up and
and and
and reporting back to the
and
ACS in the United States. So
and
can't
let's keep it
minimize
real.
it.
The
They did play a
ACS
big part
provided
initially.
provided barrels of salt pork, bacon, flour, and goods for the establishment of that original whatever you call it. But the ACS did like 20% of the work. The black people did 80% to establish the country.
Yeah,
Sierra
you're right.
Leone did a lot of work too. Paul Coffey,
The ACS was influenced by Paul Cuffey.
yeah,
Is
Paul
that
Coffey is
Kwame?
pretty much the
Robert
reason why they
Finley
all
Yeah, what's up,
was
survived.
a disciple
Elvis?
of Paul Cuffey.
What's up, man? I heard you
Kwame,
got
you still
mollywopped by Tariq, man. What's up with that, man? You should have had a better
Who,
showing,
who, who
dog.
said who said that? Who said that?
Nah.
Everybody's saying that. Everybody's saying
They said that Kwame got mollywopped by Tariq, man.
Oh,
Oh man.
hold on.
I beat
Y'all
Tariq
here talking about
down.
Tariq? Y'all here talking about the clown? The FBA
I
clown?
mean, be quiet, man. You dumb down the conversation,
Oh,
man. You
you
got
talking
nothing
about
positive to
FBA
add to the
clown,
conversation, dog.
FBA clown, and then when I talk about what the American government does in overseas, y'all don't want to talk about it. But then you talk
Cause
about the FBA
you a
clown.
perpetual
Y'all
conspiracy
tell me
theory,
that.
man. We live in a
Y'all tell me
reality,
that.
bro.
You see,
Hey,
you
Relax.
see that. You
man,
see all that
if I
bullshit.
hated
Y'all was
America like that, if I hated America like that, I would move to
1776.
Canada. I would move someplace.
1776,
I
man.
was the fuck out of here, man.
1776,
When you
man.
get deported,
You are an
pop some
FBA.
firecrackers.
When will the
1776 is
FBA
not an
have their
FBA,
own face on
man.
a dollar bill?
He's not an
When will
FBA.
the FBA get their own face on a dollar bill? 1776. Answer that question. When will the
He's
FBA get their own face
We,
on a dollar bill?
we got
I
Abraham
man, when will
Lincoln
your
on the
daddy
back.
return the money that he
When
threw
will
up on
the
the tail of
FBA
them
get their own
people,
dollar
man?
bill?
When?
Face to face, man. 1776. Answer that question, please.
oh man.
Man,
What we
that's
Answer
saying,
that
OG?
irrelevant,
question.
man.
When will the
Hey, let's
FBA
Yeah,
get
get
their
back
own
to
face on a dollar
Kwame. So
bill, man?
what happened? What happened with Tariq, Kwame?
1776. When
Oh,
will the FBA
I
get their own
man,
face
let
to
other people
face?
speak, man. What's up with that, Kwame? Tell us about the debate. How it go, man?
I jumped on his Twitter space. I wanted to ask him some questions about if he delineated from black or Africa. Why is he selling Ogun hoodies
Yeah,
and
he,
pepper
Nigga
spray?
probably
Tariq,
asking stupid ass questions, man.
Oh my God.
Said
What
he
you
got
eating?
30
Some
chicken
vegan
battles.
cookies? What you eating,
Yo.
Kwame?
Hey, check this out, Kwame. I
Tariq.
saw another guy that you debated one night about the Dred Scott decision. It didn't go too well, bro.
I mean, I like
Kwame,
you,
you
Kwame, but you're
like
not always the most research, man. You just talk shit.
They cook you like that jerk chicken y'all be cooking, man.
Now, what? But it now it wasn't a
wow.
stupid question. It's a fair question.
Kwame,
If you if you're not a African or you're not black,
Kwame.
It's a
Man,
stupid
let the
When
man
question
Tariq,
speak,
because
man.
No.
y'all
yo,
will say
when
that we are
Tariq dies is
Africans at
in
one point and
Ethiopia.
then say we're not African afterwards.
no,
Kwame.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
that was a good
specifically
question,
Tariq.
Kwame.
I'm talking about specifically Tariq. If you delineate from Africa or Africans, then why are you selling Ogun hoodies and Ogun pepper spray?
And what did he say? What was his response to you, man?
It's a capitalism, man. He live in America. He can sell anything.
This is some curry chicken
He
babble.
said
That's what it is.
he said well
Is that what he
Africans been
said? Hey,
making
what's her chicken battle?
his
What he
response was
said?
Kwame.
What he
Africans
said,
been
Kwame?
making money. Africans been making money off us for years, so I should be I should be able to make money off Africans now.
So
But
so that
Oh
nigga said he's selling Ogun juice to Africa. You think Africans are buying Ogun juice from a Tariq
He
Nasheed?
said
no,
he using the
black
brand.
American. He selling to
That's
black
the name of
American.
it.
Yeah, he's selling Black American. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, he's not selling it to no damn Nigerian buying Ogun juice from him.
It's
Hey,
the
yo,
it's the
Kwame. I heard you debate the guy on Dred Scott. Well, what you guys, you didn't understand something, right? The guy made a point that was right. Let me tell you something. The Dred Scott decision, people don't realize. And I realized it until he said it. I did my research. He was right. The fact that it was like unsaid that when it said 3/5 of a human being, they were only talking about people who were enslaved. There were black people in America who were counted in the citizenry roll in places like Boston, New York, whatever like that. They're counted as full
But I
citizens.
told you, Kyle.
Hold on, let me
I
finish. Hold
told
on,
you that the first show I came on, I told you the North.
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So the point about Dred Scott was the fact that when Dred Scott decision was a thing, it was saying no person who was a slave. See, the whole thing about the 14th
Tyler,
Amendment.
it's that free Negro also.
Oh, hold on. No person who was a
Oh,
slave
but
or could sue in
can I
corporate.
chime in? See, if you counted blacks enslaved people in the South as whole people, the South would have had disproportionate power in the Senate and in the Congress. With all the slaves that were in the South would have ran the entire government. So they had to do that 3/5, but they didn't say the people were 3/5 of the people. It was only for representation, But you had free men in the North, like I said the first show.
And so Dred Scott's argument was, hold up, his argument was that states, his argument was since he was on free soil, Minnesota, and they recognized him as a citizen, When he went to Missouri, which was a slave state, he thought his citizenship recognition would carry over. That what the argument was about. Yeah, in some states, right? That's what the Civil War broke out over.
You
Some
said
states were giving
you
black
said you said
full
the
rights
argument.
and
You,
everything, and some states didn't recognize black people as human beings.
you
The
said Dred Scott was a
said,
citizen.
you know something, no black person, slave or free had any right, any white man had to buy the soul.
Collar.
14th, hold on, the 14th Amendment, all the 14th Amendment did was give black people and recognize that states could not deny people citizenship and due process. And it gave black people, for the first time, full access to the American court system to change their reality. They didn't do it right away. They said, okay, you got the tools to fight for your place in American society. That's all it was.
Collar, did you say Dred Scott was a citizen?
He
Well,
went to court to establish his citizenship and lost.
claim was that he was in Minnesota, right? Which he said was free
It was
territory.
Illinois, I think.
It was actually Minnesota.
I think it was Illinois.
And Minnesota. He was in Minnesota too.
Okay.
It was Minnesota too. So the bottom line, he said, since he lived in these free territories, he technically said he was he just couldn't. So now remember something. At the time, states were like their own independent governments. It was sectionalism, right? If you was in Virginia, you was a Virginian. If you was in Maryland, you was a Marylander, right? He said, I'm a Minnesotan, I'm an Illinoisan, whatever like that, right? And so when he went to Missouri, and the whole Grandfather Sandwich says, no, you're technically, you being a slave supersedes any of your rights you thought you had in these states. That's what that was about, And so the 14th Amendment said that no state could deny people citizenship if you're born in this country. That's all it did. That means that black people could not be designed. It didn't mean that you were guaranteed, because we still had a sort of Jim Crow slavery afterwards.
Collar, what did the Dred Scott decision say about free Negro?
Well, it's not really clear. He said a slave, a slave.
You want me to pull up the transcript and see?
Go ahead, pull the transcript.
The transcript clearly verbatim says, no, whether you are enslaved or free Negro, you cannot be a citizen of the United States in the jurisdiction.
Burbage was talking about somebody that was enslaved. There were people here.
No, he said whether you're a slave or free, Kyla. Remember those two.
I know that. That's all. If you was once a slave, that's what they're saying.
Kyla, it's verbatim. It's verbatim said.
The expert Elvis, man.
So yeah, hold up. That guy Tandy was like this.
Expert Elvis.
Hold up. This is why the Civil
War. Get the notes up.
Roger Tandy was from Maryland.
The Dred Scott decision led to the Civil War because some people in the North disobeyed that. Right? That's why
hire you when I quit my own job.
And say like, hold up, the Dred Scott decision only was a decision, right? Some states still, like New York, when I still
I put the link in the back.
Hold on, you're missing my point.
Yeah, before the Civil War, every state was like its own little semi-autonomous country.
Right? Even though they had the Dred Scott had decision, right? That don't mean every state obeyed it. Places like Maine and Massachusetts and whatnot did not obey that. They let black people vote, hold office, and some everything. So
I'm talking about what the Supreme Court handed down.
The Supreme Court is Supreme Court is the final arbiter, Colin.
At the time, the Supreme Court was never even considered a equal branch of government. You know that, right?
Yeah, it didn't have the same powers.
Court is the highest court in the nation.
Like in the Civil War.
That's something new.
No, it wasn't like that. Yeah, the Supreme Court stole power. That's what Trump is saying. Like
the Senate was appointed by the state legislatures at the time too. So all that changed.
What does the Constitution say about the three branches of government, Colin?
All it said was people for.
Is it three separate but equal branches?
Hold up. That's only because the free blacks in the North, which was large, right, offset the number of the South said, well, if you're going to count black people in the North, right, as
that's not what I'm saying. You're missing my point. I'm not talking about the 3-6 compromise. I'm not talking about the 3-6 compromise.
The North
what you're saying is true, Elvis.
Step in, man. Your white man looking for you.
But
Step in.
What you got to understand is,
Tyler, and how did I lose?
We're having an intelligent conversation. We can't add to it, brother. Be quiet, man.
Kyla, how did I lose? I stuck to the argument.
My point during that time,
is that
what Kyle is saying,
although
before the
Lincoln
Civil War,
said
the
that,
Supreme Court didn't have that much power.
it doesn't mean it was basically accepted. Just like what you call when Lincoln did the Emancipation Proclamation, right? That don't mean everybody. This talking about this time of lawlessness. This is when America's still trying to find
But
it. Not every state
okay,
obeyed all the
So
can
laws
which state,
I
and stuff like that.
Tyler?
You
So
know.
which
can I
state considered a
interject?
black man
Can I
a citizen?
Oh, hold on. New York,
can I interject real quick?
Massachusetts. There were black people that
Look, like
were voting in New
during the
Jersey.
Civil
Go
War,
ahead, 17. Go ahead, 17, man. Do your thing. Do your thing.
I was saying during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln did martial law in Maryland. He did a lot of stuff that was unconstitutional because the Supreme Court at that time, like Kyle said, didn't have the power it has today. Like the Supreme Court was like third in line. The executive was powerful. The legislative was powerful. The court was kind of like an afterthought. That's why every Supreme Court justice started taking the power back that the Constitution gave it. You know,
There you go.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
1776.
1776.
1776.
1776.
Hold on. 1
Hey,
second. 1
Kyler,
second.
I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna go with the Supreme Court decision
Of
and
course you
the
would, because
highest
Yeah,
you
court.
wouldn't.
when the Supreme Court rules a mixed precedent and it
Hold on.
becomes
Hey, yo,
case law,
Hold on.
right?
Supreme Court ruling wasn't that powerful back then. You know, it was not. You know, it was the government.
Yeah,
Listen,
because the executive was more authoritarian back then.
hold on. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Right? You guys don't know about an incident in history called the Whiskey Rebellion. Okay, let me tell you about the Whiskey Rebellion. Right, the Whiskey Rebellion did one thing. George Washington, right? It demonstrated the government's ability to sign laws and enforce them. Right. The Whiskey Rebellion said like this: there was growers of wheat and that made whiskey in western part of Pennsylvania. They were making fortunes, right? Then when the government was formed, right, the government said, okay, now you guys got to pay taxes and back taxes, all the stuff there. And they said when they began shooting at tax collectors when they came out there, George Washington took an army out there to enforce the law of the Whiskey Rebellion. That shows you how tenuous laws were back then. Sometimes they were obeyed, something like slavery. They said after 1806, no slaves should be imported into America, but slavery would be slavery.
1808.
1808.
Scholar,
Slavery was states was still basically importing people all the way up to the 1860s. I told
Hey,
you.
Colin, can
Scholar,
I add on to that, right?
let me say
I
this,
don't.
right?
Go ahead.
This real quick. The thing about laws, right? Whenever laws are made, it has to be scrutinized. So if a law is made and somebody feel like this
You don't
might
have
be
to do anything.
unconstitutional, what they do?
He,
They take it to court and the Supreme Court interprets it and tell you if it's constitutional or not.
he only ways. Do you know how many wars was fought over land in places like Wyoming and California between herdsmen, sheepmen, and farmers and whatnot? Actually, wars. You know, wars inside this country.
Kansas and Missouri, Kansas and Missouri
Yeah,
fought
people
wars
know the
all the
history of
time.
this country, man. You know, you think it's just we sign a law. Everybody, this ain't this. This is how they do
That's
now.
what I'm saying. So when a law is made, it's not truly upheld until it goes to the Supreme Court or until somebody
Well,
challenges in
even with the
court.
Supreme Court, that's still
Uh,
no
oh,
guarantee it's going to be enforced. You know.
Nah, you can't overturn a law when the Supreme Court rules on it,
1776.
Tyler. It
Let
becomes
me ask
case
you a
law.
question.
Hold up. When they did Brown versus Board of Education, it took the
Thank you,
National
Elvis.
Guard to come in there and enforce it. You know, it had to take the National Guard. Eisenhower had to nationalize it.
Yeah, because the Supreme Court makes the ruling, they
No,
interpret it, and the
hold on. The
executive
Supreme Court did that,
enforces it.
but it was
They
the
execute
president.
on that ruling.
It was President Eisenhower on his own. He wasn't told. The Supreme Court can't tell the president what to do. He sent the National Guard in there to.
No, the Supreme Court literally have the executive literally have a duty to enforce the
No, they
Supreme
don't.
Court
No, they
ruling.
do not.
They do.
No, they do
They
not.
do, Kyler.
what you got?
Right now,
Carla,
Donald
they
Trump
do.
don't have to
Carla,
obey
Carla,
these
Carla, they
laws
do,
and
man.
whatnot. You know,
The
force
Supreme
it
Court is
whatnot,
the
if they don't
highest
want
court.
to.
Kyler, a president got to
He
enforce.
doesn't have to do anything. He only has to do what's.
He take an oath of office to enforce
Yeah,
the
I
law
know. Hold on.
the
That's
laws of the
a
United
law.
States.
A ruling is not a law.
The ruling is case law, Kyler.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. If you want to enforce it, you got to send it back to the legislature and make it a law.
Nah, if it's already a law and the Supreme Court upholds
And
that law, it's a law.
the Supreme Court cannot stop Trump from deporting people.
What do you mean they can't stop him?
He can't stop him. They can say all they want, but he's going to enforce the law because the law's on the books. You know, now if they come and they want
They
to,
can interpret their law. There's different.
hold on. The
They
Supreme
can
Court
have
has to
judgments
go
on
and
certain
say the
things.
law is
Yeah,
unconstitutional.
Then after that, now they could go back and then
there's certain
determine
laws.
that
Laws are not
Colin,
just one thing,
what you
Colin.
mean?
There's sections and articles
Oh,
within
yeah,
different
okay,
laws,
yo,
and if you're a violation of certain articles within that
Colin,
law,
what you mean?
the
What you mean? The
Supreme Court can
Supreme
stop
Court?
you.
What you mean? The Supreme Court can't stop Donald Trump?
the Supreme Court can't stop Donald Trump. You know, they
Yes,
can't. They
they
don't
can.
have the power.
If he's being doing something
Hold on. He's
unconstitutional, they can
enforcing
stop him.
immigration laws, right? The only way they can stop him is
They can
making the
stop him
law
from bringing
say
the military in California.
these immigration laws that you're enforcing is unconstitutional. Then
I'll
he
give
can
you this,
stop
Colin. I'll give you this, right? The thing about government, right? Government are ran by men, and you have to have principle in order to uphold your government. So yes, if Trump, being the executive who have the power of enforcement, if he just refused to do it, the Supreme Court don't have the power to come and enforce him to do it. But that would be now he become a dictator. He's going against the government that was set up for the United States of America. So
so
that's
the
the thing.
Supreme Court got
The Constitution depends on people to
now
uphold
what
it.
they have to
It can
do is
uphold itself, right?
that when they write what they have to do is basically make the law unconstitutional. Then Donald Trump cannot legally deport anybody because the law is gone.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, if the
Supreme
Supreme Court said the Immigration and Naturalization Act is unconstitutional for some strange reason, right?
No, they're not going to stop him from deporting anybody. The thing that they can stop him from doing is this whole without due process. The law gives you the right to due
You don't
process.
deserve due
If
process.
no, that's not true. Who said you don't deserve due
Due
process?
process is only look. We have people.
Illegality is a legal conclusion. You can't tell somebody is there
1776,
illegally
man. Step in,
without
step
going
in,
through the
step
court
in,
system to establish
step
that,
in, man.
Tyler.
Step in.
Elvis, we have prisoners in Guantanamo Bay has been there for 20 years.
Yo,
They got they don't.
Elvis,
Guantanamo Bay is not in the jurisdiction of the United States of
Yes, it
America,
is.
Tyler.
1776,
Yes,
man.
it
Step
is.
in, man. Step in, step in.
Hey,
Donald Trump
what
needs your
y'all
help.
got?
Trump
What do
could
y'all got
send
to understand?
troops to deport you
Let's
in
listen.
Elvis got
the
Time,
you.
city, in the state, could
wait,
give
wait. Can
money
y'all can you listen for a second?
to
Uh,
immigrants for
can
protection.
you
Hold on.
understand?
Let me say this, right?
A law is not a law until it's enforced, right? The executive branch. What is Clarence Thomas going to do if Trump wants to deport somebody to El Salvador? Nothing,
He
right?
could give them money. He could give them benefits and money.
That's
The
what I said.
Supreme Court. The
That's
Supreme.
the difference
Congress
between
goes first.
dictatorship, authoritarianism,
No,
and democracy. That's the difference.
He controls
If
the
you
first.
want to be a dictator, then you say to hell with the Supreme Court. I'm not going to adhere to them. Then you become a authoritarian state or a dictator. That's the difference. 1776,
the
because
Supreme Court interprets.
a true
Wait,
Democrat, small D, they adhere to their constitution. They don't spit in the face of their
Oh wait,
constitution.
Elvis. That's
no,
funny.
the
That's funny.
Supreme Court interprets
So
law,
Elvis,
right?
man, who's the true Democrat?
Nigga,
Listen,
man, look, don't give me stupid talk, man. I said
Who's the
a
true
small
Democrat,
D
man?
Democrat, meaning somebody who believes in democracy, not a
So
big D Democrat that's in a Democrat
wait.
You don't have a
person part of the
dictionary, man.
Democratic Party.
Time out,
So
time out.
Colin, you agree with
1776, man.
you? So
Respond.
Colin, you agree with Trump trying to rewrite the 14th Amendment or
no,
read?
hold on. First of all, he's not rewriting the 14th
He's
Amendment.
not rewriting nothing. He's just enforcing the law.
He's
He's
just
the
saying
chief
he's got his
executive. He's
interpretation.
He's
enforcing the law.
interpreting the law the way he understands it. But the
No.
Supreme Court will have the final interpretation because they're the final arbiter of any law in the Constitution of the United States of America. So they're telling you that you can do it, but you have to give this person due process, meaning they have to be found guilty and deemed illegal in a court of law, and then you can
Hold on.
deport them.
Elvis,
That's the thing.
And what in the
hold on,
Chinese?
Elvis. Hold on. You know what a court is, right? You could be in your basement, right? The judge could be in the basement. Says, "Okay, I'm using this as a court right now. Is a proceeding," or they could do video court at this thing, right? They could on a smartphone. They could do court that way. They can
Okay.
trust me. They can
Okay.
do it.
Just like if the court say you're guilty, right? The president can still pardon you. A governor of a state can still pardon you.
Yeah, but the president can't
Judicial.
punish you if the court didn't say you're guilty. That's the difference. Don't you understand that?
Yo, Elvis, didn't the Chinese case define the Supreme Court decision on
But his
the?
parents were legal residents, though.
They
But
were
doesn't
legal.
that
See,
didn't
Kwame,
that
this is
case
a Kwame.
didn't that case
Kwame, I
defy the
love
14th
Kwame.
Amendment?
I love Jamaicans, man. But you come from a parliamentary system, so you don't understand what the fuck you talking about, man. You only know about parliament
Kwame
and
is
worrying about
American,
history.
man.
That's right.
He lived in this country a long time. I'm sure
That's
you
right.
understand the form of
Yeah, but he
government here,
doesn't.
man. Damn.
He understand. You know,
1776,
in
man. That's
Jamaica
right.
they
That's
have
right. That's right.
35 parties, right? You got the reggae party,
Exactly.
the Bob Marley party. You
Man,
got
let's be
the
serious,
Peter
man.
Martin
Don't tell me
party.
joking tonight,
You
man.
got the Peter Tosh
Yo,
party.
1776, man.
But
We need
but,
you to
but
create your own party,
Elvis,
man.
didn't
We need you to
the
create your own
A's
party, man. F all that. We need you to create
didn't
your own
didn't
party,
that
man.
Chinese case
The F being
define
like you.
define the 14th
F being
Amendment?
like you, man.
No.
Foundation
It's,
Black
look,
America
look,
like
it
you,
went
man.
like this, Elvis. Right?
You got the
America
lineage
was bringing in
and
a
you got
lot
the
of immigrants
hairline.
because they needed
And you
America
got the hairline
immigrants.
too.
I man, Kyle's
Hold up,
talking, bro.
it went without saying that if you were born in America, no one ever questioned it. No one ever said, like, because why?
Was
It
that Asian
was
kid
Europeans
a
that were
descendant
coming
of
here, right?
slave?
Hold on. It was so no one said anything because the people that were coming over here giving birth at birthright said were white, so no one said nothing about it. Now you got a different problem, right? You got all these people of color coming over here.
See, 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 see,
Now
see,
they're like,
Kyler, you going off the track. Those white people who came through Ellis Island. They was vetted for 6 months. If they had any disease, they got shipped back. They came through a process. Like Elvis came to this country the right way. He went through a process, right? So it's all about the law wasn't created for Miss Gomez to come over here, take a squat, and spit out 5, 6 babies and fuck the system up. Nah, that's not what the law was for. It's the right way.
But
and
Trump,
up until now, no one really enforced it because everybody's like, oh, there's a lot of
Kyler, was that Chinese kid a descendant of slaves?
no. What I'm saying is that was a Supreme Court ruling back then, right? But he said, and he also they used that right, and no one questioned it. Remember something that was right after the Presley versus Ferguson when that it was a racist time period. Nobody cared about people.
Kyler, have you heard the
The
term
original intent of the 14th Amendment was slave children. That's it. But no one really.
Kyler, have you heard the Latin term proprietary lidum? Have you heard that term?
Slave babies.
Proprietary lidum, meaning testing the law, right? So any law, like 1776 is saying, right? Any law that is made, it has to be scrutinized. It has to be tested. So if you're talking about the 14th Amendment, Trump is trying to do that now. Birthright citizenship has been the conventional knowledge that once you're born, you're a citizen, right? He's testing it. Now, the Supreme Court, the final arbiter, is going to judge on it and tell you, yes, if you're born here on the soil, you're legal, or they're going to give you the nuances of it if they're going to interpret it a different way. So they're testing that law. So to just say that Trump has the right to deport people without due process,
In
the
the
Supreme Court is also going to interpret that too.
meantime, you know. But I'm saying he
If
can't
I
deport the people that have birthright citizens. I don't think he can do that right now. But I'm talking about the people. Everybody else is fair game. He's just grabbing them up and saying, "Get the hell out of here, man."
well, let me ask you, Elvis. If I take my girl, she's 9 months pregnant to Liberia, and she has a kid, is the baby going to be Liberian?
We talk about
There's two laws, right? So in Liberia, when you are born of dual nationalities, right? When the child hits 18, they have to declare their nationality. If they choose to be Liberian, they declare to be a Liberian. But that law has been changed because we do have dual citizenship now. So by virtue of you being an American citizen, that child inherit your citizenship. So
Elvis,
automatically they
don't
will be
fall for that,
American.
man. Liberia ain't got nothing to do with it.
No. I'm saying
$17.76,
by
man.
your citizenship, he inherits your citizenship. He's an American. He will also be a Liberian if he choose to be a Liberian. He can relinquish his Liberian citizenship even though he was born in Liberia. So there's different
Seven,
laws that govern different countries, right? You know that 1776.
1776, man, only knows the white man law, man. That's
But
American law.
man, damn, bro,
that's
what's
that's
wrong with this
American
dude,
law,
man? We're
man.
talking one thing. He goes back
1776,
to the
man.
white man.
Donald Trump is an anchor baby, man. Don't forget that now. Donald Trump is an anchor
Not
baby.
true.
Don't
Not
forget that
true.
now.
His
So his
fa-
parents
his
were
father was a
illegal.
Gotcha,
citizen.
gotcha.
So
His mother was an
Kyler,
immigrant.
I would,
so
His
Kyler,
father was born
I
here.
would never visit.
Donald Trump is an anchor
I
Kyler,
would
baby.
never visit Sierra Leone, man.
Donald
you a
Trump is an anchor
formal
baby, man. Tell him to pay y'all. He's paying Ukraine. He needs to
Ky-
pay y'all, man. Y'all supporting him.
Kwame wants to ask me a question. Hold up, go ahead, Kwame.
Yo, I'll be
Kyler,
right back. I'll be back. I'll
Kyler, it
be
seems
done.
like you're a
Maybe
formal
maybe be.
Project 2025 supporter.
I'm
Kwame,
not.
man, how's Ghana?
I'm not probably 2020. Look, it doesn't really matter to me, right? What the people want to do with this country, whatever, like that. I don't really care, whatever like that. But I do know this, right? If I'm driving down the road, right, and I go 10 miles over the speed limit, they're hemming my ass the fuck up, right? I owe the IRS money. And anybody say, you know something, Colin, you
Kind of
gotta
that's on you if you owe the IRS money.
hold on. I do.
1776.
I do. I'm getting it straightened out. But I said, like, no one's saying, Collar, you could choose not to obey that tax law, or I got to obey the law, or I'm dealt with it. So why shouldn't somebody that you hear illegally, right? Why shouldn't you be subject to the freaking law? The law is the law.
Carla,
Listen,
let
can
me
I
ask
ask
you
a
a
question?
question.
What's wrong with
Carla,
Project
let me ask you a serious
2025?
question.
I don't know. I never read it.
You said
Carla,
what's
let me
wrong?
ask you
You said
I
what's
never
wrong
read
with
serious
it.
Steve?
question. No
Yeah,
joke, no joke.
hold on. Answer after Amir goes, Kwame.
Kyla, let me rebuff what you said quickly, right before I pass the mic. When you get a traffic ticket, right, you do have a choice. You have a choice to admit guilt by paying that traffic ticket,
All right.
and as such, you have admitted that you're guilty, or you can challenge it in court. So
Yeah.
you always have a choice.
Hold on. There's a difference, though, right? Okay. I have rights of a citizen, right? Now, let me give you a perfect example. Let's say I'm a prisoner, sentenced to 20 years in jail, right? And I'm in jail, right? And a guard strikes me upside the head, right? Do I have the right to sue that guard, or do I have the right to take that guard to the jail because I didn't like my meals, or they did something I didn't agree with, whatever? No, you don't
What
have
you
to.
said? A guard strike you on the top of your head. What are you
I'm
talking
saying,
about? Your
hold
mule?
on. If you go to prison, what you lose rights? You're a prisoner. You have no rights, right?
Yo,
No,
Carla,
you
you don't
lose
have
your
rights.
liberty, but you
Hold
still have civil
on, hold
rights.
on. What I'm saying, hold up. Now, what guarantees you your liberty? The Constitution, right?
No, you lose your liberty, but you have
1776.
civil rights.
Hold on. Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, though, civil rights is for what? Citizens. If you're not a
Yeah.
citizen, you don't have
No, a
rights.
prisoner is also a
Yeah.
citizen, Colin.
No,
No,
Kyla's right. When you ever been locked up?
You
Shit.
you have
think?
no
Are you
rights.
telling me that the
That's
prison
right.
guard can kill you in
1776,
prison
man.
just because you're a prisoner
He
and
can
nothing
look.
comes out
He
of it?
can
The
listen.
police can shoot
Listen.
you in prison.
When you get locked up in Hagerstown, up in Maryland, Western Maryland, them white boys play drums on your fucking head, man.
Carla, what you
They
mean?
whoop
Only
that
Yeah,
ass, man.
but yeah, maybe
Carla,
they're doing that illegally. But it just being a prisoner doesn't mean somebody can come and beat your ass for no
They
reason,
can do whatever they
kill you
want
for
to
no
you.
All right,
They
all
can
reason,
right,
go somewhere.
abuse you
They
for
can
no
all right. Go
reason. That's
ahead.
not how it
wrong
works.
with you.
Carla,
All right, go ahead. Believe
Listen,
that.
man. What do you think prison
Carla,
is?
what you
Just
mean
like
only?
They have the right to
a
confine you
Cinderella? Come on,
and
man.
to regiment
They
Let's
you,
can do whatever
but
they
not
come
to
want.
on, LB,
abuse
man.
you.
They
That's
have
a
the
lot
right
of
to
messed
keep.
up things happening
They
in
can
prison,
basically
man.
keep you
That's
there
a lot of
forever.
messed up
They don't
things
have to
happening in
release
prison.
you.
Yeah,
You
man.
What do
right.
you mean
Like
you don't
when
have
you
to release you? Usually, if you have a sentence, collar, and that sentence
Yeah, hold on, hold
has
on. They
elapsed,
could go
you
add
are
on
supposed to
more
be
years.
released.
They
Okay.
can say you got all these violations and add on more time.
yeah, they
And that's
just make
fine.
yeah, man. Kyla's
That's called
right, man.
being a crooked and a corrupt,
It
a
doesn't matter.
When
warden
That's what
or
America is.
when you
CEO
go to
or
That's what
prison,
whatever.
America is.
when you
Prisoners
go
have
to
rights.
prison,
You can
you look,
abuse them.
Yeah, so
when
hold
you
on.
go to
Ask Jonathan. I'm sure it happens with people who were in jail before, but they know that prison. The guards can't just come and start
What I'm
beating on
trying
them
to
for no
point is
reason.
this, though, right? When you talk about due process, right? What due process? If you didn't go through the process of coming here, right? Why should you get due process and when they try to deport you?
That's not how the law works. This is not. This is
Oh, so
not.
in other words, you didn't go through the process to come
Carla, you
here
got the law
legally, right?
twisted.
This is not la loi de talon. This is not the
but
eye for an eye, right? This is you are a
Elvis,
government. You have the responsibility to follow your
Yeah,
constitution.
yeah.
You
Hold on, yeah.
can't say because you
They
broke the
got it
law,
right.
I'm also going to break the law by not
You know
giving
what
you
they're gonna
due
do?
process
You
to
know what they're gonna do?
establish that you
You know
broke
what
the
they're gonna
law.
do? They're gonna
no
round a whole
nobody.
bunch of them up, right? And just have one court. Like you ever see the video court where the ladies are coming in and say, "How do you plead?" Boom, 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 and expedite it. They're gonna have 100 of them, and they're gonna process 100 people a day.
Carla,
And they're
regardless of
gonna
your
right to
status, you
and get the
still
book.
Carla, regardless of your status, you still need due process.
Yeah, yeah, oh
Oh,
yeah. I
but,
know due
but
process, but it's a due process gonna be very quick and
17. Step
swift.
in, man.
It
Step
ain't
in.
like you're
Step
gonna
in.
have lawyers. They're gonna
listen.
argue your case. It's gonna be like,
What
they're gonna
what
execute it.
Step in, 17. Step in.
what Kyla's saying is 1,000. What Kyla's saying is 1,000% right. When this country was deporting Trinidadians, Jamaicans, Haitians, all through the 90s and 2000s, nobody even made a fuss about it, right? But it's because y'all want a
I
Latina
mean,
girl. Y'all,
you're naive, bro. You ever been to immigration court?
17. 17, man. Don't let that man cut
Do
you
you
off
do
like
you
that,
know who
man.
gave the deportation order? You think it's the president that gave a deportation order?
no,
if the presidency is a
It's a
threat, because
judge. The
can you
thing here is a
please,
judge. You
please, please,
seek a
please,
deportation order from
please,
a
please,
judge
please
after it
listen
has
to
been
me.
Don't let that man
Can,
tell
litigated.
you
can
off, man.
Then you get that
come
deportation
on.
order and you can remove
Listen,
Listen,
the
he's
person.
Elvis.
American.
Elvis, one of the chief
That's an
responsibilities of the
anchor baby,
president is
man.
to protect the border. That's one of his that's one of his constitutional rights, to protect the border. If you have an invasion of fucking 30 million people running over the
You're
border,
drinking the
he
Kool-Aid.
has constitutional right.
You're drinking the
He
Kool-Aid.
has
Where's
Have you
constitution.
no no listen, listen,
Ain't
listen.
1776,
no
Have you
man?
Kool-Aid.
have you ever heard about catch and release? You ever heard about that? I'm sure you're a smart guy. You've heard about it, right?
No, it's don't fucking come. Stay your
No, that's not
ass
what it is.
on.
Don't just talk
Where
shit.
is
Let's
that
let's let's be factual here,
1776?
right?
No,
Have
I'm
you heard
being
about catch
real.
and release? Have you heard about catch and release?
That's unconstitutional.
That's not
That's
no damn
that's immoral,
unconstitutional.
bro.
You're,
It was
you're not
passed by
supposed to
George
come.
W. Bush. It was passed
So
by a
you're not.
Republican president in
I
2006,
don't
Yeah,
and
care
that's
who
been
it
the
was
law
passed
for
by.
asylum seekers.
George
That's
Bush
been the
George
law for
George Bush
asylum
administration.
seekers.
But these are
Catch and
not
release.
refugees. These are
You're
not
not
refugees
listening,
who are
bro. You can't make that determination. A court has to make a determination. That's what you
well,
don't
Trump has made
understand.
that.
They go to
Listen,
a port of entry. They get processed. They go in front of a judge. A
where,
judge look at their case, read through it, and decide, make a judgment if they qualify for asylum or not. If they do, they
listen,
stay. If they done, they're
where's John?
deported. That's due
Where's
process.
Jonathan Miller at?
1776, man.
Jonathan Miller could
You gonna
speak.
let that man
We had
talk
an
to you like that
invasion
about your
of
country?
25 million people to rush the border over the last 10 years, man.
1776,
That
man. You gonna let
the
that man
president
Yes,
talk
has
to
to.
your country
MP,
like
due
that?
process is for non-citizens too. It's for anybody in the land. Due process is for it has
1776, you gonna let
relationship
that
to do
man
with
talk to
the
you
Yeah, but
like
with the
how
that?
about the
land of the United
how
States,
about the fact
not
that
just its
Elvis
citizens.
Elvis they're
How,
self-deporting themselves because they don't want to get
Yeah,
caught.
you can self-deport. That's fine. But when you are being given, if they're catching you and deporting you, you first have to get
So the
due
bottom line,
process. And what
hold
that
on,
really means,
guess what? If they catch you,
oh,
you'll
but
never be able to come back here legally.
that's fine.
you
I'm
could
just
just set up
saying
a kangaroo. You could just set up a kangaroo
That's what I'm saying.
court,
They're gonna set up a
right?
kangaroo
that's what
court.
separates the United
Wait,
States
They'll
from
have a
third
bunch
world
of they have a
countries.
bunch of under
1776
they have a
is
look.
that you
They have a
respect
bunch
your
of things
laws
like
and you respect your
they're gonna have
constitution. That's what separates
Elvis,
you.
But
are you saying
how,
America doesn't have a
how
kangaroo
do we
court?
have to respect
He
the
got a
law when
kangaroo
they don't
court.
respect our law by coming
Because it's
illegally?
your law, it's your constitution. You're not a gangster. You're not a gangster. You're
Okay.
not a two-bit nation. You're a nation of laws.
I
See,
suggest
so-
they set up
see,
kangaroo courts or whatnot, and then have the plain waiting
see,
for them.
yeah, yeah, man.
1776,
Listen,
man.
man.
Don't
Collar,
let
you
that man tell you
serious?
about your
You
American
Y'all
serious,
gotta
roots.
Collar?
respect.
He's an anchor baby.
Yeah,
Don't
why
let that
not,
man talk
man?
to you
Yo,
about your
yeah, why
American
not?
roots.
Again,
Look,
MP, when you say illegal,
Kwame,
that has to
look,
be a
I'm
legal
serious.
conclusion
Look,
after the court has litigated
unfortunately,
it.
Kwame, unfortunately, right? Different events of the last few years, months, and whatnot. I mean, I think a lot of these people have wore out their welcome. We getting freaking people who are coming here actually making war on Black America. Like, goddamn, they come over here with so
Not speaking
sympathy,
English,
John. You know?
Who's making the
waving a
war on
foreign
Black
flag.
America?
Hold up, people,
It's an
people coming
invasion.
over here talking about. Look, I don't care about the Essence Festival. I'm glad they took it over because obviously
Oh
the
my
friggin'
God,
thing.
my God,
When they're all on social media talking about we're taking
Carla,
over, we're doing this stuff like that. What do you
Carla,
think?
Carla,
Who
We're saying, nah,
who
man, y'all motherfuckers got to
Carla,
go.
Carla,
So,
Collar? Can you
Carla,
identify some
Carla,
people?
Carla, Carla,
okay,
Carla,
all
Carla.
right. You want to hear some videos? All right, I'll play some videos.
98% of
It's an
Africans
No,
invasion,
can we
man.
that know
please stop using
does
the
not
internet,
know
man? You talking
that
about Twitter,
magazine.
man?
No. Okay, but
It's
this
like
is
the
some
most
of
98% of
y'all
ignorant
Africans,
people on
out
man,
the,
there.
does
the
not
most
even know that
the
magazine.
most ignorant people on the internet, man. They just saying the most stupid stuff because they know it's gonna trigger people. That's why they
That's
do it.
what
E,
Carla
e,
do, man. Man, Carla spend his whole day on the internet and they look for something.
So
like
Collar,
you,
are you saying that the minority of Black people that's immigrants from the Caribbeans and the continent of Africa is trying to take over the
he's
40
not
billion
talking
plus?
about that. He's talking about Latinos, man. Ain't that many
Oh
black
no, no,
immigrants
no. He ain't
here?
talking about Latinos, man.
Oh yeah,
He
mostly
included Africans
Latinos,
in it.
and
Listen,
also,
Oh,
you know what the problem is, Kwame? To be honest with you, I keep seeing friggin' I see more and more black immigrants consider themselves immigrants, right? They join with that immigrant crowd and whatnot instead of being part of Black America, which they used to. They're now immigrants and they basically want to change everything. We want to rearrange the furniture and change everything instead of joining Black America and becoming part of us. they want to come and join with this idea that America needs to change and all stuff
But
like that.
I want to ask I want to
1776,
ask
man. Respond,
Elvis.
respond.
I want to ask
Tyler, are
Elvis
you
a
saying
question. So you can break the law and have due process. That's a you finessing the system, man.
You
Tyler, are
you
you saying
you you you're speaking backwards. How do you determine if somebody breaks the law?
Listen,
You
20.
take them to
My
court.
God,
When you take them to court, that's due process. There you go. That's
you're
all it
being
is. You
you're
establish
being
the facts through
disingenuous.
court,
You're
and
being
that's the
very
due process.
Tyler, second and third generation immigrants usually identify as Black American?
Second and third. So
Listen,
that
you're
means
being
what?
That
Donald
is a
Trump
lie,
what?
disingenuous,
Kwame.
man.
That is a lie. That is a
That means
lie.
what?
Second
That
and
means
third
Donald Trump is an
generation
accurate baby
does
too?
not identify themselves as Black American. That's a lie.
So what do they identify themselves as?
They identify themselves as the country of their parents' origin. They do not identify themselves as Black American. I know
That's
this
a
is different.
lie.
Why would you want
For instance,
to claim
for
America when
Haitians,
you have
hold
your
on,
own country?
hold on. For Haitians, they identify themselves as Haitians. First,
If
second,
if
third generation,
if you were
they
second,
identify
third
themselves as Haitians.
generation
They do not identify themselves as
Haitian
Black
in
Americans. Stop
America,
it, man.
you gonna
You are pushing
identify
like
the city
maybe
you from?
Jamaican do that, but you cannot speak for other black immigrants.
Yes. If you were second, third, fourth generation Haitian, you're gonna identify the city you're from, whether Miami or whatever city around the area or whatever, or New York, Brooklyn, wherever, and then you're gonna identify as Haitian descent, whatever. But you're gonna identify as a Black American first.
They do not,
1776.
bro. They do not. They strictly
Look, look,
identify as Haitians, even though they've
1776,
never been
man.
to Haiti and they
Answer
will
that
never go
question,
to
man.
Haiti, but they still
Captain America,
identify
man.
as
Answer
Haitian.
that question.
yeah,
Captain
man.
America, man. Answer that question, man.
Musa is telling the
You
I
trying to
never
truth.
get paid.
I never
You trying
said
to
they
get paid
stopped.
out of Ukraine, man. You trying to get pictures out of Ukraine, man. Donald Trump is your
Ahmed,
president, man.
I
He
got a question
control
for you, man. I got a
he
question for
controls
you.
Senate.
Ahmed, I got a question for you, man.
Don't
I,
ask a stupid question, man.
Were you
a
drop on your
man
head
is
as a baby, man? Were you drop on your head as a baby?
yeah, all,
1776, man.
but you got but
1776.
Elvis,
Your
Elvis,
president,
that's not
Donald Trump.
What's
Elvis,
wrong with
that's
this
not
dude, man?
funny stuff. That's part of
He
Answer
has
it.
no
Elvis,
social
Elvis.
awareness, man. We're talking
Time,
something he's
time
out
out,
here trying to make
Elvis,
jokes
man.
that's not even
El,
landing, man. What's wrong with you?
Elvis.
Ask him to pay y'all, man.
You
Y'all need
don't
to get
understand his
paid.
tribe. That's
Fuck
that's a
Ukraine.
part of a
Y'all need to
ritual.
get
They get the
paid.
baby,
Fuck
they bounce it
Ukraine,
on
man.
the fucking
Y'all need to get
head like a
paid.
basketball,
Fuck
That
and
just
then
said
they
Ukraine,
his
man.
baby wrong for
Y'all
that
need to
shit,
get
man.
paid, man. Fuck
The
Ukraine.
dude acts like he's not
Your
fully
president,
there,
Donald
man. He
Trump.
talks like
He
he
trying to get
doesn't have
paid.
any social awareness, man.
He
We're
control
talking
the
and he's
Senate.
talking
He
underneath
control the
everybody,
Senate.
making no
He
damn
control.
sense, making little petty
Yo,
joke
listen,
that's not
He
hitting.
control the
listen to
Senate.
me. He
And he
says,
control
"I'm no
Congress.
black
And
American."
he
That's what
control
I'm saying. We
the
all
Supreme
this
Court.
people come here with this contention and whatnot. You ain't no black American. So
Y'all need to get paid, man.
that's the problem. That's the
Y'all
problem.
need to get paid by Donald Trump, man.
But Colin, he's not a black American though. He's a
No, what I'm
Haitian
saying,
descent.
hold up, but you stay quiet, right? See,
Yo,
just like
Colin, you
the
think if somebody
Europeans
said they're
were
not black
come here.
American, they're insulting you? You think that's what it is? They're
No,
insulting you
I'm
by saying
saying
they're not
insulting
you?
me. Hold on, I'm just saying insulting
but
me. I'm saying the fact that if
this is
people
the
hold on,
part.
if people enjoy our culture, enjoy our spaces, our music, everything like that, right? And basically they don't have any. Okay, we're saying okay, if you're black, because the bottom line is this. Let me tell you something, right? If you come down here to Virginia, right? Come down to Virginia. I see it all the time with Africans, Caribbeans, everything like that. You know what spots that you're going to feel safe around and comfortable around, and it ain't those hillbilly spots with rebel flags in the truck outside. Understand what I'm talking about? You go into where
How you
black
gonna
folk
be a
are.
Brooklyn
You
Haitian?
know. So the bottom line is this: so
Hey, but
this
you
not
got to
what
understand.
it is. No, when they live in places
But,
like
but
Brooklyn, where they
this
like to get around each other, and that. But there's a vast America. You don't go from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, in
what
redneck country talking
Tyler,
about
see,
black.
white people enjoy your culture, your
this
music, your food. That don't mean they're
this,
black.
Hold on.
this is
You go
why
to places. You
this
go to
is
look. I
this
1776,
tell this
man.
story.
Respond.
this.
I tell
Respond.
this story all the time,
Hold
right?
up. Let me say something real quick.
1776, man.
What you got
Respond,
to
man.
understand is like before the new immigrants came, like Sidney Poitier
Man. Fuck
and Harry
Ukraine.
Belafonte.
Harry
I didn't even know he was
Belafonte,
from
all those
Jamaica,
people
right?
like that were with the
I,
black
I,
community.
Reparation,
y-
man.
yeah, you just thought they were black American, but when you come to
Right.
America,
I agree
when you
with
come to
that.
America, like when a white man comes to America, he's American the next day, right? Same thing with black. When you come to America, you're supposed to assimilate into the black culture and become African American. It's America, man.
1776, man. You
And
not
so that's
African
what I'm saying.
American,
So
man.
they act like they got
You are
too
you are
good to
FBA, man.
assimilate
Stop
into the
using that word.
majority. Look,
they
they
do.
come here
But
as a minority, trying to change us when instead of them
no,
basically
Colin, that's
falling in
not true
line.
though. They a lot of people do
1776, man.
assimilate, but
You
they
are
Hey
the
yo,
still.
hey yo,
FBA.
Yeah,
Nah,
we gonna talk
but
about
the
this.
No, they
assimilation
don't. No,
process
Yo, we
isn't
gonna
as
talk
good
about
as
this.
it
You want
used
to
to
no, they
be.
fight a
don't.
problem
well,
They're
about
hold
not
the
on.
problem?
assimilating.
Jamaicans in America are not like are not exactly the same
Hold
as
on, hold on.
Jamaicans in
Look,
Jamaica.
let me say
They're
this.
not assimilating.
Hold on,
They
let me
will
say this.
tell
I
you
tell this
quickly
story. Look, I
where
tell
they
this
came
story a
from.
million times. Right, 10 years ago, I was driving Uber. Right, and I picked up these three bad Nigerian sisters, man, tall model, like from the airport, right? And they were like, I thought, man, these girls tall. I mean, they were just marvelous looking. They said we want to go someplace. Like, we're down from DC. We want to know where to hang out, right? And I was like, well, this place. I go, well, that's mostly white. I steered her away from them because I thought Nigerians they want to be around white people. She goes, where the black people at? I said, what?
We heard the story. Yeah, yeah,
So
we heard the story.
anyway, let me tell you. Girls in here. So anyway, I took them to Montego Bay. That's a Jamaican spot, right? It's a club and a restaurant, Jamaican Montego Bay. Man, they walked up. They said we just gonna peep inside, right? They walked to the door, man. All these motherfuckers like, yo, and they were like, oh, we good. You can go. You can go. I was like, all right. But the bottom line is
But
bottom line is this, people get online, they talk all this brand new stuff, but the bottom line is this: when you go to grade, pick a college, you get ready to pick up out where you gonna know you're gonna be at. You know there's a good chance that you might be insulted or humiliated by whites in this country. So you stay as close to black people as possible when possible.
all right,
You don't
Colin,
come
I
here
get
all
that. But
brave, like,
1776, man.
you know,
what do we mean by
use
assimilation? Like,
outnumbers. Hold on, outnumbers in America shields you from a lot of shit. Trust
I,
me.
I guess
1776,
assimilation
man.
is supposed to
Respond,
be
respond.
What
you
No,
forget
what
I'm saying
your
you
homeland.
guys
what
know the fact
assimilation
that
means?
if we were not here,
An
if
FBA.
40 million of us were not here, you would not be getting along in this country at all.
all right, we get all
Both
that, Colin. But
America.
what
Stevie,
do we mean
Stevie.
by
I mean,
assimilation?
Steve.
What do we mean by assimilation?
No, I'm saying assimilation means you just take out arguments and you're part of the black struggle. That's it. You know, you don't come here all brand new like
But
Crispy
we
telling
hold on,
us that
whoa. But not all black people are
1776,
Esau,
part of
man.
the
America,
black
Respond, man.
and
struggle.
all kinds
Respond,
of stupid
respond,
shit like
respond.
that. You
But
join the
not
black
all black
struggle.
people, not all black Americans are
1776,
part of the
man.
black
Kyler,
struggle. So
Look,
which
every
Calm
black
down,
arguments?
person
respond.
in America, every black person in America have this old thing called Negro please. In other words, basically, this is beautiful
Kyler,
about
which arguments though?
this is beautiful about Black America, right? You got rich black people, poor black people, middle class black people, and we're still pretty much the same. Like you be about rich black people, right? And the brother be like, "Yo, man, let me talk to you something. How are we in there?" Like that. We put people all different backgrounds. Like, oh, brother, we get in.
Like
I'll tell you what.
like they said, the
Hold on,
lady Esther Roll from Good.
let me tell you a story. I tell the story all the time. Back 2021, when I just got back from Liberia, right? And I was in this place, went to this restaurant I went to try out called 24th Street Seafood, right, in Virginia Beach, right? So I said, man, I never been there. I know a lot of white people I know go there and whatnot. So I didn't know. I heard they had this Cajun pasta and shit I like, right? So I said, man, I want to go in there. And I saw these black couple coming out. I was like, oh, good. We're good in there. So if you're an immigrant, you don't understand that, right? So anyway, I went in
That's
there, had
right.
a good
Like
time.
Donald
People
Trump,
were
huh?
nice when I was coming out, man. There was a brother sitting in his car, man. Good brother, working brother. Like he ain't bothering nobody when he goes, bro, are we cool in there? Hey, bro, man, go in there, man. You good? He said, all right, thanks, man. I see you coming out. I guess we're good. See, that's what you don't understand. That's what being on code means. We're looking out for each other. Yeah, we're good in there, man. Good. They're nice people. Go in there, have a good time. So, but the bottom line is, an immigrant don't understand it. They'll put themselves in a situation
Oh,
where they'll walk
Carlos,
up
man. What
to a
happened to
bar
that black
or
guy,
a
the
restaurant,
FBA guy? He got beat
mistreated.
up in
They're
the
like,
club.
I don't
He
code
went to
now.
a white club. He got beat up. Come on, Carlos, man. Carlos,
No, I'm
man.
saying, no,
This
I'm
is this
saying the fact
emotional
that
topic.
you guys don't go on
Come on,
code.
Carlos, man.
Code is black people. You don't go any place where you don't see other black people. That's what I'm
Your
talking
young black man does it nowadays, man. You talking about like 30 or 40 years ago. They go to
Exactly.
clubs nowadays.
People.
They go to these
I mean,
white
you got that
white
dude that
bars.
call up on the
Ain't
show. What's
nothing
his
White
name?
bars,
changed,
man.
man.
Carlos.
What's the dude that call up on the show? The dang,
Which one, Steve?
the guy that be going to the country fest and all that other stuff. The guy that call on the show. What's his name?
What?
Man,
Austin Smart?
no. The
Austin
guy that
Smart,
be
where he
going to
been at, man?
country fest and he said he like white women.
All right, I'll give you example.
1776.
I'll give
Where
you example of.
1776 lives at, right? Let's
I'll
talk.
give you example of
Where he live at?
assimilation, right?
That's who.
Right.
That's who.
So
Dollar was talking
I
about.
caught time out. What I'll give you an example of assimilating. I got an Uber, right? It was an African driver. He's driving in flip flops. He's not assimilating, right?
Oh
Because we don't
man.
drive with flip flops, man, right? And like and just like the Latinos, right? They're not learning English. They're just living in their enclave. They're not integrating into the dominant society, right? So that's what you
Dominant
call not
society.
assimilating.
Look.
They're
Dominant
here
society.
20
Nah.
years and they're
Look
here
at the word
20
he
years and
uses
can't
to
speak
describe his
But that's
dominant
not black.
the
But
society.
that's
dominant
not black.
American society.
Dominant
Black
American
immigrants don't do
society.
that. They tend to learn the language.
Ah,
100%
You give him. I
1776.
1776,
didn't know.
man.
I didn't even know Delroy Lindo was a
1776.
foreign.
Why
I didn't know he
your
was a
government
Caribbean
has
from the UK. I did not
700
know that.
military bases around the
I
world?
did not know Delroy Lindo was that because he assimilated so well in Black Card. He played in
Oh,
Malcolm X. He played in all the
Yeah.
shit.
1776.
Romeo's Dial. I said, I had no idea he was a
Yo,
But
foreign.
Kyler,
Ahmed, let the host talk, bro.
But people still do that though. I don't really understand.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying like Musa, right? He always says, "Oh, I'm a Hausa." Well, now we don't want to be a Hausa, man. I'm African American. This is America. We
Yo,
want to be a
yo,
black
Right.
Hausa.
Ahmed, you
Okay,
used to be a
but
Hausa.
I don't
Just
want to
like
I'm
be a
just
El,
talking
Hausa.
about
just like
my
Elvis,
lineage.
like
My lineage. That's what I'm
Was
saying.
just like Elvis
1776,
was
man.
talking,
So essentially, assimilating means forgetting
just
where
like
you
Elvis
came
was
from.
saying. He was
Yeah,
saying
forget about it, man. You hear about
exactly,
it?
like
he
that.
Forget the
no,
Hausa.
just
Well,
like Elvis was
1776.
hold
saying.
on. Let
You
me
have
Where
respond. Let me
where
Somalis.
respond.
You have Somalis in Minnesota. Like Elvis was saying, you have Somalis in Minnesota that's still wearing Pac-Man uniforms where you can only see their eyes, right? That's not assimilating because like our women don't walk around with sheets on, right? So once you live that, when you're not assimilating, it makes people feel uneasy and
That's not the
uncomfortable,
same.
right?
That's not the
And
But
same. That's a
that's why
different
mean,
Trump is
religion.
bringing back that. Come on,
It's
I'm
but
almost
everything
finished.
that
it's
That's why
Arab.
Trump is bringing back patriotic
Oh,
schools
he
where you're going
bringing
to say the
he
Pledge of
bringing jobs
Allegiance.
back, right?
You're going to be integrated into the society,
Integrated.
but
He
you
bringing
shouldn't be
jobs
walking
back,
around
Black,
with
right?
black,
sheets on your
well,
head.
black,
He bringing
but
manufacturing jobs, huh?
black immigration entry into black society. That's what I believe.
let me
He's
say this right.
bringing
But white people complain about the same thing with us, right? With Black Americans, they said
he's
y'all
bringing
need to
manufacturing
integrate.
jobs for
Y'all
FBA.
still, it's been this many years, y'all still haven't integrated into the society. They
Cause
Hold on,
they
like
no,
complain
like
about.
it's
Khaled said,
society. There's a
we have
black
mutiny
society and a white
culture.
society. America's always been two societies, black and white. That's all.
Yeah, and we
1776, man.
and we
The
Nah,
have a
dominant
that ain't
American
have a
true
culture.
too,
mutant.
man. America
We
has
have
always
a
been black
mutant.
1776,
and
man.
white.
The dominant American culture,
America's always
man.
been black and white, bro.
1776, man. The dominant American culture. 700 military bases around the world, man. Where will Donald Trump pay y'all?
Where are you talking about, man?
This guy,
1776,
Thomas,
the dominant American
this guy
culture.
is infatuated
I
with the
told
white
you this
man.
nigga was dropping on his head as a baby,
No,
man.
no,
He
no,
said I
no,
was
no, no.
playing.
They don't get it.
Hold on. This guy is
Y'all don't get it,
infatuated with
man.
the white man and Elvis. If he can't
No,
have the
no,
white
no, no,
man, he
no,
wants
no, no, no.
Elvis. You
Y'all
Yo,
know
don't
what I
get it.
Kyler,
mean?
Hey,
Y'all don't
pause,
get it.
pause, pause,
Y'all
pause,
be
pause.
talking about
Kyler, what's the standard of the black
No
society
pause.
versus the white society?
Oh, black society means that it's like there's an old thing, Kwame, right? When you have step, right? It's like Negro please, like Alfonso Ribeiro, right? Now, I love Carlton. You know, he was a good actor, whatnot. But he went out there and did the wrong thing, man. He married a blonde. Everybody said, "Yeah, we know Jada Pinkett and Will's are back, but they're black." You know, there's certain things we do in Black America that we stay on code. We
Carla,
know
what
Black
code?
Carla,
society.
Carla,
NBA.
Carla, call that
Carla,
name again, please. Say that name again.
What? Alfonso Rivera.
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Rivera. Who cares, man? We know what
Carla,
Riviera.
you don't know how to pronounce any names, man. Damn.
Yeah, I don't care, man. It doesn't matter. You know who I'm talking about. So anyway, but the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Okay, he went from the Michael Jackson, Pepsi generation, doing the moon dance and whatnot. He was Carlton and whatnot. And then he married a white woman. I was like, man, he fell off.
He married a Dominican.
No,
oh,
he married a
Carla,
white woman.
Carla, your people
Right.
do it
But
too.
I mean,
Look
we
at the
married
NBA. Look at the
white people
NFL.
too, Colin. What are you
What are
talking
you
about?
talking
Hold
about?
on, hold on. What
Look
I'm
at the
saying is this.
NBA.
Hold on,
Come on,
hold on.
Carla, man.
Look,
Look at
hold
the
on. In
NBA. Look at
Black
the
America,
NFL.
right? In Black America, right? There's always been this stigma, like
Oh my
James Earl
God.
Jones, O.J. Simpson.
Carla, you know he's an Afro Latino, right?
Who cares? He basically, assimilated into black culture in America.
Nah, you think that because he played somebody
No, no, no,
on
okay, yeah,
TV
hold
that
on.
you
That's
thought was
another
an
thing.
African American.
That's another thing. He's called himself African
Oh
American.
my
You know,
God.
he's assimilated to African American
But
culture.
Carla, some African Americans marry white women, like
I
or
say, so yeah,
Latino women.
Exactly. It's all over the
some.
NBA.
But I'm saying,
Carla,
hold on.
you
I'm
know
saying,
the
Look at
girl.
the NFL.
hold on.
Carla, you watch the
Look at
Jimmy
the
Fox
NFL. Look at the
show,
NBA,
right?
man. Who
I
the champion?
understand that there's interracial marriage right now, but at the same time, right? There's always this. Okay, you know, you marry white, whatever, like that, and people look at you a certain way. You understand that, right? And then after that, we accept the person, you know, and we accept your marriage, whatever, like that. But you understand, you know, that ain't the most ideal situation. You know, you also freely
But just like the lady from the different world, Jasmine Guy,
Oh my God.
she's mixed race. Well, we just look at her as black.
yeah,
Man,
But
it's
Carla,
all
hey,
depends
I
on
mean,
the
since
I
individual.
know
You
what
know,
1776,
Elvis
man,
is about to say.
your
That the woman
SBA
from the
people
woman that
refuse
played
to
as
stop getting
fancy on
money and look
on
for a
Jamie
white
Foxx
girl.
show was
Yeah, the
Haitian.
woman that plays fancy on the Jimmy Fox show, Francesca, right? She's Haitian. You would look at her and you think she's African American because he
that's
plays
good
a
for her. But hold
character
on,
on the
that's why
show.
if people don't want to be part of our culture, right? Stop playing our roles. Stop coming in our spaces. Simple as
No,
that.
man, Carla,
No, I'm dead
Carla,
serious.
they're
you
I'm
you
dead
actors.
know
serious.
You know what
stop
an
I'm
actor
dead
trolling.
do?
serious.
They
I'm dead
pretend to be
serious.
something they're not. That's
These
what
are
actors do,
FBA
Carla.
talking points.
Hold on.
These
So
are
we
FBA
should have an
talking points,
identity.
Carla.
Because Carlos said,
That's what
look,
actors do, Carla. They pretend. They
Yeah, I know,
pretend to
Car-
be something
Carla,
they're not.
I know that.
I
But
was
people
looked down upon
gain from our
when so
culture. You
much
know,
people
gain
have
from our
mixed race
culture.
kids.
You know, gain from our culture, and then they basically like this. So with like that Garcia, whatever her name is, you know, whatever that chick, that model chick, that
Bellevue.
whatever her name is, right? Anyway, she married a white guy, you know, and I'm saying to myself, okay, because she was Haitian American descent. And all the time, it used to be all the time where people, whether
What
Haitian
about all the African American that got mixed
Exactly.
race?
I don't understand the argument. Like people in our community marry white people too. Like what?
Yeah,
because Carlos,
But
how many
time
African
out.
American got
Time out.
mixed
You got
race
well, I know
kids?
that,
suffered
I
in
know
oh,
that,
time, Steve.
you know.
hey
He
Musa, you
suffered
got
in
to
time.
understand. College age group is taboo. In our age group is not taboo. But in
Seventeen seventy six,
college,
man. Let him know.
in his age group, that was taboo to date a white woman.
1776, man.
No,
Let him know that
like
the bar you go to is an all
Yo,
white bar.
1776. Let me
Let
ask
him
you
know.
this.
Let him know.
How
The
old are
club
you,
you go
brother?
to is at 95% white. I know where you live at, the area you stay at. I know those. You know
Who's
those
he talking
areas in
about?
Maryland.
Yo, man, what the hell are you talking
He talking about
about, man?
He's getting at
1776, man.
1776.
you gotta understand.
Yo,
I call him
yo,
basketball head because he was dropped on his head.
1776. How old are you?
1776, man.
Oh man.
You need to call Donald
Kyla,
Trump,
like
man. Y'all need to get
1776
paid.
said,
FBA need to
your
get
age
paid,
group
man.
was taboo.
FBA need to get paid, man. Y'all need to get
Oh,
paid,
don't even
man.
try that.
I mean,
Nice
Donald
try.
it's
Trump
still
control the
not.
White
Nice try.
House,
It's still
the
taboo, man.
Senate,
It's still
I mean,
taboo.
Congress,
it's still
and the
taboo
Supreme
to a
Court, man.
sense,
Y'all need to
right?
get
It's
paid,
still
I
man.
mean,
taboo.
Fuck
people.
Ukraine.
It still is, but I mean, we do like people in our community do the same thing. So
Steve,
how we
how
going?
is taboo when so much
Like,
people got mixed
like
race kids?
I saw the prom,
Not that
man.
many
All the
people got
brothers had
mixed race
white girls
kids,
going to
man.
the prom, man. It ain't taboo no more up in Maryland and Delaware. I can tell you
Well,
that.
Yo,
I tell you right
you
now,
could
I
look at
mean, that's a
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
yo,
You know,
Steve.
you know
You
something,
could just look at
hey yo, that right
1776 mindset.
there more than
Hold
anything
on a
else
second.
in the
Can I
black
talk
Steve.
for a
community.
second, please? Can
Steve,
I
you could
talk
just
for a
look at
second?
the NBA and you could just see what
Yeah, I
you
say
could
if
just
that's
see.
look,
Finish
if
it.
that's any
God, now I
indicator
can't
of how
even let
Black
my point
America is
out.
going, we're finished.
Yo, can I say
Kyla,
something?
most of the kids
God
that
damn
go
it.
to the
Hey, let
NBA.
Musa speak. Let Musa speak real quick. Let Musa speak.
Thank you, fellas. 76 mindset. You know what? You know something, man. I went to Hagerstown, Maryland. You know, and that little
Wait, not to cut you off.
panhandle
That's where all
area.
the
You know that.
prisons are.
Yeah,
That's where all the
yeah.
prisons are.
Listen, bro. There's a lot of African people there. No, my best friend, like my best friend, is African. He's from Ghana. So
Yeah,
I went up there to see him, man. It's a lot of white prostitutes, bro. A lot of white prostitutes.
yeah. The
Uh,
western part of the state is like the poorest. That's where you see those.
yeah,
Like the white boys are like West Virginians up there. Or the only jobs they have is the
exactly.
prison, man. That's the only jobs they have is the Hagerstown outlet and the prisons. You know, that's like the poorest
And
part of the state.
and listen, to my surprise, like there's barely any black people up there, and the black people
Oh,
that they have up there, like they,
not in Western Maryland. We live closer to the
yeah.
to the Tidewater. You know, like the middle and the eastern part of the state. The western part of the state, you could just call that Alabama. You know, that's like all the high schools are like 99% white up here.
Can I
Exactly,
ask y'all a
and
1776,
question?
man. It's a perfect
Can I ask a
exactly.
lesbian.
question to everybody
You
on the
right on
panel?
that one, man. And guess what?
But
Most of these black people that are in Hagerstown, like most of them came from Baltimore. They came from Baltimore, Annapolis. So these are the city that they came from, but they don't want to go back in Southern Maryland because they don't want to go back to jail. So they decided to stay up there, and then
Don't
they
forget
got
California.
they are
California
marrying you
is in
like white
Maryland too.
women, having sex with white
yeah,
women, and all of that. But I barely see like any black women up there. It's mostly the
Nah,
men. It's
nah,
mostly
nah, nah,
black
nah.
men.
Yeah, they probably just out on probation or something, man. You
Don't
know,
forget
but like that's where it's
Maryland.
like seven prisons in Hagerstown, like seven
Oh,
prisons,
okay.
and you have a lot of Africans. Those Africans be whooping ass up there too, and the white boys and the Africans they will whoop your ass from 8 in the
Oh man,
morning to
there's a
8
lot
at
of
noon in the
African up
prison.
there, man. There's a
Yeah,
I
lot.
mean,
they get like them
most of
they
it,
get
most
them
of
they get them
Africans go to
retarded.
various places,
They
man.
yeah
You know,
they
Africans
get
find
those
themselves
retarded
in
med type of Africans.
Minnesota. They be finding themselves in the weirdest parts of America, man.
1776, man. Where would you get paid by Donald Trump, man?
oh man.
Donald Trump
Hey,
control
can
the
I
White
ask y'all a
House,
question?
control the Senate,
Man, I
and
think I think it's unfair to be
and
picking
control
on Ahmed, man. I don't think he's operating with a full deck, man. He can't even
Hey,
give
Hey,
you a
can
good
I
Elvis, man.
comeback.
Elvis,
It's
be
unfair,
can
quiet,
I
man.
man.
ask
He's
y'all
not
a
on the same
question?
level.
Elvis, be
Let
quiet.
Steve
Can I,
talk.
You're an immigrant
can I
just
ask
like
the
me.
panel a question?
You are
Go
you're an
ahead,
immigrant
Steve.
just like me.
Listen.
1776, man, need to get paid. Reparation, man. He
All
controlled
right,
that
Right,
reform.
right, right.
Donald Trump
Go
controlled
ahead,
the White
Kwame.
House, the Senate, and Congress,
Tyler, you
and the
gotta shut
Supreme
this dude
Court.
up, man. He doesn't understand social social
Man,
norms.
man, but we
Shut up,
say it's a good time
Elvis,
to
man.
move on. Shut up, bro. Go ahead, Kwame.
Nah, that's
Nah,
Steve, man.
Steve.
Why you keep getting me mixed up with Kwame? I
No,
don't get.
y'all
Okay,
same thing. Steve Kwame, what's the difference?
okay. Anyway,
You know, goddamn bit of
so
difference.
how many of y'all knew the girl from Jamie Foxx show was Haitian?
I did.
I did.
Her name is Garcelle
Yeah,
Bouvet.
Without
Garcelle,
looking at
she's
her name,
fine.
I'm talking about without knowing her name.
No, she's Garcelle. Yeah, I knew when she was on Fresh Prince. I knew she was Haitian by name. It's French sounding name.
Yeah,
I'm talking about when you
she's
Oh,
first
she
like
could
when
have
you
been from
New
New
York.
Orleans, Carla. She could have been from New Orleans.
do you think
New
do
Orleans.
You didn't know
you
that
think
off the bat.
She's
I'm
Haitian.
saying when you seen her, do you say, "Oh, that's a Haitian woman"?
No, I don't see. I didn't know she was Haitian. So I saw her name. You know.
Yeah, she
That's
used
my
to date
point
Michael
exactly.
Jordan back in.
You know. I don't. I know. That's why.
Somebody be playing the show on a sound bar or something
Stevie,
like
man.
that. That the whole house
I
is
mean, Stevie,
echoing with
man.
the
That's your point.
sound.
But hold on, though. Who picked these people
That
though?
might be
Like,
my
you know what I'm
mind. I
saying?
gotta
Like,
leave
these
and come back.
movies and shows and stuff like that. Isn't like the producers?
Well,
What are
for
you
what?
talking about, man?
I'm saying like the TV shows. You know, like y'all talking about. Oh, is this person a Black American? Is this person African
At
or
the time,
Caribbean?
look, most black people in America, if we live in a racist society, right? Black Americans like myself, we're primarily racist. You know, I'm not an ethno, so like that. So I'm cool with you. I identify people by race. You know, I don't really care about FBA, African, whatnot. You know, I know only the thing is this. I think that a lot of immigrants, right, are not racist, and they want to change what the definition of black is and stuff like that. So that's the only problem I have with immigrants, right? They want to change that. They want to
Can you give
deracialize
some examples? Can you
America.
give some examples?
Call it. Hold
No,
on,
no,
one second.
I'm dead serious. A lot of look.
I
Let me give you
believe.
an example. Let me give you an
Hold on.
example. Winston Sears running for governor of Virginia, right? She
Hey,
had
Carlos.
never basically. One time she did, right? She talked about her working in I think her husband's African American and she works with some poor or whatever like that. But she's never identified as a black woman, you know? She keeps talking about herself as an immigrant, you know? In other words,
But
she has an immigrant story, you
but
know?
Kyla, what's wrong? You
Hold
see,
Tyler,
on,
so
and
hold
she
on,
you
hold
didn't
on,
call
hold on,
I
hold
herself
on,
think
an
hold
it's
on,
her
hold
immigrant.
on.
agenda.
Saying a lot,
You
hold
would
up.
think she was trying to hide her identity and cosplay as
Hold
African
on,
Americans.
Hold on, hold
hold
on,
on,
hold on, hold
Kyla.
on, hold on,
Let me
No,
hold
address
on,
no,
this
hold on.
real
but
quick, right?
Elvis, what
Carlos.
Colin? Time out. Let me say this real quick.
1776, please. Let
What
me say
Colin's
something.
saying, like Colin Powell, nobody knew he was Jamaican,
Nobody
right?
knew it.
Nobody knew Colin Powell was Jamaican, right? Like I learned that
No
like
one knew
later on in
Farrakhan was
life that he was
Jamaican.
Jamaican. I just thought
But
he was a light skinned
but
brother.
hold on though.
That's
No,
it.
no one
Yeah,
knew
exactly.
Farrakhan was Jamaican. No one knew
He's Jamaican.
Farrakhan
But
was
now
Jamaican.
with all the shit that's going on, people say we're
So
cosplaying Africans or
that's why
Haitian
they
immigrants are
think
cosplaying if they don't announce themselves to
that
be
immigrants are
immigrants.
coming
I have
online
never heard
talking
nobody
about
say
their
that day in my life
homeland
in real
and
life.
this, and they're making comments about Black
Yeah, but that's the
America.
thing. You heard it on the thing. They call us tethers, because if a
Yeah,
person
No,
come
they
out here, they
I
have
have
an
never
African
heard that in
American
real life.
sounding
They call
name.
us what?
They
people
don't
react.
have a
They
thick
call us what?
accent.
I think
You
people
assume they're
react
African
to it
American
because
unless they tell you they're
let me
immigrants.
say this. Let me
I
say
They
have
this.
call us
never
what?
heard nobody
They
say
call
that
us
in real
tethers.
life.
I've never heard anybody calling anybody Tether Red this whole
I ain't
time.
never been at work, right? You got Haitians over
They
there,
call
and
us
you
tethers,
don't
man.
know.
They
You
call us
said
tethers.
Farrakhan's
You,
from Jamaica?
Yeah, Farrakhan's parents were from Jamaica. Yeah, him
Replication,
like
I
man.
telling
like. I had
Paul,
never had
Paul, hey,
Farrakhan,
look,
you
any.
didn't
yo,
know that?
Paul,
Farrakhan was doing calypso music, man. Come on.
he's Caribbean.
Farrakhan's
Yeah, I
from
thought he
Jamaica,
was
man.
from New York. I thought he was from
Yeah,
New
he was
York.
from
1776,
the
man. You don't know
Bronx.
your own
He's from
people, man.
respected with
You
Colin
don't know your
Powell.
own people. You don't know the
Man, but
headlines, man.
oh
You
my
don't know the
god.
FBA headlines, man. You don't
I
know
mean,
the FBA
I may just be
headlines.
Yo,
talking
Come on,
shit, but
man.
man,
yo,
Come on, man.
like
You don't know
Oh
the
Stokely
man.
FBS.
Carmichael.
his
Does anybody
conversation
know
is disconnected from what we're
I supposed to
talking
know
about, man.
everybody in the world.
Stokely
Listen,
Carmichael was from
Trinidad.
Trinidad? Trinidad. So no one cared because they came and they joined with the Black liberation
That was
struggle.
before Carla, but now you guys are
Now
doing
people
even
come
you
over
be
here
saying that
now,
shit now.
and
They're not like us.
now
They're
people
not
want to
one
come
of
over here
us.
now, and they want to make comments like this. They want to make comments like, "Oh, we immigrants, we believe in hard work. Black Americans are so lazy." They say stuff like that.
did she? But did she say that though? The women you always talking about, and you just told
No,
us
I
she
mean
married
I
to
can
a
show
black
you some video.
American man.
I can show you some videos. I can show you
Well, I
some
don't
videos.
care about those videos, Carla.
I'm
Those
saying,
videos don't speak for everybody.
I'm saying.
Carla.
But
So the
Eric,
woman you complaining about, this
But who put
politician
these
woman, you
people
been
in
complaining.
position of
Hey,
power, though,
Ahmed, hold
Tyler?
on, stop talking, brother. Hold on, let me finish. This woman that you talking about this whole time, and she's married to a black American man.
Well, no, I'm not saying nothing about
Who
Winston
woman?
Spears. Hold up, but I'm saying, hold up.
The
My
politician
point
he
I'm trying to
always
make.
brings up,
My
who
point I'm
says
trying
that
to make.
she's
Yeah, but
a.
who vote for the politician,
Look,
though?
hold up.
Oh, okay, the lady from
Hold up. Let me say this.
Virginia that's running for governor.
Hold up. Let me
Right.
say this. Hold on. Let me say this. If we were living in an all black country right here, I wouldn't even care, right? But we know black people, we're not stupid. We know when people say stuff like that, we know that you're trying to kiss up to white people, right? And that's the worst thing you could do in black
But I
society
mean, but
is to
Carla,
feel like you're
you
kissing
said
up to
she was
white
a
And,
people.
conservative, right?
hey,
She's a hold on, let me
let me
say this
interject
real.
That's
real
the
quick.
worst thing. That's black American culture. No
Let
matter
me
who you
Is she a
are.
conservative, right?
Yeah, well, hold on.
All
J.C.
black
Watts.
conservatives have a
Hold
level
on.
of butt
J.C.
kissing.
Watts.
Let's
Your
just be
former
real.
Congressman J.C. Watts was conservative, right? But he never kissed up to white people like
But
that. Never
Carla, these new conservatives, man, they be doing a lot of.
Byron Donaldson and whatnot. All these people are
but
freaking clowns. They're immigrants, they're
but
clowns,
but but time out. If Virginia elects a black woman governor, that means the country is getting better, man. Because I never thought
Well,
Virginia would
I
have a
know
black
for a fact
anything.
she's not gonna win because she don't have a strong enough. She would need a strong support from the black community here. She ain't got it.
Tyler, Abigail Steinberger is going to be the next governor, brother.
I know that. I know that. It's like Winston, whatever her name is, she ain't gonna win.
But it's more white people in Virginia that's conservative. She might win, man, because Virginia,
I know,
you
no.
know,
Virginia's a blue, is a purple state, more like a blue. It was
Yeah.
College,
red like
college.
that a couple of years ago. Look, the reason why Glenn Youngkin won is because it was a reaction to Biden in them. And so people in Virginia said, something.
but
Well,
Virginia,
even all the black people I knew said they were voting red. They were going Republican.
but Virginia has
College,
always been a
College,
Republican
was that
state
your
my
only
entire life.
example?
What is
no,
that? Go
Not
ahead.
true, bro.
Virginia was not.
Richmond, Norfolk, that's all the capital city with the highest
Just,
population is usually
just the
Democrat.
entire.
College, was that your
No,
only
Richmond is
example?
red.
No,
What do you
she'll be
call
the
it?
second black governor because Governor Wilder was that light skinned brother. He was a governor of Virginia back in the '90s.
1776, man.
You were saying you could
1776, man.
give
You
a
know, we'll
couple
find somebody that's an
examples
FBA and make them, represent the state of Virginia,
of
man.
black immigrants. I guess you were saying separating themselves from
Okay, I'll play some.
1776, man.
Carla, we understand there's people
1776,
out there
man.
that's like
Once
that,
y'all
man.
find
That's not
an
everybody,
FBA
bruh.
and make them represent y'all, and
I don't want to see any videos, Carla. I
come
don't want
on,
to see no videos.
1776, man.
I
Come
was
on,
just
you're
gonna
not
play
too
the
far from
audio.
the state of
But
Maryland.
check this out. Check this out. Afro Stink Tank is out right now. He's running around, and he's basically
Tyler.
hold on. He basically got a video out now talking about. I guess enough people coming at him, right, saying that that he don't
don't do enough to criticize. Because look, he got to understand something. He thought the FBA was just something I was talking about his
But
last
Afro
clown.
think tank is from Trinidad, I think. I
Yeah,
think
he
he
did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
hailing from
yeah.
there.
Hey,
Trinidadian.
Carla, how you gonna compare?
Anyway, he said if anybody got any evidence of fucking Caribbeans or Africans talking bad about us, put the link and I'll address it. Because people are saying that you got all the smoke for Black Americans because he was like,
Kyla, I seen that man criticize Africans and Caribbeans
oh, yeah,
too.
but he does it in a way like he's being conciliatory, right? The way he talks about
Oh,
Black America, he's
Oh,
like,
Carla.
"How dare you? How dare you insult Africans? How dare you talk about this? I'm
Hold
an
up,
That's
African
not how you
Carla,
do
American."
it,
Carla,
Kyla.
Carla,
Stop
Carla.
it.
How you
Hold
gonna
on. Let me tell
compare
you something. Because of that
that guy
mentality,
to
a
to
lot of
Tariq?
African Americans are
Come
turning
on,
against Pan
Carla, man.
Africanism. You know?
Come on, Carla. How you gonna compare him to Tariq, man?
No, I'm
Tariq
not
been
comparing
dissing
Exactly,
Tariq.
bro.
Africans for the
I'm
past
saying,
what
I'm saying a lot
Stop
of
it.
people
8 years
are
now,
turned off
Carla.
by Pan
Come on,
Africanism because
Carla, man.
it
See,
looks like
you see this
Pan
the problem,
Africanism
y'all.
means you're
Y'all,
attacking
you
Black
see,
America. You know?
come on, man.
so
No,
back.
he's
Tariq been
not
So
dissing
attacking
Africans for the
Black
past
America.
8
He's
years,
attacking
man.
FBA.
Tariq has
This
over
is like
two
we.
hundred
Oh
thousand
my god,
subs. Come on, man. Afro Think
Kyla.
Tank
He
probably
Afro think
only
tank
got like
always
maybe like
specifies
two or
when
Hey
he
three
says
Elvis,
subs.
get control of your boy, man.
Carla, put Ahmed on the timeout. Tell him to get a cold glass of water and calm down, man.
Evans, be quiet,
He
man.
Kyla.
was having
Shut
a
up.
stroke.
This not your show. Go create your own
Kyla.
YouTube, man. Shut up.
Come on, man,
Shut up. Shut up. This not your show, man. Go create your own YouTube, man. You come here every day and spend 7 hours, man. I barely come here, so be quiet. Be quiet, man.
Kyla. Kyla. Afro think tank always
How you gonna
specifies
compare
he's talking
Afro
about
Think Tank
FBA
to the
though.
other guy,
Man,
man? Come on.
we're not trying to start a new political party, man.
yeah, I don't understand why Kyla be trying to throw Afro Think Tank
Because you
under
know
the
why?
bus.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all something. Afro Think Tank, what he's good at, right?
Kyla should invite Afro Think Tank to
No,
the
no, no, no. Hold on. 17,
show,
17.
man. That
I'm
would
about
be
to leave,
cool.
man. I'm about to leave in about 10 minutes, real quick.
Nah,
About an
man,
hour.
leave right now, bro.
Um,
What your nurse is about to lock you?
yeah,
Your
of
nurse
course,
is
of
about to
course,
lock you in for the night?
of course. I got
He got to close the shop. He got to close his daddy's
look,
shop up, man, for the
all
night.
right, 70, 76, right? The issue with
Closing time.
the issue with Colin, right? And that dude, right? What he's good at, right? He knows how to take the weakness of Black Americans in this country and then compare it to the white people. Colin hates that because Colin knows that his people are not in the right state of mind for after the white people. That's why Colin always says that it's better for his people to go back to Liberia and then start all over again. So Afro Think Tank, he's really good at using that emotional part of America. And then Colin hates that. Colin really hates that. I watched him one day. I said, this guy is fucking sneaky and good. But I just don't like him because he kissed white men as a little bit too much. That
Who Afro Think Tank?
yes. He has a
No, he
How?
way of
don't.
kissing white men as a little
How?
bit too much. He's
How?
different from
Everybody
like
kisses the white man ass in this guy's eyes, except his daddy who
no
stole money
Elvis,
from the
man. Come on,
7 government.
Elvis. You and I are not the same.
This
I'm a
guy's a
different African.
fraud, man.
I'm a
This
different
guy wakes
African,
up,
man.
go to Starbucks in the morning, has white
17,
friends. I
76, man.
mean, yo, when you live in
1776, man.
DC, when you live in
I'm
DC,
not
you gotta have a lot of money to live in DC, man. You have to have a
what
lot
you
of
about
money
that,
to
man?
live
What
in
you about
DC
that
where
money,
you
man?
live at.
That's
Why
all.
you
That's
bringing
all
up
that
DC for?
stolen money, man. They've been
Probably,
living off that shit for like 30 years,
What you
bro.
probably,
money for, man?
he wake
Come
up
on,
in the morning, he
1776, man.
goes to Starbucks, he runs with his little poodle down Capitol Street. Come on, man, stop lying, man. I know how niggas live in DC, man. Man, you live on K Street. Come on, man. You gotta have 6 figures to live up there, man. Shit.
1776. Now, for real, though, this country, man, we got to do something. I'm not going to lie to you, man. We got to do something.
How
You know
is
what I'm trying to say?
Afro Think Tank a white like?
Okay, let me say this. I'm
No,
gonna address
he's
Rudy.
different with it. He's different with
Rudy.
it.
He
Like
always
Elvis now.
Elvis, like Elvis is the authority, and he says we've allowed. No, white America had pushed the thug culture. We didn't do that. That's why I said Rudy
Tyler,
don't know what he's talking about.
Tyler.
White people who monetized 50 Cent gave us 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, NWA, and all stuff like that. We didn't do all that shit.
Well,
It was
so
a
that man, Kyler, man, I'm tired already, man. I'm out of steam. But I'm just gonna say this. You telling me there wasn't hoods in Harlem and Brooklyn and Queens? The
no,
white
no.
man created the
I'm
hood
not saying
and
that.
the
I'm
He
saying
culture
said
that.
within those
monetize it.
hoods.
They
Let me
monetize
break
it.
it down to you like
Yeah, they
this.
monetized it. They didn't create it.
Hold on. Let me tell you
Right.
something. This is how Black America was, right? In every community, with Harlem, Queens, everything like that, you had thriving Black communities. People go to church, ran homes, had cookouts, family reunions, some of everything for generations, right?
Yeah,
What
but you
what was
still had
going
Bumpy
to
That
be?
wasn't
Johnson
the
though.
entirety of Black America. You had Bugsy, you know, you had these gangsters who was drug
Hold
dealers,
on.
man.
Like I told you yesterday, we live in
Still
a
had
matrix.
Bumpy Johnson, Nicky Barnes, all them, man. You know, it's
Yeah,
a
so they
matrix.
hold on. A lot of those people assimilated into the main thing of Black America. Like my uncle Nate, he was a rich man. He was a Harlem kingpin. He was a rich man, but you wouldn't know it before you look at him because he
He
went
was
to
a
jail.
drug dealer, Carla. Don't say he was a rich man. He was a drug dealer.
Well,
I'm like
he was
this,
a rich
right?
man. Well, bottom line is this: back
So
in those days, we had criminals
Kyla,
left,
like you
right,
said the
center.
other night, we live in a matrix. We have
We live
good
in a
and bad in
matrix,
the.
you know. So what
But
white
Kyler,
people
that's
do
like
is
the
take one part of the matrix and make that our reality, total reality. Not everybody in South Jamaica Queens is slinging dope like 50 Cent. Like I had white people tell me, man, I'm going to South Jamaica Queens. I'm gonna meet a drug dealer. Dude, that ain't South Jamaica. Most people there trying to go to work, go to church, or whatever like
but
they have to
Kyler,
get.
that's most
Carla, you
ghettos in
literally had a
America.
drug dealer in your family. You don't think most family had drug dealers in
No, no,
them?
no. Well, I'm saying, look, hold up. First of all, my uncle Nate, right? That
Yeah.
was my
Right.
grandmother's youngest brother, right? He went one way, and her other brother went other. He was his other brother was a Garveyite, you know. So the bottom line, that was every black family. And then when my uncle Nate came around, right?
No, it wasn't. Don't put that on every black family.
Hold on. Check it. Most all families got somebody in their family like that. You know, trust me. You know, we might be close
New
to them.
York,
So
New
that's
York
not
was
something that the white man
Hold
created,
on.
Carla. You
was a
can't blame
mess
the white man
until
for it.
They just
Giuliani in New York was
monetized
a
it.
mess.
That's
Let me put
all.
it to you like this. Put it like this. Now, my grandfather, the patriarch of my family, anytime Uncle Nate came around, he would excuse himself, right? Uncle Nate, it would be Uncle Nate's time. Oh, Uncle Nate, because he give out everybody money, candy, whatever like that. My grandfather would go someplace for hours until he leaves, you know? In other words, he told all his sons, you know, you're going to do right, you're going to get education, but like that, like that. And Uncle Nate knew that, you know, this and the other. When he came around, it was just like, okay, this Uncle Nate, where my grandmother's youngest son, whatever like that. This is before I was even born, right? My mother said, "Oh, that was my favorite uncle." You know, it was like you were 15, he wanted to give you buy you a pack of cigarettes or whatnot, you know, and put $10 in your hand or
Hey,
whatever.
Kyla.
But what I'm
Hey,
saying is this:
Kyla.
so, so
When
therefore,
Grandmaster Flash
when
made the message.
he left, everybody went back to doing another thing. My mother was going to college, my uncles were going to college, everybody going to this, like that. We had normal lives, you know. But have white people tell it is,
So
you know.
the message wasn't
So
the
whatever he
message
was
wasn't telling the
doing,
truth.
check out, hold whatever he was doing, right?
Oh man, that last verse.
Our family was able to survive all that and whatnot.
You
But
mean
people,
the movie about Islam, The Message?
hold on, when
No,
people
you talking
try to
about
make it seem, hold on, when
Grandmaster.
people try to
Oh wait,
make it seem
Grandmaster
like,
Flash.
hold on, when people try to
yeah.
make it seem
Okay,
like
okay,
every
the
black
rapper. Okay.
person, every black person is out there slinging dope. Everybody's out there gang banging
But
and all stuff like
But
that.
Kyler, it's still not
Kyla,
like
No,
that
but it's
though.
in the
elements. There's
80s,
elements up here in the culture, Carla.
You know, so the bottom
right.
line is
Like
that's not the black culture. You know,
We
but in the
understand that, Kyler.
80s,
We,
in
we
the
know that.
Culture
80s,
is
it,
segmented, Carla. It's segmented. It's not one
it's not even
all
segmented. It's not
encompassing,
even segmented.
encompassing culture.
It's an aberration of black culture. You know, the hip hop
nah, but
music
in the
and
80s,
everything made that the face of black culture. That's
Every culture have aberrations, Carla. They have the good
what I'm
and
saying.
they have the negative
What
side
I'm
of that
saying is,
culture.
the white man, because the white man's a devil, like I always say, right?
oh man, you like
Okay.
Ahmed, man. Y'all blame the
He
white
took
man
an
for
aberration.
everything,
He
man.
took he took that he
You
1776,
took
blame
an
the
man.
white man for black people selling drugs, Carla?
hold on.
1776, man. Come on, man.
He
Let
took
that
an
man
Please,
speak,
man.
man.
aberration.
Let that
Yeah,
man speak,
man.
He
man.
took an
Let that man
aberration of
preach,
black
man.
culture
Preach, Carla.
and made it
Preach.
like
Preach,
Man.
Carla, man.
like with the black
Keep it
exploitation
Carla,
movies,
man.
right?
Yeah, man. All
The
right,
black
man.
I get
exploitation
what you're
movies, you
saying,
know.
Kyler, but we can't. We can't blame.
I
Preach,
You
can't.
know,
Carla, man.
Yeah, we gotta
No,
speak.
Carla has a great voice,
because
man.
nobody. It's like this. You remember? Because we
All right,
gotta have
hold on. When white people decided, you know what I'm saying, we want to try to make movies. We had beautiful movies back in the 70s, like 500 Black Hand South, beautiful, Cornbird Earl and whatnot. Who was the movies that got the main press and whatnot? You know, Hell Up in
we get
Harlem.
that, Kyler, but
Come to
black
Hold
Harlem.
people.
on, it
Let
wasn't.
me. Let me.
First of all, we don't control the studios. We don't control
I
you.
get that, Kyler, but black people are
Oh
the ones that
man.
went there and
There you go,
and
Carla.
We don't have
Preach.
any control. We
hold on.
don't
Preach,
Let
have
me.
any
Carla.
control
Scholar,
over
the
that.
studios
Exactly.
only reflect what's going on in the black
No,
community,
they
Carla,
don't.
especially when it comes
That's a
to
Right,
lie.
the
That's a
negative
lie.
sides of it,
Exactly.
right?
Studios
Preach,
don't
Carla.
It's
listen.
only
Come
a
on, preach.
reflection of what's going on in the negative side of
That's
it.
a freaking lie. That's a
hold on.
lie. That's a
Let
lie.
me speak,
That's a lie. They always
Kyler.
get it wrong. They always get
Speak.
it wrong. They always get
Speak.
it wrong.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me
Everything
After
they
you
speak.
do is
after
fantasy.
No,
you
I'm not
let
saying on
Carla
the positive side. I say it's reflecting the negative side of it.
That's a lie.
So
That's a
the
lie.
drug dealing culture, the
Hold on,
pimp culture,
first of all, when I was like 13, right? I was living upstate New York, right? And I used to believe that too, right? I used to believe that there was all these fine ass sisters as hookers and whatnot that I was when I go to the city because I was upstate. I hadn't gone to the city in a while, right? So I get down to the city, man. I'm
So,
waiting to see. I'm saying to myself, how come I don't see all the pimps and the prostitutes on the street?
Carla,
Like,
were you in the bad neighborhoods? Were you in the
oh,
bad areas or
look,
neighborhoods?
I'm saying I went to the city, right?
hey, time out.
I never forget. I went to Harlem, right? And I saw people walking down the street, normal and whatnot.
Carla, that's because you was a square, Carla. You didn't know where to go to find those things.
Look,
Exactly.
I was all over the
Time
city.
out.
I was
Time out.
all over the city. They
Movies
paint a
reflect
picture.
what's
They ain't
going
like
on
that.
in society. Like
Right.
Miami Vice, when they made Miami Vice, Miami was off the chain. That's why they made Miami Vice, right?
And most of the
Cotton
things
comes
in
to
that
Harlem.
show was going on for real. The
Yeah,
drug
yeah, well,
dealing,
yeah,
the
well,
drug
Yeah.
yeah.
smuggling,
So,
the
so you
nightlife.
got
You know, it's
you got
just a
Just like
reflection of real
just
life,
like
man.
you got
just like
cops
the
driving
Wire,
around.
just like the
Okay,
Wire,
you live
Right.
a
About
cop driving
Baltimore.
just
around in
like
a
the Wire.
Ferrari.
That's what
You
was
never
happening.
know who he's a cop. Okay, all right. That was real realistic. A cop driving
Yeah,
around a
movies
Ferrari.
reflect society.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
ever seen the Wire, Colin? You ever seen the Wire?
Yeah. Hold up.
People from
That was
Baltimore would tell you that that's an
hold up,
accurate thing, man.
but there's a lot of people in Baltimore that never see drugs, never do that shit.
We
Yeah,
get
but the
that,
people
Carla,
who
but The
see it
Wire
know
was
that
about.
that's how it was
That's
going
that's
on
how
in their
it was in the
neighborhood.
'80s.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, that's the truth. But
It's
the
no it's
Sopranos.
no it's no longer like that, but that's how it was in the
Hold
'80s
up,
and the '90s. You
hold up.
know,
Does the Sopranos represent Italian American culture? No.
No, we didn't say
Nah,
that. We're
it
not saying
represents
that.
the
yeah,
Costa
but
Nostra.
that's
People who know that life
time
know
out.
that that's
I get it.
accurate.
The
I
Sopranos
get
was
it because they're
the
white. They're white. Look,
Sopranos
I grew up
accurately
around.
represented New Jersey.
I grew up around a lot of
Man,
Italian Americans, and whatnot, and they did not like the mafia. They
and,
hate the mafia. They say that's
Yeah, we're not talking about if they
but
like it.
it was the
They're
truth
giving you
though.
bottom line
insights.
is
They're giving you
Newark, New
insight into
Jersey
their
still
life.
ran.
a lot of Italian
Newark, New Jersey,
Americans
and the
are
ports are still
hardworking,
ran by
law abiding
Italians.
people, and people who believe that stupid mafia
All
stuff
right,
is
man. Hey,
way from
I
New
gotta
York.
go, man, because
I
y'all
know.
making up stuff now, man.
And
New
I ain't making up.
Jersey,
I'm
Carla,
from New
what?
York.
the ports of Philly and New Jersey are still run by the
I
Italians.
grew up
You know
around a
about to leave
lot of
before me, man.
Italians, and that stuff, that mafia stuff is
You know about to leave
bullshit.
before me,
You
man.
know
Come on now.
that mafia
Carla,
stuff is bullshit.
1776, man.
And
You guys
Don't do
watch
that.
too
Don't do
much
that, man.
television and whatnot. That's the whole
all them
thing.
guys was mobsters, man. The whole
Look. Bottom line is this. You watching too
the
much
ports of
television.
Philly, Jersey
Hold up. Yeah, those mobsters there, but the
are
bottom
still
line
run by the Italians.
is, hold up. Also, even the FBI said total La Costa Nostra total nationwide in history had no more than 5,000 members, and there's millions of Italians here. See what I'm talking about? So
we
you
get
guys
that.
watch
I
these
mean,
TV
Carla, do
shows
you know
and
how the
stuff.
mafia work, Carla? You have to be a made man. In order to be a made man, you got to be from Sicily. It's not a lot of people who are from Sicily,
They
right?
said
To
5,000
become a
people.
part of their thing, as they
And
call it.
Giuliani destroyed the mob.
The FBI
They
Oh,
have a
said,
lot
Elvis,
more
Elvis.
associates than made men.
Elvis.
The FBI said in its total
Giuliani
history,
destroyed the
the
mob.
FBI in its total history said in the total history of the model since the 1950s, made guys and associates never amounted to more than 5,000 people. 5,000.
No, not true, Carla.
That's
Not
it.
true.
That's it. That's all
Not
it was.
true. Not true. That's a lie.
5,000 people.
Nah, probably with the
Nationwide.
made men, that's 5,000. But on every made man, you got
They said
sometimes hundreds of associates.
associates, underlings, made men, captives, all above it was only 5,000
Nah,
people.
Carla, that's not
Alright,
true. I don't know where you're getting that
alright, that's
source
Okay,
from.
so
cap.
That's
the
not
bottom
true.
line is
That's
you guys
cap.
don't know what you're talking about. You guys
Where you
That's
getting your
cap.
source from, Carla?
don't live in a fucking real world. It's
Where
not
you get your
That's
that.
source
cap.
from on that?
Do your
Carla, we
research.
not
I
saying
saw a
that
documentary.
that's all Italian culture, but that
It's
we're
not
not
even.
saying that.
It's not even a portion of Italian culture because I grew up
Okay.
around Italians. It's nothing to do with
Carla,
Italian.
we
Carla, you
know that
didn't grow up and
all
get around
Italians.
all Italians. Carla,
I
just
grew up.
because you grew up and get around an Italian in your neighborhood don't mean they're the reflection of all Italians, man.
Almost all my white friends were Italian. I've ate
That they don't represent all
I
Italians.
slept in their house. I ate over their house. Everything.
Fine.
Them
But
moms.
there's another kind of Italian, Carla.
Hold up. Their moms, my Sicilians. Their moms used to tuck us in the bed as boys. That's what my friends used to say. That's what Italian moms do. They tuck us.
Nobody's telling you that all Italians are mobsters,
So the
Carla, but
bottom
some
line
of them are.
Nobody.
I grew up around
We're not
Italian.
saying that.
That mafia stuff is bullshit, man. It's not. It's
What?
not real.
No, it's real, Carla, but it's not
Okay,
all
Carla.
It's not real.
Italians.
It's not real. It's not real. It's not
So
real.
you saying
It's
that?
not real.
All right, okay,
That
okay.
stuff is
So it
not
was
real.
all
No,
fake.
it's not real.
17
It's
is
not
They
real.
gone.
won't
So
rig it.
yeah,
They won't rig it in
there you go.
professional
So
sports.
Hey,
And
Steve,
mobsters
what's the greatest lie the devil ever told?
Oh yeah, okay,
That he
whatever.
doesn't. That he
You know.
doesn't exist.
That
So
he
the bottom
doesn't
line,
exist.
look. The bottom line is this: you have people that basically one out of every million Italians may be involved in some crime, whatever organized crime. But that the fuck is not everybody walking around there goomba wearing a
We
gold.
didn't say that,
Nobody
Carla. We
said
just
that,
said it
Carla.
You know
exists.
what I'm saying the same thing about Black America, right?
Well, I agree
Everybody,
with you. There's criminal
everybody wearing
elements
out
within Black America.
with
Sure, they're
fucking
not the
guns,
majority,
they're
but there's
fucking
criminal
pants
elements
sagging,
there.
slinging dope, and carrying gas. That's not fucking black.
We agree with you, Carla. We get
You
that.
know,
We get that.
the dumbest thing, like I said, but people come over here and they're fucking low
That's what
IQ and
Carla
they
is
believe
trying
that
to
shit.
is
You know.
saying. But Carla can't
And
get
we
his
agree with
people
him on that.
to get
Okay, that's what
from
we
that
call it. So
focus.
people believe in this low IQ thinking. They know people are dumb,
That's
so
what
they
Carla
believe in
is
Carla,
shit.
trying
are
to
there
So
drug
why would
dealers within the Black community,
yeah,
Carla?
there's drug dealers in the
That's
white
why
community,
Okay,
yo.
then that's the point that we're making. They represent a negative aspect of African American
There's
culture.
drug dealers, there's drug dealers, everything. Matter of fact, most of the drug dealers I knew were white coming up.
Fine, Carla. I'm not
White
talking.
boys, white boys,
Is there
white
drug
boys,
dealers who are white? Of course. Are there drug dealers who are Hispanics? Of course.
Hold
And
on.
there are
Let me
also
say
drug
this.
dealers who are black.
When I was growing, when I
Let
grew
me.
up, most of the white boys, and matter of fact, most of the gangs I knew were white. I knew
Oh,
people that
that's
were
yeah. They had gangs as well.
growing up.
We agree on that, right? The disagreement was you
I did.
said that like
So principally says music celebrate. The music does not celebrate the culture. What music? So you know. So you listen to Port Right.
Certain segment of music, drill music,
Who's that?
gangster
Yo,
rap.
who's that? Yo, who's that music? So like I said, when black people listen to hip hop, only Black Americans listen to hip hop. We didn't have that. It's
Carla, let me tell you something, right? In case you don't know,
I was
there are
there.
lawyers. You know that song, WAP?
There. I was there.
There are
No,
professional
first
people
of all,
who was booty shaking to that song, Carla. They're not in the hood doing all the ghetto stuff, but they dance to it when they go to that beach party and
I hate
shit.
to drop you down,
when
but
I when I watch video when I watch
let me finish what
videos.
I'm saying. Look. Back when I was coming up, the people who did hip hop was only a small segment of us. I'm gonna have my friend Chris, a showboy, he's a DJ. We know each other since we were kids. He's gonna be on the show next week. But we're gonna tell you, right? The real hip hop heads were a small group, right? Small group, right? And we basically love the art, we love hip hop, we love the breakdance, we love the boogie. When it was innocent, right? When
Mm-hmm.
people basically mainstream black people got a hold to it, and white people got a hold to it, that's when hip hop changed. Real hip hop was never about that shit, never about that noise.
Right.
So
Right. It was all about partying and
yeah, we're just
dancing and
having fun.
I
That's
wanna I
celebrating each
wanna
other.
respond to MP's comment, right? She got it backwards.
The white people got a
She
hold of it,
said
right?
culture is what we do as
Excuse
a
me.
collective. Collectively we do not sell drugs. No. Culture is made up collectively of all of the elements within
Just saying
that
hip hop
community.
drug culture was a subculture,
That's not true,
major
Elvis.
subculture in Black
For the
America.
first time, I'm actually realizing, Kyler, you've been cooking these niggas for like the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Absolutely
Yeah,
not. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Jonathan's gonna try to comment and try to save face, nigga.
it's called knowing what you're talking about.
1776 is gone, man. It's the mid
Jonathan, you
I
live
mean,
in the
'70s.
this is
Bay,
a,
you live in California. You know there's a lot of drug
bro,
dealers
bro,
out
bro,
there.
bro, bro.
They don't
This
represent
is
the
this
entirety
this
of
is
African
this is
Americans out
this
there,
is
but they're
bad.
drug
This is
dealers.
bad. This is bad. Because now, Elvis, what you saying is y'all eating kids is a part of your culture because some of y'all did it.
Yeah, it actually
It
is. It's part of the culture. The culture is everything that the people do. It's not telling you that that's the entirety of the culture, but it's part of it.
wait. Everything that the
Saying that
people
we
do
want to be part of the culture.
are because that means it has to be the norm, Elvis, in order for it to
No,
be a part of culture. Yeah, that's literally what culture is, dummies.
What? Say that again,
By
Jonathan.
default, by default, it has to be the norm. Majority of the people do it in order for it to be a culture.
No. That's not how it works.
Because if you're going to say drug dealing
No.
is culture, well
By
then
that logic,
everybody's culture on the
you
planet
can't
is about
claim
it.
rap music then, because majority of your people don't make rap music. By that logic,
No,
but
rap
you
is
They
can't
listen
claim
to it.
certain aspect of your culture because
They
the
let
majority of the people don't do certain
rap
things
is
in that
part
See
of
culture.
that
Black
By
culture.
that
that's
logic,
the problem. That's the problem.
no, because
There's
you made
two
that point.
parts.
You thought you was making a
That
good point, but it defeats your
no,
point.
it doesn't defeat the point.
It does, Jonathan.
If you make it, either you make it or you listen to it, dummy.
Yeah,
Right?
but if you say
And
a
you
majority of
can't
the people have to
wait a minute,
practice something
Elvis.
in order for
Elvis.
it to be a culture, then you're wrong because
The difference
majority of
is
people don't make music, majority of the people don't play
participant.
sports, but
Sports is not a part of our culture because people play sports, Elvis.
did you hear what I said? Majority of the people don't make music, right?
What?
Majority of the people are not athletes, but black people they celebrate their music, they
So
celebrate
let
their
me ask you
sports
a question.
stars.
Let me ask you a question, Elvis. Do the majority of the crime people play music?
Of course not.
But why
But
do
that's
y'all
not the
say y'all
point. That's
got
not the
music
point that
at?
I'm
Wait, wait,
making.
wait, wait a
My
minute,
point
wait
is
a minute,
that
wait a minute, wait
collectively,
a minute,
right?
wait a minute, wait a minute. Collectively, y'all don't do anything. Collectively, y'all don't eat people, Elvis.
No, that's what I'm
Just
trying to
because you
tell
got
you.
a moron in
That
your
comes
tribe
from
that
a
ate
part of
some
our
people,
culture. There's a segment of our culture who does that.
it's
It
not.
does. It
It
is. Whether it's
doesn't. It
embarrassing,
doesn't.
whether it's
It
shameful,
doesn't.
it's a part of the culture. You can't run away from it.
Elvis,
That's the
the worst
difference
thing
between you
is,
and I,
the
Jonathan.
worst thing about
I
this
can look
is,
at the general part of
there's
my
a
culture and say, look,
definition,
it's part of
Elvis.
the culture.
There's an English definition, the language that you're speaking right now, that says what the fuck culture means, and nigga, you're not saying what it means at the moment. That's your
What does
problem.
culture mean, Jonathan? Tell me what culture means.
Culture is a
It,
totality of what people believes.
There you go.
Totality.
Totality. You know what that means, Jonathan?
totality.
It's a sum. You add the
Totality,
things that you add up. So all the little things, the
Hold on.
positive, the negative,
Let me say
they
this,
are the
right?
That
totality of
not
it.
you don't understand the meaning of totality either.
No, that's
A
wrong.
minute
That's
ago,
wrong. That's wrong,
a minute
Elvis.
ago, I told you about
God
when
damn.
hold on. A
That's
minute
wrong,
ago, I
Elvis.
told you about when I came back from Liberia in 2000. I went to a place called 21st Seafood, right? And part of our culture in Black America is be aware of your surroundings. That we're always walking in the right. Be careful, right? That's part of our. That's collectively. If I went to California, right, and I met Jonathan out there one. I'm going to ask him, Jonathan, where do we hang out? Where do we do? That's part of our culture.
Kala, is jazz music a part of black culture?
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish. That's just part of being Black American. We understand that. I understand instinctively. I understand what someone asked me. Like, let me give you an example. I walked up there and I saw a black couple come out. I mean, okay, we're cool. We're good. So I went in there, had a good time, ate food. When I come out, there was a brother sitting in his car. I guess he was waiting to see who came out. And he saw me come out and said, "Oh, yo, is it cool in there? We cool in there? We're not. Now he didn't ask me. He didn't have to say, are they cool? The black people in there? He just said, "Are we cool in there?" Who was we? He had a blue shirt on. I had a blue shirt on. Was he talking about those who have blue shirts on? No, he's saying we black people. That's something in our.
Does every black person ask somebody if they're cool in there before they go into a restaurant,
Yeah,
Kala?
I'm saying in some places we do. Yes.
Some
That's the
places
point
they
I'm
do.
making, right? So
Kala,
not
Kala,
everybody
That's because
practices it.
you're
Kala.
done.
The
You're
thing that
racist.
the thing that Elvis doesn't get, it has to be the norm. That doesn't mean everyone does it, nigga.
So is it a norm, Kala? Is it a norm every time you go into a restaurant you
God
ask a person if you're good in
damn.
there?
Hold on, if it's done enough, like you go, it's like you go on a rest stop or whatnot, in the middle of nowhere, when you see another black person pumping gas, and you say to yourself, "Oh man, we must be cool, man." I see that black brother, or you see a brother working
That
somewhere.
it,
Okay,
yeah.
that's just Black
I
America.
guarantee you, most people go into a restaurant, don't see another black person coming out and ask them, "Are we good in there?"
Oh, that's
They don't do
because
that.
Okay,
95%
all
of
right.
black people don't do that shit.
you're not one of
I
us.
just
You're
looked
not
at
one of us. You're
I
not
just
one
You
of
looked
do
at
that,
I just
Steve?
looked at the wait. I do what?
You see a black person coming from a restaurant and ask them, "Are we good in there?" And they tell you yes or no.
I got
No,
a
hold
question. I
on, hold
got a
on. Let
question,
me answer.
Kala.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
No. If I see another black person in there, I think that, but I don't ask them that. I just if I see
Exactly.
them,
So, college again, jazz music.
Hold on. Hey, yo,
Most black people don't even listen to jazz music,
hold
but
on.
you will consider that a part of your culture.
The same thing, but I guarantee you, he's conscious of the fact that if he walks up to a restaurant, the first thing he's thinking is, "Am I going to
Wait,
be
wait,
all?"
wait, wait a minute. You say most people don't listen to jazz music?
Most black people don't listen to jazz music.
What are you talking about? If jazz is
Nigga, you
respected,
dumb. Shut up.
You
That's
listen to
a
jazz
wrap.
music,
wait,
Carla?
wait, whoa,
Elvis,
whoa, whoa.
I listen to
I
jazz.
never listened to jazz
Well,
What's the
music.
last
Most
jazz
people I
music you
have
listened
never
to,
listened to
Carla?
jazz
What's the
music.
last song you listened to that was a
last
jazz music?
jazz I ever had was this guy named Benny Youngman.
What was that? What's the last time you listened to it?
Just the other day.
Well, yeah, sure.
You
Most
hear
black
me?
people don't listen to no damn jazz music, but you hold on to jazz music as part of your culture. So when Jonathan says the norm that the majority of the people do it, that's not how it works.
you know what's crazy, right? In your mind, you think a person does it every day. You can listen to
No,
jazz
you're trying to
a
run
couple
away
of
from the
times a
fact that
month.
some black people sell drugs,
That
and
that
you're
that's
trying to
not
detach
that's
yourself
not
from it
right.
and say it's not part of our culture.
Nigga,
We all do it, so that by that logic, it's not part of our culture. But it
every
is.
group on
It
the
is.
planet has people that sell drugs. By default, you can't
When
claim
you
that as a
talk about
culture.
the Eagles
Everyone
that
does
they're
it.
selling each other, there's some gay Eagles. Is that all the Eagles that's doing it? Is that a norm in their culture, Jonathan? When you say
I don't feel that they.
derogatory
I don't
things
say
about
that.
Africans,
I
is it
don't say
all
that.
Africans
I
that's
don't.
doing it? Is it a majority of them that's doing it?
Hey, guess what? Majority of Africans wear flip flops. That's a part of your culture. Is that correct, Elvis?
Yeah, that's like saying the majority of Europeans wear flip flop.
It,
That's a part of their
it, it,
culture.
it, it, that
Of course, it's hot.
I ain't seen
Yeah,
them
it's
do
hot. I
that.
mean,
I only seen that
you
in
say
Elvis.
stupid shit
I
and
only
you
seen that
don't
in
even think
Elvis.
about it.
But
Majority of Europeans wear
Elvis,
flip flops too, Jonathan.
that's not the
Don't
point.
you know that?
No, I got a question. I got a
It's hot.
question. For some reason, a lot of people like to claim jollof rice. We know that that comes from Senegal, and that's part of the culture. But everyone else does it. But it
Who's
still
playing
doesn't take
music
the
in the
fact
back?
away that it's a part of their
Is that
culture.
you, Carla?
Yeah, I
Collar,
love
we get it.
jazz.
You
Oh,
know
you
we
Run
playing?
jazz
that
Try,
fans,
try,
jazz,
man. We
try.
get
Colin.
it.
Colin's trying to
We
tell us
get
that
it.
he plays jazz when he comes to work
We get
Yeah,
every
I
it.
do
day.
play
You're
jazz.
damn
My
lying,
car.
We
Colin.
play
You don't play no
jazz.
jazz, man.
I
Come
play
on.
jazz in my car. You don't know me, bro.
You lying,
Hold
Colin.
Yo,
I
on.
hey,
don't know.
yo, you want some more?
Steve, you
No,
know
no,
for a
that's
fact
okay.
you don't hear black people playing jazz like that in your
No,
everyday
No, no,
life.
no,
You know for a
hold on.
fact.
no.
But people do. We have jazz clubs in New York. You know that, right?
Yeah, Collar,
Colin,
but
you
on
live
a
in
day-to-day
Virginia.
Clubs in New York.
basis,
We have
Show me a
on a
jazz
jazz
clubs.
club in
day-to-day
Virginia.
basis,
We listen to jazz all night. We have
Collar, on a day,
nice jazz clubs in New York. Whatnot, you know, a
we,
lot of
we,
jazz.
we, when I'm in a black neighborhood, right, on a day-to-day basis, the only thing I hear is hip hop, R&B, gospel
Yeah,
music.
but you
That's
got
all you
hold on.
hear.
You
And
when you
That's
reggae.
all
go
you
to
hear.
jazz,
Exactly.
That's all you
you know,
hear.
hold up. You hold up. You
Jazz is not as popular as other black
hold
genres,
up.
but it's still part of your culture.
But still, basically, black people still observe that. It's like gospel.
That's what
So
I'm
we
saying. That's the point I'm making, right? It's not as popular. Most black people
hold on.
don't enjoy it,
We
but it's
still
part of your
observe
culture
it as part
still.
of our culture. You know,
That's my point.
we don't do it. Just like
So
poetry.
even though the majority
Hold
don't
on,
do it, it's still
hold on,
part of the culture.
hold on. Just like you got Negro spirituals, right? We don't say them every day, but they're there. We observe them. You know.
And you consider it part of your culture, right?
Yes, they're part of culture, but don't do it all the
Exactly.
time. You know, we don't do it all the time. But the bottom line
So
is this:
something being minority done, it
hold
doesn't
on.
take away the fact that it's a part of a culture.
What you and your culture has to be edifying. You know, that's drug dealing is not edifying. Culture is something that
Like
you
I
do.
said, it's a negative aspect of the
No, it's
culture.
not negative. There's no such thing as a negative aspect. Either your culture is degenerate or it's not. You know, so you don't. It's like this. So
All right. The definition of totality is the whole of something. So when you say the totality of somebody's culture, it's talking about everything, right?
That's why I say these people think they're smart, but they're actually dumb. They're
no,
trying to challenge me and talking about I don't know what totality means. What the hell are you talking about?
culture has to be
One plus one equals two. That's a sum. A sum is a totality of those two
in order
numbers.
for it to be a totality, that means all black people got to agree with.
All things added together. That's what totality means,
No, it
Carla.
doesn't
All
mean
things
that
added
all
together.
black people have to do. It
It
doesn't
don't
mean that
work like
all black people have
it
to
don't
do
work.
it.
It
It's
doesn't
talking
work
about
like
all
that.
of the black culture, even the subcultures in
So
America.
hold on.
That
That
means
don't
the
hold on.
totality of it,
So somebody
everything.
can have a subculture. That don't mean it's recognized as black culture. You know. Okay, you
You
believe.
just the thing about it, you want to run away from the negative. That's the point.
Okay.
You don't want to talk about drug dealing. You don't
If you
want to
go
talk
to
about a whole culture.
Elvis, it's Elvis. I'm asking you one question. If I go to the Smithsonian Museum, will I see a drug dealer exhibit?
Say that again.
You heard me. If I went to the Smithsonian African American Museum, would I see a drug dealer exhibit?
No, you won't see a drug dealing exhibit.
Okay, then that's not part of the
No,
culture.
that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Boom,
That's not
boom.
how it works, Scholar. You
He
must be
just used the
stupid.
word
Got
against you.
cooking.
If you
I got a
no
question.
no no
I got a
hold
question.
on
Go
hold
ahead.
on, Carla. When you go to a museum, right, a white museum, do you see some stuff about the KKK?
You got cooked. You know, I
No,
don't.
no. Do you see things about the KKK? Does that mean that the KKK don't exist and is not a part of white culture?
Because
They
that was
actually do
part of
have they
American
actually do have KKK shit inside the museums though,
Yeah, you do
Elvis.
have KKK shit. You know, you
When's the
got
last
Damn.
museum you went to that you saw KKK stuff in there, Carla?
yeah, you do because it was part
When's
of
the
history.
last museum you went to that you
Hold on.
saw
If
in
you
there?
go to a historic museum, they'll show you uniforms of the night riders and whatnot. The
What
first,
was the last museum you went to that you saw it in, Carla?
no, you go to any museum, you're gonna see
That's a lie. Tell me one museum that you saw it in.
it was history, so you're gonna see it. You know.
Okay, there you go.
You know. So the bottom line is this: if you go to a African American museum, only thing you might see is black people doing the bootlegging
Carla,
and the
you
rum.
can't run away from drug dealing.
Oh
Black
yeah,
people
how
deal
you gonna run
drugs,
away
white
from
people
drug
deal
dealing?
drugs, Italians deal drugs.
It's
It's a
not.
part of everybody in it, every ethnic group in this country. They deal drugs.
It's just
You
like you
can't
said.
wipe that off for your people, man. Every group of people does that.
That's bullshit.
African
Wait,
even
wait,
do
wait,
it
wait,
too.
wait, 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 wait. Hold on, Carla. Elvis, are you saying that eating is a part of your culture?
Say
Because
that again.
your people is
Yeah,
eating a
some of my
part of
people.
your
Yeah, some of
culture.
my people practice cannibalism. Yeah, it's a part of the
No, no,
culture. I mean,
no.
you think
I
I'm?
just meant
Yeah,
no, no, no,
your
no.
mindset is that
I
I'm going to
mean
be ashamed of
no,
it. I'm
no.
going to run
You
away from it because it's negative. No, it's a part of my
This
culture.
nigga's
What do you want me to
dumb.
say?
You're being dumb. I said,
No, I'm not being dumb.
is eating a part of your culture?
What do you mean when you say eating?
Eat it. Just
Just
eating in
regular
general.
eating as a
I
human
mean,
function that
everyone
every
does
human
it
being
though.
does.
Everyone does it though, Elvis, right?
No,
So you wouldn't
don't be silly,
if
Jonathan. You're smarter
everybody
than that.
does it, if everybody does it, you wouldn't say that
You
it's a part
said
of your
your point
culture.
was that if something is not done by the majority, then it can't be part of the
If
culture. It can't be the norm.
everybody does it, nigga, it's not your
No, you said that
individual
if something
culture.
is not done by the norm, it's not the majority. It can't be part of the culture, right? That was your argument. And I'm telling you, jazz music, for example, it's not listened to by the majority of African American, but they will claim jazz
No,
music
no,
as being the
maybe
culture,
part of
a part of the culture.
I would counter that and say that it does. Say that it
Okay.
actually is.
So
we
what?
as
You saying
jazz,
what? That the majority of
we
black people listen to jazz
As a
music?
black person who's been to several
sophisticated
black codes,
like jazz.
jazz is popular than a motherfucker. I
Okay,
think the
all right,
problem that you
all right,
have is
Jonathan.
that when you think of jazz, you just only think of music and no one's thinking over
It's a
nothing like
whole
that.
vibe, man. It's a
That's
whole
your
Whatever
vibe.
problem.
you
You don't
say,
actually know
Jonathan.
what the fuck
Jazz
jazz
is
is.
popular, man. The
It's a
people
whole
listen to jazz
vibe.
every day.
Jazz clubs. Okay, and we'll look it up.
I want to know, Kyler. I'm sure you like music.
Hey,
When was the
Colin,
last time you went to a jazz
jazz
club, Kyler?
club,
New York. I used to go to one.
jazz
When
musicians.
was the last time you went to one?
It was like 10 years ago in New York.
10 years ago. So that's not something you do often, right?
I went to one, you know?
Hey, Colin, ask me when the
It's
last
not a
time I
norm
went
in
to
your
a hip
life.
hop. Ask me when the last time I went to a rap concert.
I have never been to a rap
I
concert.
never been to one.
I never been to
Yeah,
one.
nobody is saying that rap is that everybody listens to rap or goes to rap culture. That's the point I'm
Uh-huh.
making. These little segment of music make up your culture. Whether it's rap, whether it's jazz, whether it's gospel,
A rap
it
concert.
all mix up your culture. That's the
I've
point
never
that we're
been.
making. Nobody's saying that you
Okay,
have to do it
well,
before it becomes part of your culture.
it's an article, the best jazz clubs in New York.
The whole definition of culture, it has to be a way of life of a people. Once you say it's no longer the way of life of the people, then it's no longer part of their culture. That's what. So when y'all say y'all got African culture, what the fuck are y'all saying? Then?
5G, your search.
What the hell is African culture?
Get Cox Internet for just $40 a month.
Yeah, they were
When you
born
add
in
Cox.
Africa. That's the
Mr.
whole culture they
Jonathan.
have.
So they basically don't have a culture anymore. They didn't took that shit away from their own self.
Mr. Jonathan, man.
That wasn't
Okay,
right at all.
this is all the jazz clubs in New York. The jazz scene is big.
Culture. I just looked up the definition of culture. That's why I was quiet. The key word there, if you go look it up right now, it says collectively. That's the key word that they use. The arts and achievement of a people collectively.
Jazz clubs all over the world.
Not just a way of life, Jonathan. Collectively.
We built jazz clubs all over the world. Jazz is something we invented. Now everybody does it. You know, it's not just African American.
Come on, Colin, man.
Jazz is a part of African American culture, Connor. That's my point.
African American culture. What's the difference? Yeah, the part.
Right.
So since it's edifying, it's something good. Culture has to be something positive.
No, Colin, look it up. Look up the definition of culture. It says collectively.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we're talking about civilized people.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's why I say you trying to weed out the bad from the good.
That's what we
but
do.
Culture is collective. It takes everything into account.
We don't take the bad and say we're gonna run with it. We talk about the civilized. It's civilizing. That's why we got the NAACP Image Award. We want to take the good and showcase the world. That's why we had the Harlem Renaissance.
Yeah, that you can take that and project it fine, but it doesn't mean that there are a negative part of the culture.
The Harlem Renaissance, like Ebony Magazine, came from the Harlem Renaissance. That showed the world Black America, and because of the Black America, the Harlem Renaissance, and Ebony Magazine, the world's opinion of the entire Black race changed. They saw us as civilized people. You know, we don't let everything. So the world at one time never thought of criminals and gangsters as Black America. They thought that was an aberration.
All right. From what I gather from reading the definition of different things, the criminal element in Black America can be considered a subculture, but not the culture itself.
Every group of people have a subculture.
Right.
It's not
so it'll be a subculture and not.
So basically, every group of people on the planet got a drug dealing subculture. Congratulations.
Yeah, subculture. Yeah, that's
of course.
Culture, you know?
Every group of people. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you guys are running away from it.
That's the point.
It's not something that's unique to you. So why run away from it?
Everybody does it. It's no longer part of culture.
Embraces a subculture. Just like the mafia is an Italian American subculture.
We agree on that, Carla. The point we were trying to. The argument was about
when you try to attach that to the great Italian American people, that's not right.
But we
Mafia
never
has
said it
nothing to
was
do with
all of
Italian
them.
America.
So
So
we
hold on,
we we
the black criminal in America has nothing to do with Black America. It's a subculture.
What's his name? Steve. When I say mafia, what goes through your mind? Give me the first three words that come in your mind.
what's the first
You
three words
said
that come to my
Italians, but
mind?
that's not the
No, no,
case.
no, no, no.
Ita-
I asked Steve a question. When I say the word
Reality,
mafia, what
reality.
comes to your mind?
Hold on, reality. You
Italian.
know, the Jewish
Yeah,
mafia is
Italian.
as powerful as the thing. You had the Irish mob, Russian mafia. You have all kinds of people. But because of movies like The Godfather and Goodfellas, when we think of Italian Americans, and that's not cool.
When you say mafia, who does
But it's okay. There's a
what do you
Mexican
attach to that
mafia.
word, Carla?
You got the
Do you
Mexican
attach
mafia.
Japanese to it?
Hold on,
Do you
You got
attach
hold on.
Sweden,
The mafia is
Swedish
the
people
word.
to it?
Hold up. You got the Russian mafia, the Albanian mafia, the Japanese mafia,
Mexican mafia,
Mexican
You
mafia.
have to put an
Irish
adjective
mafia,
before it.
Jewish
You have
mafia.
to put an
You got the
adjective
Jewish
before it,
mafia,
right?
But
the
when
Jewish
people
mafia,
think
whatever
about
you
the
Because
want to
my
say,
mafia, they do think about Italians. I will say
Exactly.
The
that
Italian
they
mafia. You
will
say the
think about
Sicilian
Italians.
mafia. You got the
Just
Italian
like when
mafia.
people
You
say
got the
hip hop
Sicilian.
or Russian hip hop or Chinese hip hop, they have to put an adjective before it to let you know that this is a different, it's a subculture of
So bottom line,
the
so
mainstream hip
what
hop.
we're trying to say basically is you can't attach a subculture to Black American culture.
What do you mean you can't attach it? It's part of your culture,
Well, it's
man.
not. It's not part of
Subculture
our
is
culture.
within the
No.
culture.
Hold on.
That's
If
the
it was part of
definition of
our culture,
sub. It's within the culture.
if it was look, I come from an African American culture, right? And the bottom line is nobody in my family said, "Hey, do you splitting those keys up or cooking that crack?" No, it didn't happen. So how the hell is it part of my culture? You know?
Elvis pretending like at his Liberian Thanksgiving that they over there chopping up a little baby or some shit like that. Like it's just the norm or some shit.
No, that's not. That's not what I said. It's collective. I just want you to go on Google. Definition of culture. The
Yeah, we
first
know
thing
what
there
the
tells
definition
you
No,
is
no,
of
the
no.
art and
culture is.
Go.
achievement of a people collectively, all together.
So the
To
bottom
collect
line,
means to bring everything together.
first of all,
Collect.
everything done in Black
Hey,
America.
hey, hey, Elvis. What president did the collective of Americans vote for?
I mean, you're talking about a political thing that's binary. Is
So
that
the
what you're
culture,
saying?
the
Hey,
MAGA.
hey, hey,
Okay,
democracy is a part
okay,
of
MAGA.
American culture.
MAGA.
Now, in
America,
America's
white
culture,
America. The majority of white
No,
America voted.
democracy is a part of American culture.
Hold up. Yeah, but democracy voted MAGA into power.
Yeah. So what? There's been
So they have
Republican
power. They
president.
got
There will be
power. They can do
Republican
whatever they
president in the
want to
future.
do.
What are you saying?
They're gonna do
It's not.
whatever.
It's not something that's
They're gonna do
strange.
whatever they want to do, and also they're gonna look like they're gonna win the midterms, and they're gonna be in power a long time.
You think you said the Republicans are going to win the
Yeah, they're gonna win
midterms?
the midterm. Well, not because I
Okay,
know that.
yeah, yeah, it's possible. It's 50-50 shot, Carla.
Okay,
It's
so they're
not the
gonna
end of the
win
world.
midterms. They're gonna win in 2028. They're gonna win.
Yeah, whatever you say, Carla.
Okay, so
it's the
give me
first
some
time I
other balls,
realized,
bro.
Elvis, you don't know what the definition of collective means.
Okay, Jonathan, tell me what it means.
The majority.
Collective means the majority.
Yeah, that's
I
what it
believe that
means.
was a definition when I looked it up earlier. Everybody looking at definitions of words. So Kyle and Jonathan's actually right. I will give him that.
Yeah, I
Just
mean, Elvis, give it up. You could read the shit. You can just go look at it and read it.
the criminality that what you talk about the black community would be a subculture. It wouldn't be the culture
Collective
of
means it's
America.
done by people acting as a group. As a group, you know what a group is? A group encompasses different people. Multiple people is a part of a group. So a collective is not a majority. It's done by a group. A group encompasses multiple
Go
people.
look up the
Just like your
definition.
culture, it has multiple
Who
aspects.
did the collective of
Well,
America
Jonathan, you just
vote
be saying
for?
shit like niggas can't look
God
it up, bro.
damn, bruh.
You say
Yeah, you
majority
looked it
means
up.
collective. That's not what it
You know
means.
what,
Go
Elvis?
type in the
It's
word
kind of like
collective definition and see the definition.
when the
It doesn't
Christian
say anything about
motherfucker read
majority,
the Bible
Jonathan.
and don't even know what the fuck they reading. You
It
can
doesn't
read
say anything
anything,
about
Elvis,
majority.
but
The
you just
word
don't
definition
understand it.
for collective, Jonathan, doesn't
You
say
don't
anything about
understand it.
majority.
You
I
don't
just read it
understand it,
on
bruh.
Google. Anybody can go Google it.
Bruh, majority of
It
the
says something
people on
that's
this
done by a
panel,
group.
the majority of the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
on this panel
It says
read the
something done
same
by a group.
thing.
It does say that. It doesn't have
No,
a
Steve,
majority.
Steve,
A
say that
group.
again, Steve.
Wait. A group. Explain the group.
Group. You know what a
Explain
group means,
Right?
Jonathan?
A group.
It means that it's made up of multiple people.
Right.
Multiple. That's what collective means. So your culture, when it say collectively, it means it's bringing in multiple aspects, not just one. not just the majority, multiple
That would
aspects.
include the sub coaches too, right? That would include the
Yeah,
sub
that
coaches.
includes everything. Man, Jonathan, you be saying things and you be so confident, but niggas can just do a Google search and see the definition, man. It doesn't say anything about collective being majority. Come on, man.
Collective means to a totality. That means a collective.
There you go.
Collective. Everybody. So the bottom line is this: if the collective of America said, something, majority says we wanted Donald Trump, we want mass deportation. That's what we got. That's how the system works. That's how it works. So it is what it is. I can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing about it. You just have to live with it. I
What
can't.
what do you mean? What do you mean by that, MP?
The collective majority. Yeah, yeah. The collective is the
That,
majority.
but that's not the
Okay.
This the first
definition.
time
That's
I.
not what
This
the
the first time
definition
I.
means, man.
It means most. The collective.
That's not what it
But
means.
okay, Tyler, look at the
Type in the
That,
word
definition.
that's
collective.
actually what it means.
Collective
That's
means
actually.
Type in the word collective.
collective means a consensus, a broad consensus.
Nope. Steve, what
No,
was the
it
definition
doesn't.
you got?
The definition says done
Uh,
by done by people acting as a group.
As a group.
well, how many people? And there's a minority of people, a majority of people.
What's the
You leave
definition of a group?
stuff out,
What's the
Steve.
What's the
definition of
definition? Yeah, there
it
you
says
go, Kyle. What's
most.
the definition of
Yeah,
a group? Is a group one person or
Steve,
multiple people?
Steve did his sidestep again. You know,
What?
he did.
Steve just gave you the definition from Google. Now he's not making it up or telling you what his
Exactly. I gave
definition
you
in
the
his head
definition of
is.
the word.
Steve did a sidestep. He's shuffling. Collective meaning.
Yeah,
Like I
she's
said, I
saying the
agree with your.
collective, when you put the on something, it takes a different meaning. When you're looking at a word definition, you know, it's a singularity. When you say the, then now you're taking the
Yeah, that's what we said.
majority.
The collective.
Listen,
But
Essentially,
we're not
Tyler.
talking
collective
about
as
the
a
collective.
noun.
We're talking about the
Hold
word
up, hold
collective.
up. Collective as a noun represents the whole of the group,
Oh man, where we
the
get that
majority.
definition from? Where we get that
The
definition
whole
from?
of the group. You know what whole means, Jonathan?
Yeah, yeah, I know what it
Whole
means.
means 100%. To make something
Yeah,
whole means to make it whole.
yeah.
To make it
Team,
100%, not
family,
a majority.
her, flock,
100.
crowd, group, class, board. Now, in order for
Yeah.
something to be a part, now at this point, you might as well go and say that anything that Black people do will be a part of Black culture.
No, no, we not saying that anymore. We don't. Well, I'm
Whoa,
not
whoa,
saying
whoa,
that
whoa!
anymore.
Wait a
I
minute!
changed
Wait a
that.
minute! That doesn't make any sense then, because if majority don't have to do it, some people just have to do it, and it's a part of that damn that group's culture.
Steve,
So
Listen,
Steve,
basically,
type in your Google machine. Steve, type in your Google machine definition of culture. Yeah, type in your Google machine the definition of culture and tell me what the first definition says.
Okay, a collective says a group of individuals share a common purpose, goal, or character. Now, I don't share a common purpose with a fucking drug
It don't
dealer.
say anything about majority there, Carla.
It says a group of individuals.
That's
well,
what a
hold on,
group is.
Carla.
It's made up of
Hold on, Carla.
individuals.
Hold on, Carla. Hold on, Carla.
Yes,
The
collective.
dummies forgot the part common purpose. What is common? What does common mean?
oh man, what definition
Oh,
y'all
it's
get?
the
Did you? Yeah, yeah.
norm. Damn it!
Did you look up that word for the definition for culture, Steve?
And all
Yeah,
that,
look,
and all
it
that.
says.
Black America historically have been rugged individualism. So we never really had a
Oh,
collective.
give me that definition,
Oh,
Steve,
okay.
please.
Anyway, all right.
Understand African American culture,
Hold on, Carla. Let the brother read the definition real
hold
quick.
on. African American culture is based on the Protestant idea of rugged individualism. So everybody in our community, just because we're the same color, don't mean we're part of the same so-called collective. We've never been a collective people. Never.
We hear your soliloquy, Carla. So what's the definition,
Oh,
Steve?
I'm dead
The
serious.
first,
I'm dead serious. We've never been a collective.
I hear you, Carla. I'm not arguing with you.
When you talk about we got to embrace our culture, there's no damn
Carla,
collective.
I just want to get the definition. Don't filibuster now.
So
the,
bottom line, so you're absolutely
Carla,
wrong.
Carla. I
What's
just
the
want to get
definition,
to our
Steve?
point. At this point, we just arguing with dummies. We shouldn't be arguing
listen,
with
the
dummies for too
definition
damn
of
Steve,
long.
can you
culture.
read the definition?
I can't
Yeah,
believe
it
the
says
other
the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively.
Yeah, hold up. But there's
Collective.
never been any,
What is collective,
hold up. There's never been any
You
collective.
don't know what collectively means?
bro?
Black
Bro,
America
I'm
never
starting to
collectively.
All
realize something.
together, all together, all together,
Hold
Jonathan.
on,
That's
hold
the
on,
simplest form I can put it
Kyler.
in.
Jonathan,
This is
does
the
he
first
understand?
time I ever realized that the
America is not
Africans, even though they speak English, they don't actually understand the English that they speak.
Jonathan, the
That's what I'm
definition of
saying.
Because
collective just
because in the
means as
because in the Western world, collective can have
Words
more than
have
one
meaning,
meaning.
Jonathan. You can't put your own meaning
Wait.
to it,
No,
Jonathan.
good meaning that just
No, no, no.
is Black America
America,
can never
in the
say
Western
collective
world, we
because
have multiple meanings for one word. In your
that's
mind,
true.
you're thinking of everything that's collected is a part of something. But in the Western mind, when we understand what we're talking about, we know that that means the majority, the common, the norm. That's the
Eh,
difference between African thinking when they learn English and Black American and everybody else when they know
because Black
English.
America
We
Collectively,
know
right?
what we're talking about and we
What does
understand.
ly means in the word collectively? What does the ly stand mean in the word, Jonathan?
hold on. First of all, we have never had the thing of being a collective people. We're basically like this. We're black. We're together based on race, and racism puts us together, right? But everything black people do, even though we share a lot of stuff together, we're all individuals. There's no collective saying, "Okay, we got such and such as drug dealers. We got to include him in." Or what is it?
Carl, we're not saying that. I'm
We're
not
not.
saying.
We're not. Hold on. We're not including everybody into. There's no collective that we got to include
Is
everybody.
Southern culture part of Black culture, Kyler?
Yeah, this part of hold up. First of all, when you
Is
talk about black,
Western culture on the West Coast part of your culture, Kyler?
well, African American, if you're in the United States, right, you're part of Black America, right, and that's because we live in the United States. Our cultures are similar, you know. But every family,
Yeah,
Jonathan's
regional
family,
differences.
hold up. Jonathan's family is different from my family. Now, because we come from the same
I
country,
mean, but Carl, we
okay,
got a
hold
lot
up.
of similarities because where
Hold
we
on, we
came
have a
from.
lot of
Most of us came from the
similarities
same
based on the
place,
fact that we
area.
come from the same country. You know, we come from the
But
United States. That's what
but
links us together. But
Yeah,
we're
but
not.
there are
but
regional differences. But
there
The
is
regional
regional.
collectively,
differences. Hold on. The
it
regional
makes up
differences
African
is the
American
same.
culture.
Because as long as you live in the United States, the 50 states and whatnot, all your culture is shaped by your way of life. We live in a state in the states in America. They all got the same representation in Congress.
The
We
people
all
in New York don't live the same way people in Mississippi do, but they'll
Yeah,
consider the
but
people in Mississippi to be part of their culture as a people
a
collectively.
person, a black person from Mississippi can go right to New York or New Jersey and fit right into the community. Simple as that. Because they're similar religion, similar everything, similar background. They know they're from the same place, America.
There are
You know,
regional differences, Carla.
Thank
You
you,
there
know
are
thank you,
regional
this.
brother.
differences, but the bottom
Thank
line,
you,
it's
brother.
not like you guys. We don't sit there and say we're gonna kill each other because we come from
Oh,
the same
okay.
region.
All right. Hold on. That brother, I don't know how to say your name in the chat. You made it the
Izugo
last comment.
is Diego.
Okay.
Is Diego.
All right.
I think it means like
You
the
made a
king of
great
money or
point,
something
right?
like that.
Most Black Americans, roots are in the South. That's where they came from. So there are regional differences, but over 80% of us,
But the
are.
bottom line, you go to this. Look, you go to a cookout.
Hey,
And
Kyle, I got a
you
question. I got a
it's the
question.
same things and
You're
do
from the East Coast. I'm from the West Coast. Did
right.
you ever had chitlins when your grandmother cooked?
I never ate them. You
I
know,
didn't eat them either. But did the grandma ever made pig feet?
yeah, but I didn't eat them.
Damn, we from two nigga. We from two different
Yeah,
parts
I
of the
know that.
country. That's
I
crazy.
was in Liberia.
Jonathan, you're a
Man,
simpleton, bro.
I
I
thought
said
things
there are
would have been
regional
different.
differences. I didn't say that everything was different. That's not what I said. I didn't say everything was different. I
Hey,
said
look,
regional
hold
differences.
on, hold on.
What exactly would be the
You
regional
go to Brooklyn.
difference?
You
What's
go
the
to Brooklyn.
regional
They cook
difference?
you breakfast in Brooklyn. They're gonna cook you grits, cheese eggs with some bacon or some friggin' sausage and whatnot. You go to Mississippi. Guess what they're gonna cook you? They're gonna
But
cook
are
you
you saying
grits,
there's no
cheese
regional
eggs,
difference
and
between
whatnot.
Black
So the bottom
Americans?
Yeah,
line
I
Is
mean
that
is,
what y'all saying
these
there?
guys are so
you eat the same
disingenuous and
food. You
dishonest.
get the same foods and
There are
whatnot.
a
The
lot. Yeah,
same
there are
food.
similarities. We're not
Oh
saying
yeah,
there's no similarities,
it's the same.
Carla.
Our cultures, our food's all the same. You know.
Steve, have you ever been to New York? You ever been anywhere apart from from where you
You
live?
go to New York, the same collard greens, same cornbread, same everything is served in New York, just
Like
like
I just said, that most of the roots of Black Americans in the South. That's what the similarities.
it's
But the
all the
differences,
friggin' same, all the damn same,
there
you
are
know.
differences in how we think and stuff like that,
The
depending on
only
what
thing in
region
New
you come
York
from.
is only thing in New York is you do have influence in black culture and influenced by their surroundings. Like in New York, black soul food also includes lasagna, ziti, and spaghetti and stuff like that because of the Italian one. And also
E-
pickles. We got that from Jews.
Even
And
even in the same state, right? Even in the same state, like I'm in North Carolina, right? People, even though I have a lot of similarities with people from urban environments, people that stay in rural areas are different as well. We have
So I think where you're mixing up is regional culture. It has nothing to do with your skin color, because what Kyle just said, the black people tend to do what the Jews do. That tend to do what the Italians do. That's just a regional culture.
yeah,
right.
That doesn't
And
change
that's
black culture. That's just regional culture that's related to that particular area, which would
we
mean
never
that's
said
not
that. We just
actually a
saying
part of
there's
black
differences.
culture.
We just saying there's
There's,
differences.
Tyler, when you used to go down south from New York, was it exactly the same as it was in New York?
yeah. Everything. Look,
You
there's
a damn
nothing.
lie. You a lie,
Look,
Tyler. They just
look,
being
look,
dishonest.
I've been going to the South and North since I was a
It
kid.
wasn't exactly the same. You know
Hey,
that.
hold on. Only thing in the South is when you go to the rural area of the South, it's like kinfolks, country people. They act a little different. They may eat watermelon with their face all messed up and whatnot.
Oh,
And
okay.
New York, no, New York
You
people,
talking about?
no, New York people are just a little more sophisticated. We're just a
Kyler,
little
Kyler.
sophisticated. That's all about it. But it's the same.
You said people from where are more sophisticated?
New York, more sophisticated. It's just look.
Oh, okay.
God
When you
forbid.
came to New York, you had to act a certain way, put on airs. Look, I had my family was divided over that. Right, every time our kinfolk came up from the deep South, man, they tend to be loud. They tend to be, it is what it is. Then when you come to New York, you're like in the South. This is how it is in the South. People could just all day. You spend all day if you're not working or like that. You just show up at somebody's house. Oh yeah, man, we cook dinner's gonna be ready. Such and such. Oh yeah, it's a good time. Blah blah blah. In New York, it's like this. Before you come over, you gotta call. It's gotta be formal and stuff like that. So there was
But
subtle
I
differences.
thought everything was the same, Carla. I didn't know there was regional differences in
Right,
how in
because it is
etiquettes
the
and in
same.
different things.
It's just different etiquette when you're living in New York because you're living around. It's a different culture in New York. Black people who first came to New
You know
York.
that saying, Carla, same, same, but different, right?
Black people came to New York, right? They brought the same culture from the South, but they had to make adjustments. Just like if you move into an upscale neighborhood, right? You act different than when you living in the hood, like with George Jefferson, you moving on up. So black people know how to adapt and adjust as they
I
move
mean,
up.
George Jefferson would still had a way about him, though.
Yeah,
If you talking
but
about
the
the
bottom
South.
line, but he was still George Jefferson. But the bottom line is George Jefferson showed you that black people are still black no matter how much money they got. That's true about Black America. We don't change no matter how much money we got. People still got the same foods, they got the same beliefs and everything like that. We go lose that. So people try to make it seem like black
I
people.
told Magnesia was coming up. I want to get his opinion on this. Maybe he's a premium black, so maybe he can educate us.
Ahmed, you said Ahmed said, "Am I gonna let Kyler say that about my people where we come from?" I mean, if Kyler think we eat watermelon like that and get our face all dirty, I
And
mean,
that's
that's
the
his
thing.
belief.
That's a stereotype, right? That the people in the South is less sophisticated than people up north. That's been a stereotype.
Well, I'm saying, look. When I used to go down to the south and stuff, I let myself. We just went crazy, man. We just out there in the sun all day, beating on us. We're not eating watermelon, spitting pits all over the place and whatnot. We were having ignorant
Was
shit.
that was eating watermelon? Was that part of your culture in New York, Kyla?
Even watermelon. Let me tell you something. Watermelon was the first a thing of free blacks did to get rich.
I said
Growing
in New York,
watermelon
during
and
your summer
watermelon.
months in New York, did you eat watermelon like that?
Watermelon was the number one fruit in Black America, right? A lot of people got rich growing
I'm talking
watermelon,
one thing,
selling
Kyla is
it.
answering a different thing.
It was a first black commerce in America, but we gave it up because of the stereotypes. We allowed white people to come in and take it over. Now you got Chinese growing watermelon selling to us. We used to dominate that. We used to
But
dominate.
Kyler, but why do you say that it was ignorant? Like, what was ignorant about eating watermelon?
No, just as the way that we depicted us, as watermelon eating Negroes and whatnot. So we basically didn't want that. We were trying
Then
to black.
the North, they wanted to get away from all of the stereotypes that white people painted.
Yeah, exactly. So back when we came up north, we wanted to dress a certain. We took pictures of ourselves and
So
nice
y'all
suits
sounded
and
weak
everything.
then. It sounds like to
You know
me,
what I'm saying?
y'all, you know.
So the bottom line is this. So people basically, what New York, like we were under pressure to fit in. New York, the capital of the world, cosmopolitan. New York was cosmopolitan. We wanted to fit in. We wanted to be Americans. We wanted to be Americans. Being American means being more sophisticated and educated and refined and stuff like that. So, I'm not gonna down my people for it. Just was it was what it was. It caused divisions among us and whatnot, But it is what it is. We still survived. So everything's good. All
Is
good.
Nagmeezy coming up, Kyle, or is he not?
I don't know. He didn't. I put the link in there, so if he wants to come up. So
Come on now, Measy, come cook.
okay. I think this is him, man. I thought he had disappeared off the face of the earth.
I want to hear him.
I'm trying to bring him now.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh yeah. What's up, brothers?
What up,
What's up,
bro?
man?
All right, so what's this New York talk? Because I'm the real New Yorker here, man. Like,
I'm a real New Yorker, neck, man. I'm the real New Yorker.
We're asking, what's the difference between black culture in New York and black culture in the South?
It's the same thing, just differences and
Kyle, we
environment.
want to hear Nagmeezy, where he just came on.
now there's a huge difference.
Uh,
Huge. All right. It's black. Look, if you have family from the South, you know that you would have to go down every summer, every other summer to get reintroduced to your Black American roots. Okay. I did it. My son does it currently. Um, the difference is once you're in New York, you have a whole lot of different influences, right? You got Hispanics, you got Caribbeans. So it starts becoming Black American culture and it starts becoming New York culture. There are no soul food restaurants in not a lot of soul food restaurants in New York anyway. It was Sylvia's, and it was the last time I searched for one. It was in the Bronx, and it was owned by a Senegalese guy. So there are number one regional differences, even within the states in the South, and number two, New York has made its own separate New York culture. So when you go down south, there's like this little tension or whatever, because New Yorkers tend to be arrogant, Southerners tend to be a little more laid back, and then we have this little regional beef. So yeah, absolutely, there is a difference.
all right.
See,
Knock me,
Colin,
I
see that's
got a
why.
question. Hold on.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Now that arrogant part, is that a New York culture in general?
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So it's not actually like a black New York culture. It's just New York culture in general, right?
Um, yeah, it's New York. New York is whether they be white, black, Hispanic. New York has an edge. They got a chip on their shoulders. New Yorkers. So yeah,
Yes, and that part right there is what stops it from being a regional black New York culture. It's that's just New York in general.
Nah, because black people in New York, they have a different kind of culture than the Hispanic and the Italians, right? They don't do the same thing. They don't eat the same kind of food as the Italians do.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but that's the
yes we
interesting
do.
part though. So what do the black people in New York eat? Do they eat the same shit that they ate in the South?
They
Yeah,
eat
see,
That
they
tastes
eat
our,
different?
our food
Alfredo and
is
pasta and linguine and
hold on.
lasagna.
Our food is also fused with local things like Spanish rice, fried rice, it's also lasagna, ziti and whatnot. So we learned of also like my family cooks the best ziti. They know how to cook the ziti, lasagna. We added that into our soul food recipe. Every black person holidays got their own version of how they cook lasagna. We got that from the Italians. With spaghetti. We eat a lot of spaghetti in New York.
Yeah,
Carl, you ever
yeah,
eat a
you got it from the
knish? You ever
Italians.
ate a
Therefore, it ain't
knish?
your culture.
Carl, you ever eat a knish?
So are you saying that there's not a black
Like,
culture in New York,
I
Kyla?
know. I remember that. It's like Jewish something, right?
Is there
Yeah,
not a
it's
unique
that
black culture
potato
in New York,
thing.
Kyla?
It's like a Jewish. What? Well, I'm saying like this. The thing is, though, our culture is fundamentally Southern black culture, right? In New York, right? All we did was adapt it to the area when. Well, look, this is how it is, Elvis. When you're in New York, right? People judge you by what kind of sneakers you got on, how you dress, how you present yourself, everything. It's very formal. You can't like that. South was where we go to let our hair down and we just back for kinfolk, whatever like that. So in New York, we had to friggin' we're around all these different influences and stuff like that. So we had to act a little different, than we do in the South. So I don't think it just basically survives. The same black person, you take them down south and whatnot, they lose their mind. oh man, we're running around and whatnot, running the field, the cornfields and whatnot, eating corn on a cob. We don't eat corn on a cob in New York. We go down south, we eat corn. That's the one thing we love about going down south. We always look forward to eating corn on a cob. We go to the apple orchard, right, in the
I
country.
don't really eat corn on the cob like that, but
Well,
go
in the
ahead.
south, we go down south, we eat corn on a cob. That's what we do in the South. That's how we look forward to that. You go to the apple orchard, spend all day picking apples, and your grandmother makes marmalade, jellies and stuff like that, or boil apples and make applesauce. Things you do in the South, But in New York, we go to Pathmark. We go to all these formal places, Pathmark and stuff like that. We get food that's already made and packaged and stuff like that. Down south,
So,
we
Carlos,
make
so you're saying that the people on the West Coast, they probably eat a lot more. The black people out there eat a lot more tacos, and their cuisine is
I don't
heavily
know. I don't.
influenced by the Mexicans
You
out
would
there.
have to ask somebody who lives in California. I'm sure that.
Absolutely. I used to live out there, so that's 100% true. You grow up eating corn dogs, burritos, and all that other stuff as a black person out there. 100%.
Yeah. So all these little variations vary where you live at and stuff like that. So yeah, and we go down south.
That's what regional differences is.
Yeah, but just the culture, the people are still the same. Trust me. It's still the same. We just basically California dude. Basically, there's never been any tension between black people in America over region, except for that stupid hip hop East Coast person where it was dumb.
I beg
There's
to
And that
never
shit
differ.
been.
wasn't real either.
Huh? That
I
was
beg
fake.
to differ. There's always been tension between the black Americans that went up north. Even though you had family down south, there would be little tensions, microaggressions. But
Oh
for the
yeah, I know
most
that.
part, we always been.
I was a victim of it. I was a victim of it.
See.
Carly
So
can't let it go.
No, I remember when I went down
What
when I
happened,
went to
Kyle?
school in the fifth grade. I used to get
Yeah,
beat up every day.
dudes from North Carolina used to get on Collar's head.
I used to get beat up every day, chased home because I
Well,
was.
you said you was arrogant. You got that New York culture, right?
No,
And it's not.
I just they said I talk funny. You talk funny. They
Yeah,
said,
but notice it's always the New York
hey,
people that have problems with people in the
you know what they
South.
used to say. You know what they
Right.
used to say.
I
Nobody
know
else.
I know dudes from California, and
I go
we
to
don't
the
have
South. I
problems
ain't
with
got no problem with
right.
nobody.
But check us
We
out,
don't
Floyd.
have
But check us
problems with
out.
dudes
You
from
know what they used to
California.
always say? They used to always say, New York, man, every time I turn on TV, you see a pimp, a drug dealer, and crime. They were so stupid. They thought Starsky and Hutch and movie scene was how everything, you guys are always crime and whatnot. There's always people getting shot and whatnot.
Kyla, you were saying you said the same thing about New York City when you stayed in upstate New York. You said that you thought black women were
Yeah, well, I
prostitutes
believe.
because what
Hold on,
you seen on
look.
TV.
After I came from North Carolina,
Okay, Carl, I got a question, right? And you probably know this.
I believe the same thing, right? So when I was 13, I said I couldn't wait to get to New York and get me a prostitute.
Carla, when you leave New York City, right? When you go up north, right, or upstate New York, like Albany and other places, right? Is the culture there different for black
Oh
people
yeah,
than New
the
York City?
culture of black people in upstate New York is definitely different. The New York City black people are different from upstate New York black people.
What's the
People.
difference?
Uh, well, it's like this. People in New York, black people from New York tend to be more conscious. People in upstate New York, they've been there for they're not part of the Great Migration. These people that have been there, sometimes many, if like even during slavery times, there were black communities in upstate New York, Sullivan County, Saratoga Springs, and places like that. There were always black communities in upstate New York that wasn't affected by it. People in New York are largely people that came from the South and from racism and slavery and stuff like that migrated for the Great Migration, like my family.
North Carolina to Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina came to New York. People from Alabama went to Detroit. People from Mississippi went to Chicago. People say St. Louis went to Los Angeles. That's how it was. Florida and Alabama went to Detroit. So that's the story. So everybody had their little thing, but yeah. So
Because even people
Man,
say in California, where Jonathan is from, that people from LA is a lot more different than people from like the Bay Area, right?
yeah, Northern California is different. I know it. Yeah, different.
I mean it's mostly like slang and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, Alabama went to Cleveland.
based on
Cleveland, Detroit, same
the
thing.
people
That's
we
it.
live around.
Let me get Knack Measy's opinion on the Essence controversy. Knack, what's your take on that?
Look, I don't think we should have sold it. And to keep it 100, Essence fell off a long time ago.
Oh, see, were you listening to
You
my show, or you knew that? I was
Colin.
talking
No,
about.
no, I know that from, bro, Kala, you and I from both from Queens, essentially. You know what I'm saying? So we come from the same area. I remember when Essence, Jet, magazines were in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? You used to
Oh
read them
yeah,
when you were
man.
taking
Oh
a crap.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I know that, and I remember when it was a staple. I remember, and then it just kind of whittled off.
Oh yeah.
That being said, if someone is going to purchase it that's outside of the culture that happens to be black, I'm not really with the infusion of other cultures into what is supposed to be a black American staple. If you're reviving it, then don't remix it. You know what I'm saying? Because now they're doing Essence Fest in a predominantly FBA city or Black American city, and now you're introducing African shit in there. Like it doesn't match. Our cultures don't match like that. So
Right.
leave it how it's supposed to be. That's all.
Yeah. What about the fact? See, my whole thing is this, right? Although I blame us for losing it because it was at Time Magazine had it before Rachel Dennis bought it, right? And
Richie
I'm
Lou.
saying, like Richard Lowe, well, whatever else. Anyway, what I'm saying, you're absolutely right. I remember Essence magazine back in the 2000s, right? They started some weird articles started appearing, telling black women to explore your options, stuff like that. They started talking about the LGBTQ. I just all weird stuff, you know. We were saying like we were just like, what the hell's all this coming from? Anti-black male, all stuff like that. Black men on the down low and all this kind of stuff like that, right? At the same time, Ebony magazine fell off when John Johnson's daughter took it over and everything like that. We used to have this thing, Knack. You remember they had the Ebony magazine top 100 influential black people in America. Remember that?
Absolutely.
Remember that if you weren't on that list, I remember one day Farrakhan made it, right? It was so proud. The national representatives of Honorable Elijah Nation, they had us up there, and everybody in the nation was so proud that Farrakhan made the top 100 Black America. See, if you wasn't on that list, you could not speak to about Black America issues on any talk show, anything like that. Because after that fell, right, we got people like Mark Lamont Hill and Michael Eric Dyson. I was like, where the fuck these guys come from? You know, Cornell West. It was like, what the hell do these people come from? Because we lost that as an institution, you know. Black America used to be ruled by men like Joe Clark, Bill Cosby, you know, strong black men, Tom Joyner, you know. That's what we used to run Black America, our institutions, our media, and stuff like that. We don't have that no more, you know. So that's why Essence fell. It fell because it got depravity and whatnot that was going on and whatnot for a long time when it lost its purpose. And now the Africans got it. And,
Hey, Knock, do you think Essence fell because the magazines were, kind of phasing out? People wasn't really checking for, print magazines. They're probably doing more online stuff. Partially.
Oh, oh, absolutely. Print was going by the wayside, and the internet kind of killed that. Just like the internet killed a lot of brick and mortar retail stores. So that had something to do with it, but they were already on the downward spiral anyway. And I'm gonna, I'm Captain Black America and all of that, but I'm not gonna say that Africans are the reason why Essence went down because it was already on the down spiral.
it was. It was. So that's why I said all these people talk about, oh, Africans didn't know. If we valued that magazine, right, 20 years ago, we should have said, look, this is a staple in black. Think about it, right? Before anybody does anything, they used to always look at things like Tony Brown's journal. They used to look at their letters to the editor in Ebony magazine. That was powerful, you know. They wanted to know what black people were thinking, you know, because researchers and marketers had to sell to us and sell ideas of shows or whatever like that to Black America. And where they get their line, it's like a bookie needs a line. If you want to better, you go to a bookmaker. You got to get an accurate line, you know, such and such book, a sports book, whatever like that. You need a book line. Ebony magazine and Jet magazine and thing like that was like a line that people look to and say, "Hey, look, man, that's what's going on in Black America. That's what's good with the way they think. That's what's going on." When you take that away, and we don't have that anymore. Now you got commercials out here. Nowadays, you see black women. Every commercial nowadays is a black woman with a white man as a husband in commercial TV commercials. You're like, where'd this come from? Because over the years, that's what they were pushing in places like Essence Magazine. And so therefore, when the community fell apart, they pushed the idea of the single black woman, the strong, independent black woman, all this kind of nonsense. And the community just fell apart, everybody, because black men used to read Essence Magazine. I'll never forget they did this one article. They was basically saying black women are done with black men out, and women will say, "I'm done." They'll interview black men about what they want and stuff like that. And all the comment section, like women are like, "See, I'm done. I'm never going back." Whatever. I don't know what the hell it was about, but they was basically saying we're just sick of men with their excuses. Blah blah blah. We're out here getting our money and everything like that. We're getting education. They could put that up there. Black women are getting education and whatnot and working in space of black men are losing because of NAFTA and the blue collar jobs. Everything. It was just doom and gloom. And so
But
what happened?
Carla, do you think if black men who read those magazines in that time took it seriously and maybe try to repair the relationship because obviously
Oh,
the
look,
women felt a certain way,
let me tell you
maybe
something.
the rift could have been healed
Well,
then?
there were powerful forces, right? Let me give you an example. There's a guy that came, Only Logic. You ever listen to Only Logic on YouTube? He's
Nah.
radical motherfucker. But he did a video about Alice Walker. I don't know if he listened to my show the other night when I was talking about it, but he did a powerful video of Alice Walker, man. Why was somebody like that platformed, right? Why was somebody like that platformed given a movie and stuff like that? She literally hates black men. Why was she celebrated? All these forces were coming at Black America, the black male and female related. Nobody wanted to see it. Ever since the movie Color Purple came out, that's when it all started. When the movie Color Purple came out.
Carla, why didn't black men come up with a movement to counter that?
Oh, because we did. We had Bill Cosby, and look what
But
they did.
man,
Oh, you don't like hearing that, man, but Bill Cosby always showed strong black men in his
And then the truth
movies,
came out.
you know.
And then the truth came out.
So yeah, hold up. Okay, the man was falling, but the bottom line, don't take away the fact, but what he was trying to do it. He showed a positive black male image, a
do
strong.
you lead by example or deception, Carla?
Hold on. You keep saying that, but Bill Cosby, his public persona, right? He gave $100 million to black colleges. $100 million. That's no chump change. He gave $100 million of his own
Well,
hard
all
earned.
that was ruined when those women came out.
Hold up. First of all, he had settled with those women years ago. It was consensual sex. They even admitted it.
How
Because
why, you settled with your exes that you had consensual sex with, Carla?
look, first of all, to do Quaaludes, you can't force. That's not something you slip in somebody like a Molly. That's something you guys say, "Here, I'm gonna have one. You have one." The big pills, you gotta chew it and swallow it. That you don't force somebody to do that. And these women knew what they were doing. They want to have sex, whatever, like that. And some say, "I just want to have Quaaludes," because that's what that at the time period. That's what everybody was doing in the '70s. Then they come back 30 years later talking about I was raped. Thousands of miles away in Los Angeles or Vegas and whatnot, and they won the case and whatnot. They destroyed this man. It is what it is. Bill Cosby was in the way. He was the last holdout.
Man, Carla, I get you like them, man.
Hell, they had Essence, they had Ebony magazine, the last thick pillar of Black America, that old Black America, whatnot. They already have the black churches now. And the last thing they
Listen,
have is the freaking was Bill Cosby and not in the HBCU because he was very tight with funding HBCUs.
I want to hear what Knock think about Bill Cosby. Let me hear what he got to say about it.
Oh wow. Yeah, it was a bad look with the ladies. You know what I'm saying? But what's something? Hold on. I'm good, thank you. I think it was a bad look, but I don't look to entertainers for leadership in the black community. So
Same.
whatever happened with them, that whole Hollywood shit, it's all weird. I wasn't really rocking it. I want to ask y'all, do y'all know that another church got shot up in Kentucky? Y'all hear about
Well,
that?
Yep.
yeah.
I
Was it a
seen
racist? Was it a white boy shooting a black church, or was it just a regular?
I'm thinking it's a white boy shooting up a black church because it's a Baptist church, and they had a black cop speaking about it. So
Wow. When did that happen? Today? A couple of days ago?
It happened today.
I
yesterday,
got
right? Well,
I
this is
haven't
two
been.
thirty yesterday.
Yeah, I'm gonna search it up right now. I ain't ready about it.
Yeah, it's just sad situation, man. Sad situation. So let me ask you a question. You immigrants, right?
Carter, they were saying 1 second, Carter. They used to say that it was because of Obama and all his rhetoric that caused Dylan Roof to go to that church and shoot it up. What do you think is causing white people to start
Oh,
shooting
I'll
up black
say it like
churches
this.
again?
I will say it like this, right? Now, this is a good thing because I see a lot of immigrants, and Nat probably agree with you, that keep thinking that Black America is their number one enemy, and they keep running their mouth. Like this African girl gets up here and say, "Oh, see, the thing is, I call myself an African. I'm an African American, right? Because we don't carry ourselves a certain way. We African women. This is so many African women that are single mothers. It's fucking unreal. But they come over here with this holier than I." And they know, look, they can't say, they know they can't come up to an average black person in the street say, because they know they get busted in the mouth, right? So they get on TikTok and everything. They know black people in America are going to get triggered. When they get something out of pushing our buttons, talking all this crazy shit. And they know they're going to get pat on the head from white people. So what do they think about this shit? That there's a.
Colin, can I say something though? I watched a video on Afro Think Tank. It was a guy that was like former FBI, and he said it was like a group, excuse, of like a group of like white supremacists. They call it accelerationists. But you should watch that video that Afro Think Tank put out. It was like 25 minutes. It was
What was it about? What would you put? What is it about? What's the acceleration?
accelerationists basically believe. I just learned about it too. They basically they feel like America is doomed to fail, and like their goal, and they want a white ethno state. And what
So
they
they
want
want
to
to
do,
accelerate the destruction of America
right,
so that
right.
they
They
can get
want
that
they
ethnic
want
sticks sooner.
right. And like the guy was saying that they was trying to show up to like a NRA rally and whatnot, and like they just do stuff. It doesn't matter white, black, doesn't matter any group of people. They just start stuff so it can cause problems in America. So they basically like want a civil war to happen. But it was an FBI guy, like former FBI guy, that was talking
Let me
about it.
ask
But
you a question. Which side do you think who do you think the black immigrants will line up behind when if it all goes down?
I mean, Carla, you're making something that's happening in white
Oh,
America about
I'm
black Africans.
serious question.
Carla, you know they're gonna go back to their own country.
Yeah, or either that, we're gonna
absolutely,
try to be like, well, come behind us, or come
the
up
guy
on
the
us.
guy in the chat and one said the same thing. He said anything popped off, he gonna go back to Nigeria. So
They're going back to their own country.
Yeah, so we're stuck here. We're stuck here with this shit.
Anytime something go wrong, they just go back to their own country.
But we're stuck here. That's why I really, over the last few months, I've been listening. I say it like this: although I was against the ADOS FBA movement, I still am. Right? I've been listening. They really got some legitimate points of view. They got some legitimate points of view. Nac B said, I knew Carl would come around. No, I'm not there yet, Nac. But
but Kyla, be honest. After all the time that I cooked you on this topic, you know,
you
my
didn't cook
points
me,
start
man.
hitting home, bro.
You were
My
right about
points
a lot of
started
stuff.
hitting home.
I would say, look, you're right about a lot of stuff, right? A lot of stuff. I was looking at it from a Pan African point of view, right? Like that. I still believe that I went to Liberia, Nac, in March. I was there in March, right? I had a good time, whatever like that. I'm setting stuff up. I still believe Black America has a role to play in Africa, but not like you think probably. I'm not trying to go all in. I believe we should protect our own interests in Africa if we have any, business wise, culture wise, whatever like that. My whole thing is, I think what I've given up on is this idea that we could have this colorblind, culture blind, and I realize you're right about that. When people don't have the same values you do, your values and what you value is important is a building block of building anything with somebody. You got people coming here, they don't have our values, man. They don't have our values. They don't value what we see. Like you got a lot of people, like I said, they don't think about that. You got a lot of Africans who come here and they go to the most weirdest places to live, Western Maryland, fucking Montana. What the hell are you doing up there? North Dakota.
Yeah,
Nigga,
Utah.
what the fuck are you doing up there? Utah, man. What the hell? You see Africans in Wyoming and whatnot. I'm like, God damn. And so therefore I'm saying they don't see, we understand when we black people in America that we try to live in areas where we got numbers, for safety, you know? They don't have that. They don't have that thing. So they're vulnerable and they don't see it, until something breaks out. And their response is, I'm gonna go back to my own country. We don't have a country to go back to, you know?
But
You know?
Kyler, even when they
That's
get
a whole
targeted by those
fact.
very white people that they live next to, they'd be like, "Well, it's not about race. It wasn't about race."
Oh yeah, they're none
Yeah, it
about
is,
race.
motherfucker.
Most
You
of them
dummy.
they'll say, I was confused for a black American. Let me give you an example. You see that video going around TikTok with this Jamaican girl? She was stalking this white guy that had sex with her and he didn't want her no more. And she was at his job. The police came and she was like, "Why are you arresting me? Go shoot some black Americans. Shoot black Americans."
That's
You see that
crazy,
thing?
man. Go shoot some black Americans.
Go shoot some black
That's
Americans,
crazy.
And so when you see this shit, right? And she, like I said, you see this shit and people getting up online talking all this shit about us. And I'm saying, dude, man, I tell people, I'm a Pan Africanist, but if I got to choose between y'all motherfuckers and my people, I'm going to choose my people because black Americans were made, you know?
I mean, Kyla, I'm gonna say what Elvis said yesterday, right? They outnumbered in America, so it's not best for them to go on the internet, talking crazy. Because it's
They
some
do
some
go
of
on
these
the internet
FBAs out
talking
here
shit.
crazy. Some
They
of
do
these
go on the
FBA
internet
dudes,
talking shit and antagonizing black America. I'm like, what the
some
hell
of
are
these
y'all
FBA dudes want to bust somebody upside the head. So I do agree with Elvis on that. It's best not to be on the internet talking crazy.
The Africans get online, they just talk shit, blah blah blah, running their damn mouth or whatnot. It's like, yo, look, man. I tell them all the time, look, I'm trying to defend you guys and trying to talk unity and all that. You guys make my job so much fucking harder, running your damn mouth all the time. I'm like, damn, man, shut the fuck up. They can't cup themselves. I say, look, man, when you want to urge or say something online or whatnot, Africans don't understand being civilized, man. You shut your damn.
Solomon, it's just that some Africans, they know they be saying some crazy stuff like "Let's get rid of Black History Month" or
Oh yeah, they come
uh,
over here. Let's get rid of Black History
"We don't
Month.
deserve reparations." Even though I don't feel like we'll ever get reparations, I'm not gonna go in front of anybody and say that we don't deserve it or anything like that. But I mean, that's what the problem with some Black immigrants.
I forgot. I don't think xenophobia. I think we like for the longest time we had people like Yaphet Kotto in our community. We had Sidney Poitier, and we had Harry Belafonte. We always been accepted. Marcus Garvey was from Jamaica. Whatever, but this latest generation of people coming over here, maybe because of the internet, people get to say how they really feel. And they're saying some just out of pocket stuff, and white people just eat this shit up, man. See,
Kyler, the latest generation of coons. Just call it what it is.
yeah, it's
That's
come
all
over
it
here
is.
with
Yo,
their
scholar,
stupid shit. I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about, man? Why y'all talking, throwing us under the bus, man? Y'all throwing us under the bus. We could be saying a lot of shit about Africa and whatnot, and the poverty in the Caribbean and shit like that, but we don't. We see those as our people. But they come over here.
I
Kyler,
would
you
say
ever
that's
heard me
our
get on any
people.
platform making fun of Makoko?
No, I don't either.
Why would I do that?
Because we basically like this. Like, let me give you an example. I could take my camera, right, and I see a lot of poverty in Liberia, and I could basically do all sorts. See, look what how people live. Look how filthy this is. Blah blah blah. But I don't do that. I give the people their dignity and their respect. But when they get their iPhone, whatever like that, they're always recording the worst side of Black America, saying, "See how these people are." And they want us to be there.
Kyler,
They want to be our equal. I'm sorry, I
I
can't
got a
consider.
question, Kyler.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is why we keep taking L's, brother. Because we keep extending olive branches to people that are turning their supposed olive branches into whipping sticks on us. Which is why Beef Patty Boy came up here talking about I'm always shitting on immigrants. I'm talking about the Jamaican dude. So I'm like this. However you handle me, I'm gonna handle you too. So we already recognize the pattern that a lot of immigrants from Africa and Caribbean come up and they got smoke for us. We can't be using words like you throw us under the bus. And, nah, you fire at me, I'm firing back. And when we get to firing and the smoke clears, it's quite obvious that we're in a better position, better educated, make more money, all of that shit. So they can't really F with us on that. So only thing they can do is get online yapping their gums. So if you want to get online and start yapping, then we're gonna yap too. That's how I'm done playing kid gloves and the Pan African shit. And I've been all over the world, brother. And I'm telling you, from Asia to Europe to the Caribbean, I stay running into people who got smoke for Black Americans. It's the fact that they're jealous of us, bro. They're straight
Yeah,
jealous. I met a guy.
I was saying that last night. I said I don't understand. We got the white people hate us, right? You got the Asians hate us, the Latinos hate us, right? And I never thought it would be the freaking our own people coming from overseas that hate us. I really hate us. Yeah, I
But they
mean,
but they're not our own people. You keep saying that they're our own
I'm
people.
saying they're
They're
fellow
not
black.
our. Well, yeah, but I'm saying if you unite based on a skin color and ignore cultural differences, then you're setting yourself up for a failure, bro.
Yeah,
The Japanese and the Koreans don't see themselves as one. Haitians and Jamaicans don't see themselves as one. We've been following this weird ass Pan African shit to our detriment. And now they're at our front door and being hella disrespectful saying it out loud. I met a dude, check this out. You know 88th Avenue in Jamaica, Queens?
yeah.
All right, I was born in Mary Immaculate, all right? So that's around the corner from
I
I
was
think
born in
go,
Mary Immaculate too.
oh shit, all right.
We born in
So
the same
that's
hospital.
how
Can you believe that, man? Mary Immaculate, man. We're the
so
same
there's a park
hospital.
called Kings Park over there, right? Kings
The black
Park.
fence with the
Then it
black
goes.
iron fences around it.
Yes, okay. So that's where I'm from. I met a dude here in Holland from Suriname. He said, "Yeah, my father used to take me to New York. I love my deep and all of this other stuff." He telling me, right? So I'm like, "What part of New York?" He was like, "Yeah, Queens." He lived on 88th Avenue. I'm like, "Wow, what a coincidence!" So you would think because of that huge coincidence of Black American meeting a Surinamese guy whose father used to bring him to New York would be like almost like a like, oh, that's what's up. Let's rock out. Let's talk. So we were talking. We were speaking about hip hop. He had the same talking points that everybody else does. That it ain't ours, and then he flipped it and said, "Yeah, um, American hip hop is this, and UK hip hop is better, and all of this, and Americans be killing themselves." And I'm like, you realize that in the UK they got this whole stop knife crime thing because they can't get guns and they're stabbing each other, and it's blacks and Africans doing it, right? And so I have to kill them on all the points, but I'm just like, it gets tiring that every time I run into one of these foreign born blacks, that they always got some sort of anti black American talking point. So
Yeah.
cool, let's get it. Let's get it. So if what's his name? What's the Bomani? As soon as I get up, he's like, oh, talking some bullshit, right? About that I'm shooting at immigrants. No, I shoot back. Black America has embraced black immigrants for the longest. And then what do we get? We get side distance, sneak distance, and all that other bullshit. It's because they jealous, bro. I want to see a proud African in Africa. I want to see a proud Haitian in Haiti. I want to see a proud Jamaican in Jamaica. They can't because those islands been run by them and run into the goddamn ground. So, like they say, the worst part of a city, Martin Luther King Boulevard, they do the same goddamn thing, except they got coconuts rolling down the goddamn streets where they at. I'm tired of these fucking foreign born blacks throwing shots at dudes or at people that are doing better than them in life. Let's keep it 100. Apples and
Yeah,
apples and oranges and oranges. I
you
grew
ask,
up in the hood.
let me ask you a
Go
question.
on.
Do you think that I think a part of the problem is when we have these so-called leaders like the poverty pimps, right? They put this image out there that even though we got a thriving middle class and stuff like that, and there's a lot of progress in America, right? We got these people who basically go around talk about, well, we need more money from people like Al Sharpton, other people. So basically, they put this image out there that we're so needy and stuff like that, and it basically be like to people like, if we're coming over here and we're doing this or that, why are black people? That's all politics. That's what politics do. If we make it seem like we're needy, we're starving, and everything like that, that's not the reality. And I think a lot of immigrants think that we're just this down and out, downtrodden, homeless, uneducated people who's waiting for the government to deliver them. That's the politics of America, right? That's not the reality, because the majority of black people do not follow that, but we just still vote Democrats because that's our political affiliations and stuff like that. So, but I think they take it too far. They think that that we don't value education, even though we have 160 historically black universities. I mean, am I missing something here? If we got 160 historically black universities, and all of that, not only that, even though we got that many universities, less than 15% of the black population black students go to HBCUs. That means we're in colleges, all kinds of colleges throughout the United States. That means there's a large numbers of black people attending college. So where did they get this notion that we're not pursuing education? Where did it come from?
Because it's a narrative. It's a narrative, brother. And what people don't realize, what they fail to realize, like I could never come here to Holland, right? And then say, oh, these black people out here, I'm getting more money than them, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, when I would fail, without taking into account that they've gone through shit like being discriminated against because they don't have Dutch last names, right? You know what I'm saying? Like in America, it's kind of harder to tell who's black unless you got a Shaquisha type of name or whatever. But my name isn't like that, right? So I don't have to deal with that. But here, they discriminate based on your last name for employment. So I can take that into account and say, well, I came here with this sort of new uh, expat energy, right? So I see all the opportunity, but I'm not going to shit on the black people that are already here. They don't look at it like that. They got this narrative that we're lazy and that we're this and that because we don't take advantage of whatever, and they just ignore all the systematic and social things that have held certain black people back in certain communities.
Yeah.
That's what they show their ignorance. And let me shout out the mud cookie eater Principe this year, whatever his name is, right? This dude said I'm goofy because I'm not in America. Bro, do you know I was in America like 6 weeks ago? I go around the whole goddamn world. You're broke and you're scared as hell to go to your own country. You can't go back to Haiti unless you fly into the other side of the island because your people are barbecuing themselves in the street. Be proud of that. Let's talk about the Tonton Makut. Let's talk about, that your leaders and all of that, right? Your Dessalines and Jean-Jacques or whatever the fuck all got on French uniform, or all because they got on French uniforms because before they was against the French, they was the lackeys of the French. Let's talk about how y'all wasn't the first um free republic and all of that shit from fighting. Y'all had to pay your way. So y'all the biggest bitches in the Caribbean. Let's talk about that. Now click the link so I can cook you and put you on the head of my pedestal like all you other fucking coconuts. What's up? That's the energy that these fucking coconuts respect because they used to chopping people with machetes. So let's get it. When people have blatant disrespect for your people, the only way is to respond is in time. That's it. You talk about my people, I'm going.
I said earlier, I said I'm gonna teach my people. I said I'm gonna teach my people how to hate. I'm really do. I'm gonna teach black people America how to hate. That's the only thing left for us to survive because there's too much hate directed at us. We gotta start giving some of this shit back. I ain't no more than just a nice guy. I'm like, dude, if you hate us, if people look, I'm like this. If you embrace us and we can look at your situation, you look at our situation, and we have mutual respect, that's fine. But what I can't stand is when people really have this vitriol and hatred for us. I mean, really, hatred for us, right? Hatred for us. I was happy that okay, when they said Essence Magazine, or even I was kind of disappointed that we lost it, whatever like that, to the Africans and the Caribbean. Okay. But I said like this, I thought they would be gracious. The thing about being gracious, okay? We understand, instead of saying, something, this magazine was founded by African Americans, and we're going to respect the legacy of these people and not. They're all on the internet. It's ours now, and also just throwing it in our face and whatnot. It's like, what the hell, man? I said that's not even what a civilized person does. You be gracious. It's like when you win a tournament in the Olympics, what do? You say, okay, thank you, and you should congratulate him when that's sportsmanship, you know? Or basically, when a candidate loses an election, they greet each other to succeed, say, okay, I see it, hey, whatever, like this. But when you online talking about, yeah, well, we could do whatever we wanted to do, blah blah blah, just disrespectful shit, you know. I don't like, you know, because that's all.
And that's why I have the stance that I have because of what you just described. There's no grace. There's nothing. It's just vitriol, and it's not all of them. But I don't even want to say it's a minority at this point. It's starting to look like it's 50-50. But
Yeah,
the negative ones
it's
are
growing,
louder than
growing.
the negative ones are louder than the ones who are cool. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
remember back in the day, you from New York, oh, the Yankees and all of this other shit, bro. I used to hang out on Jamaica Avenue in front of Gertz. We
Oh
used to go
yeah,
to the
my
Coliseum.
father used to work at Gertz, the security guard.
Um, I remember getting sneakers off the Modell's table and all of that. When this was when Queens was there was majority Black Americans from the Black people.
Oh yeah,
And
oh
then
yeah.
when the
What?
shit started getting ratchet, bro. Remember this? Q4, Green Acres, Green Acres. Parsons and Archer. When that shit opened up and them damn Jamaican dollar cab drivers started riding roughshod all around Jamaica
Go to
Queens,
friggin'
bro.
Hempstead. You go to Hempstead, all you see is in White Castle's all foreigners work there. You know, it's like damn. In Hempstead, you know, I was just there back in March. I'm like, damn, New York, Queens, Long Island, that's just changing. You don't see nobody from us. You don't see none of us working no more in New York. Hardly. Okay, let me get Ja on. Ja, I know you're a Caribbean. You got something to say. What's going on, bro?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. I was just in New York like last year, late last year. I mean, there are issues, of course, but generally speaking, it was fine. Uh, I don't know, man. I always say you can't build anything on hate, bro. I don't care if it's the Caribbean hating African Americans or vice versa. And I don't think the majority of Caribbeans hate African Americans. I don't think the majority of
I
African
look. I hope you're
hate
right, but look, I'm gonna tell you right now,
or
Ja.
anybody else.
Ja, I'm seeing the stuff I'm seeing. Right? See, it doesn't have to be hate, right? It's when you basically take an unfair narrative, right? In other words, basically, you understand that Black America, we have a culture of rugged individualism, right? We're not a collective people like Africans and Caribbean and stuff like that. We're not third world people. We don't, like that. We're individuals, right? So therefore, we was basically so assimilated, integrated in American society. So if America falls, we fall, right? We fall. And so therefore, if the economy goes down, we go down. That's what we're tethered to the success of America. In that being said, right, there's always going to be black people that still look like they're left behind. Not left behind, but majority of black people in America, for the most part, are working class. People who work jobs in the post office, stuff like that, when they can find work and stuff like that, working class. They're not really highly educated and whatever like that. Some of us got education, some of us don't, whatever like that. But the thing is, you guys come over here, take the best of who you are, the top 1% of your population, right? Come here with education, whatnot. Yeah, you're able to get in jobs and stuff like that, right? Because you're the 1%, right, in your country, right? You guys are always comparing yourself to the masses of black people that it's impossible to get every black person. Culturally, it's impossible because culturally, most black people are working class. So we can't give every black person on the corner a degree.
Carla, to be fair, you got to correct that. It's not the masses of black people, just that bottom 15%.
Yeah, well, okay, well, you know what I'm talking about, right? There's always going to be that 20% of Black America that's chronically poor and like that. Instead of say, we understand these are people, we love them. These are people. We can't really do much. We try to make sure they got jobs or help out, whatever like that. Like this. So while we're doing that, and we understand we got dysfunction in our community, alcoholism, drugs, and sexual abuse, all kinds of things that terrifying Black America, trauma from slavery still. We got all this stuff going on. So we have a disrespect for authority. I get it. You know, some of us act a certain way. But you guys take the best of who you are. You come over here to this country where that we're here and judge the very worst of us as all of us. That's what the problem is. You know, that's what the problem is. And you don't have to say, I hate those people. If you can't look at it and say, you know, give your people the benefit of the doubt, your race, the benefit of the doubt, or people similar to you, even though we're culturally different, the benefit of the doubt. Just like me. I go to Liberia. I see a lot of poverty there, right? And I understand. I said, man, if Liberia did this, blah, 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 they did this, but I understand that's not it. So I'm not going to judge them by what they don't have, you know? Because I'm saying if I was in their situation, I had no job, no nothing like that, I'd be poor too. I'd be begging too on the street. I don't know what it's like to go with 2 days without food, you know? So what I'm saying is this, it's the same empathy that I show because I'm civilized, right? How come you guys don't show that when you see our people who are down and out? That's what I'm
because they're
saying.
not civilized.
You
What
know,
I'm saying to you, Carla, right, is the vast majority of black immigrants, right, have that empathy. Just
I
like the
don't think
vast
so. I don't
just
believe that.
like
I
just
wish I
just
believed that,
hold
brother,
on,
but I
let me
don't. I
qualify
used
that.
to believe that.
Let me say that just like the vast majority of African Americans have that empathy for others, you're always gonna have, generally speaking, some fringe element that's gonna be more vocal. They're more
But
willing to
let me say this.
say
Let me say this, John. Let
certain
me say this.
things,
Let me say
but
this
that
before you
doesn't
finish.
mean that they're
Look,
the
look,
majority. You
look.
see what I'm
I
saying?
hear all these people online always. There was a round table like a year ago where a bunch of Caribbeans were sitting there just talking, just bashing Black Americans, say we're educated. This and these people are ignorant. The ghetto, blah blah blah. Just talking bad shit
But
about Black Americans.
Carla,
And I'm
what
saying,
happens? Let me tell you what happens, right? What happens is if you have that's why people don't change, generally speaking, when you attack them. They change when you befriend them. You see what I'm saying? So if you
why do
have,
we always got to be befriend people?
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, brother. It doesn't matter whether you're African American or immigrant. It doesn't matter. We operate the same way. It doesn't matter if you're black or whether you're white. We operate the same way. If you go up to a person and the person feels like you're attacking them, their first move, for most people, right? For a lot of people, is to be defensive. Oh, I'm not really doing that, because people want to justify whatever they're doing, whether right or wrong, right? And so they kind of attack, they fight back essentially, right? And so but the logical thing to do, the smart thing would be to do, hey, listen to what the person is saying. Is what the person's saying, does it have merit? Can I improve my situation by following their advice instead of becoming defensive? But a lot of us get defensive, and so if you look at the defense as a reaction against you personally, then you attack back, and then you start this cycle of attacking back and forth. We see it with the gender wars, right? We see it
John.
with the
Let me
gender
ask you
wars.
this, right? But let me ask you this. Like, I remember DJ Academic. He's like a half Chinese, half Jamaican, whatnot, and he was
Mhm.
on the same thing, man. I think he's half Asian. You know, no, black. You know, he ain't black. You know, he's half Asian, half Japanese, but he goes by Jamaican. You know, so he goes up and starts talking all this. Oh well, Black American this, Black American that, and I think Tariq asked him, "So what have you guys done that we haven't done already?" Well, we got degrees, so we don't got no degrees. We got good jobs, so we don't have good jobs. You know, and so, therefore, what I'm saying is the whole thing is, John, what's dangerous is this, right? White people in America, right? If they could, they have a disproportionate amount of power in America. They get 99% of all our wealth, our money. They control our labor. Everything we produce, they benefit from. Everything we consume comes from them, right? So therefore, they got an excess, right? They can afford to fail because they know they got a nation of people here that has no infrastructure at all, no government, nothing like that. So white people feed off the dysfunction of Black America, right? So therefore, how do they keep that power? They keep people. They turn other people against us because if it was justice in America, right, then 50% of at least 50% of all money that black people generate will go towards black businesses. We have black banks. We have all those things that they prevent from happening because they don't want to see us rise. They don't want to see us with anything. You understand? So we're fighting a war in this country. We're fighting a literally war for our survival, because they don't want us having anything. They want to destroy everything we have. They want to destroy our creativity. They want to own everything. They want to benefit from everything we do. Now, instead of our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, Africa coming here, understand that we're in the middle of a war, a fight for our life that we've been fighting for years. They come over here and side with the white man and judge us, calling us lazy, like with this idea. Instead of saying, wait a minute here. We didn't ask for redlining. You know what redlining is, brother? I got a friggin' where I work at, and here in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, and everything like that, I noticed something. It still happens to this day. There's a couple of black neighborhoods, all black neighborhoods in this area right here, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Suffolk, and all these other places, right? Nice black subdivisions. They were built back in the 70s, right? The same subdivisions were built back in Virginia Beach, predominantly white, back in the 70s, right? But here's the thing. Even though the houses and models are all the same, right? When you walk into Virginia Beach, right, you could see homes that are remodeled. New driveways. There's no grass coming up between the driveways. All paved, right? New freaking facing on the front of the house with stone facing and stuff like that. Design. Go inside the house. A new kitchen, new sink system, right? Everything like upgraded. Go in the bathroom. You got walk-in showers, right? New flooring down, everything like that. They got home improvement, right? That's because the banks give areas in white areas home improvement loans. At the same time, you go to the black area, right? I go into a black home. It's like the same house, looks like the same exact house, right? It's like I'm in 1975. Everything's old. You can smell the mold, the mildew, everything, And it breaks my heart and it angers me. I can look on the outside, I can see the doors are dirty, The storm door hasn't been changed in like 30 years, That's what the difference is, right? There's an unfair amount of wealth and opportunity that goes into the white area than the black area because nobody fights for the black people. Nobody says, look, we're going to make sure that black people get home improvement loans, new windows and stuff like that. There's tax credit, but nobody works to make sure black people are using these things that may be available to them. HUD got housing improvement loans on it, but nobody tells black people, advocates for us to get loans to improve our neighborhood. They said black home ownership, right? They said there's $350 billion worth of equity in black homes if they were basically got parity to the white area. In other words, if they got simple things like home improvement, upgraded, and reappraised, black American home equity would increase by $350 billion. Now, while all this is going on, right, just like we had to sue the Department of Agriculture for discrimination, right, we got all these battles that eventually help everybody that comes over here as black, right? The immigrants come over here and they want to put their nose in our business and talk down on us while we're fighting for everybody. That's what the problem is. And I don't see enough immigrants talking the right talk. All they want to do is sit there and throw shots at us from the side and talk shit about black America. And I'm fed up.
But Kyla, explain this so, because I've been to Jamaica several times. In a country like Jamaica, and for the most part, the rest of the Caribbean nations, the majority, even though they may be majority black, all the wealth in the hands of the non-blacks.
Yeah.
Whatever you just said is happening to black people in America. It's happening to every single Caribbean country
But see, in
that we can think of right now.
In America, we're going to fight this. We're going to fight to make sure the billions and trillions of dollars that flows through black America is going to come back to us. If the Caribbeans are satisfied with having the islands impoverished, if they come to America,
they got redlining. They got areas they can't go to. They got beaches they better not even look at. They got it all. So they, even though that they go through that very same thing in their own country, they come to America and expect black people to be different. When they in control of their own countries, they can't even solve the problems. But they expect black America to be a minority and figure it out, but they can't figure it out when they're running the damn country.
We're a
So
It's
minority.
really
We're a
ridiculous.
minority group that
again,
we're fighting for our lives here. We're literally fighting. We're on our last leg, man.
let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Carl. If you lived in a world where everybody thought the same way you did the same things you did, what kind of world do you think that would be?
No, I'm saying like this. All I know is I want to live in a world where at least like Marcus Garvey always said, he's a Jamaican. He goes, I'm a man. I want a man's chance in this world, right? That's all I ask for. I don't want nothing guaranteed. I just want a chance in this
No,
world.
no, no,
That's
no, no.
all.
That's not my question. My question is essentially what I'm saying is you cannot, it would be wrong for a Caribbean person or immigrant to come here and focus on the worst of the community. What I don't want to say the worst, but the people that are struggling the most, right? Because
But
it's
that's
not that they're
all.
the
Look,
worst, they're just
that's
struggling the most,
all
right?
they look. The bottom line is this:
But but
they
but
basically
but
come
Carla,
over
what
here
I'm
and
saying to you is
they
Carla,
I guess they
what
feel
what
important or superior. They
what
get
I'm
to feel
saying to you,
look down on
Carla,
somebody and
is
whatnot. They were looking down on the
Carla,
people of
Carla,
support.
what I'm saying to you is it's a mode of thinking that we can all engage in. And I can point out to you instances where Black Americans, African Americans talk against the same African American people that are struggling the most at this current time.
Well, yeah, hold on, hold on,
You
hold on.
go one second.
Hold
Let
on.
me
We
finish
all
this,
do that.
brother. Let
Hold
me
on.
finish this, brother.
Hold
Let
on.
me
That
finish
don't
this,
make.
brother.
Hold on. If some black people do that, that doesn't make it right. And look. We all understand. Like, let's say you say this. There is a segment of black people, like I said, I saw a video where people say, "I ain't meant to work," and whatnot. She goes, "I want to collect welfare." Whatnot. We all condemn that stuff, right? And we mock it.
No,
We say,
no, Carla, Carla,
Hold on, hold
Carla,
on. Let me say this,
Carla.
John.
That's not what I'm
Right.
saying,
Hold
Carla,
on. Hold on.
Carla,
Let me say this.
Carla.
Let me say this. Let me say this. So anyway, we don't like that, right? But what we don't do is say that that's Black America or that's let's say the person was talking and they were from Mississippi. I say, oh, see, that's how black people down in Mississippi talk. See, that's what Caribbeans sound like when they criticize us. Those people, I could play you some videos. Black people
Carla,
in America,
Carla,
they make these broad, generalized statements and whatnot.
Carla, Carla. I agree with you what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is you can always find people that are going to make those statements. You see what I'm saying? But you cannot, you should not, right? Take those statements too seriously because you got to recognize that's not the majority, right? They're the most vocal. It's just like I can go on
Let me ask you a
Dynasty's
question.
channel.
Let me ask you a question, John.
Let me give you this example.
Why should I believe that?
Let me give you this example. I can go on Dynasty's channel and hear him talking about Pookie and Ray Ray
Right, and I talk
and
about
all this
Pookie and
stuff.
Ray
You see
Ray.
what I'm saying? I can go and listen to what's that guy? The conservative, the black that says white people are like God and stuff, man. Jesse Lee Peterson, and hear certain arguments. And he's a black American, as far as I know. He's not an immigrant,
Well, I'm
right?
saying
I
like
can
this.
go there
Oh,
and
first of
listen
all,
to
Jesse
Larry
Pearson.
Elder and hear certain arguments, right? I can listen to Jason. I think it's Whitlock. I can, you can hear these
Yeah, but these are
arguments.
people that are paid to say, "Look, this is how it is, bro. If you
No,
want to get
Carla, some of these
if you want to
people.
make a lot of money, right? If you want to make a lot of money, like the Hodge twins, those mother was a mud shark, whatnot, love black dick and whatnot. And these puts these two bastard Negroes. Anyway, the bottom line is this: if you want to make a lot of money in America, right? Just get a podcast and start talking shit about Black American, particularly Black African American men, and you'll get a whole audience of white people. They'll love you, whatever, like that. I'm putting you on the game. Anybody wants to get out there, you want to make some money, you want to grow your channel, just get a channel and just start talking about all the stereotypes about Black American men and stuff like that. If that's what people want to believe. Yeah.
And Carla,
Real God.
Carla,
Kala,
Carla, my point
Kala,
is, right, Carla, because I think you're missing my point.
Kala.
My
Hold on,
point
let John
is,
finish.
my point is that it doesn't matter who is doing it. It's still gonna end up with the same negative
We
result.
look, we
Because
know that. We know that it's wrong.
let's go to extreme.
It's
Let's go
wrong.
to extreme example. Let's go to extreme example, right? Hitler, right? We're going to go there. He was talking against a group of people, and not only that group, other members and other groups too, right? And look at the result, the long-term result of what it led to. It led to destruction. And that's what I'm saying. The long-term result of this type of a vibe is going to be destruction. We're
Yeah, well,
all
what about
susceptible.
don't you think that can happen to us because we're the target? We got the whole entire
Right,
world against us.
right. Talking about
Kala, this YouTube internet of a
Oh,
thing have actually brought out some stupid people that you don't really expect because it's a shame that the lower class of most Black Americans are not illiterate because when I start hearing these people that are YouTubers coming out because they want to make money, portrayed, oh, we're suffering with that. Look, my dad, young brother, married to a Black American woman who was a member. She retired. She was a member of a board of executive of Wells Fargo. You know, Wells Fargo. 85, she got married to that lady. That lady inspired me to say, school is good. You understand me? School is good. I've never heard that lady, like Francis. I've never heard that lady talk about, oh, the white man is against us, this is against us, that's against us. Most well-to-do Black Americans don't even blame the white man. What I'm seeing right here is sometime on this internet, I don't know if they want to make money or they just want somebody to blame. You know what to do if you want to live well in a place like United States that have multiple ethnic society. You have to go to school. You have to be good what you're doing, just like the white people.
Yo, hey, check us out, Ola. You know that the average white man with just a high school education makes more per on an average than black people with college
Yeah,
degrees
but
here.
but Kala, if you look at those white men, right? You talk about those, the one that less educated, right?
Yeah,
If you
they
start looking,
you
hold
got
on,
high school dropouts make more than
Yeah,
people with
but Kala, you
degrees.
can also you're a businessman, you do your thing, right? You can also make money. You understand me? So if you want to get the best, okay, you say, okay, maybe I'm gonna be so good at something.
Hold on. You know why, Kidola? Because white people have. Do you know how most wealth is created in America? It's created through inheritance. They have generational wealth, wealth that's been passed down for like hundreds of years. That started in
Yeah,
sin. You
but
know,
but
they
but
got a
Kala,
head start. They got a head start. Hundreds of
yeah,
years head
but
start
Kala,
on
okay,
that.
Kala, the other women,
We're
the
still
other
basically a
men also, right?
laboring class. You know, so
Kala, the
people
other
come over here with this. Oh, why don't you guys do this? Why don't
no,
you guys have
Kala,
this?
you don't look, Kala. That's the reason you said when Africa come over there, you put think, oh, the Africans only just okay. I can let me say, I just moved to United States. I look around. Some of this factory job are not paying me my brother. I have my back being broken, everything. What I have to do? I came from English settle, right? I have to go to school because I have the advantage of that because they speak English United States. I step for one step
Yeah,
like
but
see.
hold on. Let's be honest with ourselves, Kidola. You guys come over here and you guys got scholarships paid for and stuff like that. Help with
No, 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 no. You get wrong.
hold on. You go to
Those were
school. Hold on. You go to school. You still got to pay bills. You know, most
Carla,
people.
those were way back. Those were 70s, 60s. My dad paid for his own junior brother when he came to United States of Florida. But when my dad was living in United States, his brother after my dad advised him that my dad gave his own junior brother a Cadillac, a Comerica to sell so that he can afford the 2 years of his own
Well,
school fee.
hold on. If a
You understand me?
majority of black people in America don't have the money to do that,
Yeah,
so
I understand,
hold on. You guys
but
come from a country
yeah,
where you're connected.
most
You
Black
got oil money
Americans because
and
but
stuff like that.
Carla,
Well, most black people in America in the '70s
you
were
people are
poor.
about 40
You do
million
that.
or more than 40 million. You know what I'm saying? So the ones at the internet blaming the white man, these are minorities. And these are people who are heavily confused. You understand me? Carla, I give a case of a study too. You see, everywhere there's black people sometime, I think the dude, the guy, 50 Deep, is not busy. You understand me? He might know much about what I'm talking about. If when I check about, I call it the Papamito speaker people. You understand me? The Papamito speaking people, which your like busy know about, the black people also in that setup also not all, but the few ones you might see might not be doing well, might be complaining. Holland people also. Some Suriname sit around McDonald's, KFCs, and all these territories, And when you sometimes come around them, the one that are come on losers inside them, they tell you, see, brother, see the white man didn't make us, do well. You know something? They goddamn fuck that shit. So what I'm trying to tell you about, you people have the far more the well-educated people in your society. You people have people who have university degree in that in the whole of North America as a whole. So if you have to be dealing with these ones who nag continuously, who got no shit on, when you tell them the white man, they get jump up. Most majority of Black Americans, they do pretty fine. They have, except if you smoke a crack, then that's your own fault. But a lot of, that's what I told you, my uncle married to one who just retires. Both of us executive Wells Fargo. Pretty lady, beautiful lady. She did well. All her family did pretty well. You understand me? So, but if you come across those people, you don't be hearing, this immigrant look down on me. They come down here. No, because she's up to the tax. You understand me? You don't be dealing with
let me play a
these low
video.
class people who complain and want to
Kill, let me
form
play a
FBA
video.
and all these things.
Let me play this video. Let everybody see what they think. Here's something. Look.
Busting their behinds to get degrees, become doctors, lawyers, and stuff like that. So when Africans look at African Americans, they're like, these people have credit cards. We don't even have credit cards. These people are not even working, and we come here, we busting our asses, and now we're doing this. We're now six figures, and these people have all these years to become all these great jobs and careers, and they're not doing anything. I'm just saying, this is what they're saying. Yeah, this is the conversation. It's like, y'all have all this time.
I hate these conversations. They never make sense and they never really be fair. But why would you compare a percentage of a demographic that's ambitious and trying to pursue better to a percentage of a demographic that's not trying to do the same thing? That don't make sense. So I went to HBCU. So for 5 years, I was surrounded by thousands of people, Black people that was trying to pursue higher, trying to become engineers, trying to become lawyers, trying to become doctors. So why not compare the people coming in the country to pursue those jobs to the people, the Black Americans that's already in the country trying to pursue those jobs? It don't make sense at all. And I'm pretty sure, like, if you leave in the country to pursue something, obviously it's not there for you in that country. So that means that everybody that's sticking in that country, staying in that country, they all don't have the same mindset. They probably all don't have the same opportunity. So it's the same thing here. So if somebody going to college, going across country to go to college, going to state to go to college, that means they have more opportunity. They have more motivation to do something, to want to be higher. So those are the people you compare to each other. And I don't know, it seemed very simple to me, very simple to understand, but I feel like those are fair talking points and, make a lot more sense. Africans come to America, they're busted.
Right?
Yes.
An American is from where?
An African American is from Africa and America, but they don't know what part.
And this is why that term is confusing. Is what I hear people just say Black Americans. We try to do the right thing, at least acknowledge our ancestry. Unlike, you won't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry, and now it's being used. Well, what part? Like, no, just for that, we just Black Americans now. Like, fuck all that African American shit, bro. We Black Americans now, bro. Because if y'all question the Caribbeans, then y'all should question the Americans.
Caribbeans know where they come from. African Americans don't know.
They do not.
But you have to understand, like, there's a lot. Jamaicans, most of them come from Ghana. Mm-hmm. So most of them they can easily pinpoint where they're from in Africa.
But they don't get questioned. A Jamaican is not going to say I'm from Ghana. He's from Jamaica.
Y'all trying to bail them out.
I don't know.
What if somebody from Antigua?
I don't know. But
they from their country.
Listen, I'm just trying to give you maybe a reason as to why. I'm not saying what they're doing or saying is correct. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to give you guys maybe another way to look at it.
No,
because
it's wrong. We're not going to look at it a different way. It's just wrong. It needs to stop.
It's easy for them to see. Okay,
I get what you're saying.
You get what I'm
you
saying?
looking at it from the perspective of you from Africa, and you get why they saying they from Jamaica or whatever. But it's still wrong at the end of the day because we have our own country. Huh? It's not the truth. America is a country.
Yes,
They has culture there. So if I say I'm American from America. That's my culture.
I think it's more so pinpointing the Africa and African roots as far as they're saying y'all don't have culture, y'all don't know the history and the background of Africa, where y'all come from. So, like, for example, you wouldn't saying a Chinese person like, oh, I'm not Chinese, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would say...
I gave that example, too, about the Hispanic. They don't get questioned by other Hispanics whether they didn't know one bit of Spanish.
I mean, honestly, Black people, African Americans, we should just come together and just be as one.
But that's what we trying to do. But you keep saying, like, yo,
Upsets me the most.
Well, you know...
I can't speak for all, but Mexicans definitely.
Yeah.
Right. Yo, so what do you guys think about those two conversations?
They're a waste of time. We got more important things to be worried about.
No, this is important right now. You know, the bottom line is this: this is the discourse right here. Because you know why, Steve? See, and that means to tell you, I spent years, and I was close to pulling something off as far as Pan Africanism. Then all this discourse undermined and destroyed everything I built. You know, so I am going to talk about it. You know, I'm really angry about it. You know, I'm really angry about that. This nonsense or not. Look, the bottom line is this: Africans and Caribbeans running their damn mouth, right? Running their damn mouth, whatnot, is the reason why the Pan African movement was destroyed. You know, and you can't get back there because if you take away that, whatnot, so next thing you know, Black America needs to do is just sit back and just worry about ourselves and forget the whole damn thing. That's what I figure. You know, just
Carla,
yeah.
what that person said a second ago, someone's breaking up a bit. I don't know if it's me. But what that person said a second ago about Hispanics not speaking against each other from not being because they're not can't speak Spanish and all that, that's not even true. You see what I'm saying? Because even if you look at Mexican culture, there are Mexicans that are born in America that sometimes certain segment of the Mexican population doesn't look at them as Mexican. You see what I'm saying? Because they got all Chicanos and not all kinds of different names. There's division even in those groups. So it's natural for us to want to have these divisions. But if you focus on the division, and that's why I say, for me, I think it's going to be difficult for someone to build something if they can't, if they always focusing on the negatives, man. Like, let's look at Ketanji Brown Jackson, for instance, right? Now,
she's a buffoon.
But this is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? That's my point exactly.
Yeah,
this is a woman, right?
Yeah. Yo, she couldn't give a defense of what is a man, what is a woman. She couldn't answer that.
Hold on, Carla. Hold on. Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? It would be for the majority of people a model, a person that they would say to their kids, hey, follow that path. As far as I know from her history, she's a African American. I know no immigrant roots, right? She went to college.
Yeah,
she did what she was supposed to do.
Anything.
But Carla, my point is right now, right? She is not out there shooting nobody, as far as we know.
Oh, say, wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there.
Let him finish, man. I want to hear his point.
She is an upstanding citizen, right?
Hold on, Carla. Thing of Black Americans, we're all out here shooting each other. Look, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Look, if somebody's out here shooting each other, that's the fringe of Black America. That's not who the fuck we are, man. God damn.
Carla, by me saying she doesn't shoot, I'm not saying that the majority of
Black
Americans
she and the people shooting each other got people.
That's not what I'm saying. I already qualified that earlier in our conversation that those are not a majority of people.
Why even mention that with her in the same breath? She's an exceptional.
The reason I mention it is you have the same reaction to her.
No. I don't have the same reaction to her. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying,
Carla,
what the hell does she have to do with if somebody's out there gang banging shooting?
Carla, can I finish
because that person decides to gang bang and shoot. It has nothing to do with
Carla, I've been waiting to speak, but let him finish.
You're getting defensive over something I never said. What I'm saying is your reaction to her. She is a buffoon. You
I
are
said only
speaking
only
of
because
her.
hold on,
One second, brother. One second,
I
brother.
during her
1 second,
hearing she
brother.
couldn't say
One
what a
second,
man
and then
woman was.
you can tell me
Other than that, I think she's a
what your thought
brilliant
process is.
scholar, whatever, a lawyer that made it to the Supreme Court. I give her credit for that. But it says, well, if you ask me, well, what do you really think about her in that when she was I can't define what a man or a woman is. I don't think there's such thing as a man or woman. That's something wrong with that. I will always say that there's something wrong with that. Sometimes we always basically praise people, right? And we don't look at their principles, what they stand for. What you stand for in the Black Renaissance. I would say it has to be important once again. Somebody can have all the degrees, look all good and whatnot. If we can basically judge Bill Cosby for his shortcomings and whatnot, why can't we do with this lady? You mean to tell
Carla,
me you don't know what a woman is?
Carla, Carla, Carla. You can judge her. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
we all, and
cannot,
that's what human nature is. We judge.
and that's fine. You can judge her. The point of the matter is you can judge a policy. If I was to make a recommendation, judge and say, okay, I don't like this idea that she has, but you cannot write her off because of one thing that you deem to be negative, write the whole person off because of that. Because at the end of the day, this person has shown a level of skill, character, dedication, all that to get to the position where she's in, that she's in. But we speak about this person. Same thing with Clarence Thomas. You get what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
can
but
disagree
hold on.
with.
That's good. Look, that's good for them, right?
No, what
As
I'm
I hear his
saying,
individuals,
brother,
point.
brother,
I want to hear his
brother,
point,
brother.
but I don't hear your point, brother. What's your point?
My point is, we are reacting to these people the same way we would react, or some of us would react to what you hear in Dinah's channel, like a Pookie and a Ray Ray. You're talking about them the same way. So what's the benefit of someone going through all
no,
this
I'm
dedication,
not talking
education,
about the Pookie
all
Ray.
that
If
to
you
become
understand
what
that,
they
my
are,
Yo,
principle.
just to
Carla,
be
let him
talked
finish,
about,
bro. We want to hear what he's saying. Let him land his plane, please. I
just to
want to
be talked
respond
about
too.
in the same way, like a Pookie and a Ray Ray. What's the benefit of you studying and doing all that? You might as well be a Pookie and a Ray Ray if they're gonna look at you as a Pookie and a Ray Ray anyway. Anyway, that's what a weak person or a person that doesn't really understand certain things might do. They might just show what you think them to be. You see what I'm saying? And so you 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 gotta be nuanced. None of us are perfect. You see what I'm saying? And so if you're gonna always be just looking at what to hate next, oh, I don't like Ketanji Brown Jackson because she doesn't agree with this policy.
I never
Or I
said I
don't
didn't
like
like
Clarence
her.
Thomas because he
I
doesn't
never
do
said
this
I
or
didn't
he
like
doesn't
her.
agree with this, right? And then, but I also don't like the Pookie and the Ray Ray. But then you're on your channel sometimes saying, oh, we need the best of Black America to go over to Africa. We need educated people, blah blah blah. But then this person's educated. You get what I'm saying? So it's like
Okay.
you
Hey,
confusing them.
he explained literally why he had a problem with her. She don't know
No,
the difference between a man and a woman. It
but
ain't
bro,
that deep, brother.
but
And
what
that's
I'm
not
saying
something
is
to take to Africa.
you can
She
disagree
know she
with
know the difference. She just for them
you.
people. That's all.
What I'm
So
saying is you
if
can
you're going before
disagree.
Even another reason not to support her.
you go
What
and
I'm
you
saying, you
can't
can
define it
disagree.
instead of saying what's in your heart. When
She's
you're
a
on that
sellout.
Supreme
Then
Court,
yeah,
you're
she's
supposed
a
to be as
sellout.
transparent.
Exactly. So basically, don't tell your kids to follow her. Don't, hey kids, don't be a seller like this lady.
Yeah, this
But
lady was
no,
a.
she's not someone to idolize, brother.
We don't have to idolize everybody because they got a degree. That's another thing in Black America we got to stop. We've been
Bro,
misled by
it's
these
not
people with
Carla.
degrees and
Carla,
whatnot.
you are
We
the
need to
one that
revamp Black
idolizes.
education and whatnot and bring
Carla,
real
you
scholarship back.
idolize the guys that went to Liberia and set up Liberia.
Yeah, because
You
they look
said
what they
these guys are
produced.
educated.
Yeah,
They were
look
the
what they. Yeah,
talented. This,
hold on.
right?
Look what they produced. They went over there. They didn't join the British Empire. They built a republic. That still stands to this day. Yeah, I admire that. They went over there and they built black families. They built black communities. They raised the republic. They raised their flag over sovereign soil. Yeah, I admire that. I
Carla, to
can't
be
admire
fair,
somebody who basically just because she wants to get on the Supreme Court so bad that she basically says she don't want to know or she don't want to offend nobody. Look, one thing I'd say about that. What's that other lady, Hagen, that was on the Supreme Court that Trump the first time?
Kagan.
Hagen. Say what you want about her, right? But when they was grilling her and whatnot, that lady was strong. There's a real difference in her hearing and Ketanji Braxton. They were throwing all kinds of stuff at her, and she was basically made it clear. You could see in her soul, I would never do anything. I'll look at the law and what's good in the people, and I believed her too, because she was like, "Wow, man!" She was like this. She had a Haitian son she adopted. She was like, basically, this is what we believe in. Blah
Oh,
blah
so
blah.
you're talking about
I
Coney
like
Barrett. You're
this.
talking about Amy
Whatever
Coney
like this.
Barrett.
But hold
You're
up,
talking
I'm
about the
just
white
Ketanji
lady.
Jackson. We knew nothing about her.
You're talking about
Only thing we know
the
about
white
is
lady.
that Joe Biden picked out of a hat because he said he wanted to put a black woman on Supreme Court. A guy
You
with
see,
dementia.
Carla, to be honest with you, man, this is why I think you are gonna have a hard time leading anything, brother. I just
Why?
gotta level with you, bro. You're gonna have a hard time leading anything because everything for you is like this perfection. But then but then someone that you like does
I
something
look.
negative. You don't
I
talk
know.
about it the
Look,
same
hold up.
way
Look, I'm just
because
saying. Look,
because because let
all
me
I
give you an
said was,
example. Let me
all I
give you an
said was,
example.
for the
Let
job.
me give you an
Look,
example, and
you
then you can go
understand the
on.
Supreme Court
Let me
is a
give you an example.
lifetime.
Let me
You
give you an
understand the
example.
Supreme Court
Let
is
me
a
give you an
lifetime thing.
example.
Hold on,
Let me give you an example.
if she can't tell you what a
One
man or
second,
woman
brother.
is,
Let me
what
give
else?
you an
If
example.
she's gonna rule on stuff that's gonna affect my life, what
Let me
else
give you
is
an
she gonna
example.
rule on?
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Earlier, we were talking about Bill Cosby. Yes, he
Yeah,
had a positive image on television for black folks.
right.
Yes. But
And
in
all
his
that probably he put
personal
$100
life,
million of his money up.
in his yes, he did. Maybe he did that, right?
He
But
did.
yet
No,
still,
maybe he did.
even on that, Bill Cosby with his 100 million doesn't even compare to what the United States government puts into HBCUs. But okay, great. As a private citizen, he did that. That's great.
Yo,
But
Tyler,
yet
yo, I
still,
want to grab the mic, man. This
but
dude's been
yet still on
talking and
that,
just not making no
Yo,
points,
Hey,
man.
John, we gotta move on. I want to get
one
This
second, let me just
dude,
say this real
John
for
quick.
real.
easy
Let me
on.
just say this real
Nah,
quick.
bro. You've been jumping in and you never make your points, man.
Let me
You're
say
not
Back
this
to
real
the
making
quick.
video.
points and you're not
Bill
Back,
making
Cosby,
back,
sense.
on Bill
facts.
Cosby,
Back to the video. Back to the video. That
Bill
Tyler asked
Cosby,
about the video. Yo,
you
we
guys
done with
talk
Bill Cosby.
positive about
We
Bill
done with Bill
Cosby,
Cosby.
and yet
We
still in
done
his
with
personal
we done
life,
with
he's
Bill Cosby.
doing more negative, more heinous
Yo,
stuff
Tyler,
than even a
back to the
Ketanji Brown
video.
Jackson.
Okay,
Back to the
right,
video.
John, we'll get back to you.
I want to
Go ahead, about the
yeah, I
video.
want to get back to that video, Tyler. The issue that I had with that video and that I have with a lot of people, even this person I was talking, all their points are negative to Black Americans. Okay, like this, she said, "Well, Caribbeans know where they come from in Africa, as if Africa is a qualifying factor for Black Americans. It's not. We created a new culture in America. We didn't ask to be brought to America. We were sold into America.
Not
So
miss, you're
really, we
breaking up.
don't.
You're not very clear, man.
Oh, how about now?
Yeah, that
Can you
means
hear
one
me?
drop off and call back in. You got a bad connection,
All
brother.
right, cool. Yeah.
Carla, let me go, Carla.
Go
You
ahead,
see,
Ola.
sometimes when I Black American, you see, when you talk about Black America, Carla, you people that be brought there. Sometimes you people also Caribbean also that be forming to you people too. But the aspect of when you be gone are those days, you say, "Oh, I don't know where I come from. You're looking for a place. I want no, no, no. You are who you are. You are an American. Accept that. The same thing I'm also saying now. You see the difference between those that went to Ghana and those that went to South Africa to start buying these mansions and start living good over there. There's a different classes also. Those that bought in South Africa, those mansions over there, are the one that went to Ghana is the one that raised up black power up. They broke, they get disappointed, they cry, But those that went to South Africa, those are the ones that will never tell you about how bad the white man is because they got the money. They're not going to tell you I'm confused. I don't know who am I. They're just looking for a place that is comfortable for them to, as long their money take them up to. And these people have already where to do, neither educated or not educated. You understand me? Business minded or whatever, professional in different type of field. But those that went to Ghana, these are losers, broke ass, try to look for, I don't know what they were looking for. If they're looking for spiritual something,
I wonder where he was going with this. I would.
no, I'm just honest, Carla.
It was funny.
The other day they start crying. There's some of them now discover they're India in Ghana. You understand me? These are like schizophrenic people. So we also have the same people also in Africa who
Hilarious.
don't want to work hard, but want to depend on one brother in a family that is multimillionaire. That they want to they want to bring that guy down because it's a bad brother because it's not helping us. It's a why that guy might be the only one in that family have money, but all of this leeching on that person. They start complaining about that dude. It's an idiot. It also happened in Africa. Also, we have people who complain, people who's delusional. Also, who think there's a special spirit bringing them back, or it's a winch thing, or whatever it is. By the time you started believing societies, that's like drawing you back. You understand me? So what I'm saying here, Carla, is these are few people. You will always have them in society, both in Africa and the Caribbean and the Black American culture. But the majority of Black Americans also doing pretty good. If you don't see those that's going to South Africa to buy those mansions about $300,000, $400,000, you only see the ones that went to Ghana. You understand me? Those are the ones coming. You kind of like, maybe, is that how they really live over there? But that's not what the majority, but that's not the way they live. There are people who live pretty well. There are people who live pretty broke. You understand me? So that's why I just take make an example between South Africa, we call the real South Africa. Let's assume you married to that guy from the real South Africa type of wife. There's that type, that medical doctor lady, right? You start seeing every woman like that. You understand me? On such a standard. Don't see how quiet that lady is. She just do her own thing. Sophisticated, classic, and everything. Some of these so-called ones that you can see in Africa also who like some kind of street boys and everything. Majority of them you see something in this YouTube, so I say I'm FBA, I'm this, I'm that. And the other educated ones also who take advantage of them also by trying to make them belong to something because they know they didn't belong to anything and try to create a family out of them by making their money out of their pocket. You understand me? But the real ones, you can do that because they'll tell you, man, fuck, get the hell out of my fire, I don't know you. You can make your noise, they just, after their life, they're living well and they don't really care about what actually going to. So, no matter how successful Africans are in America, they cannot be as successful as the Black Americans will be there for 400 years who have different feed in other things. That's why I tell you that I've seen it. My uncle, my dad job married to one. She's a banker, but become well established. Her sisters, her brothers are all well made. Indigenous of Texas. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you look for the low class one, you get the low class one. If you look for the high class one, you get the high class one. You have a choice, Ghana or South Africa. That's just all, Carla.
Yeah. But yeah. So what I'm trying to say is this: a girl in the video talking about you have to. But there's always this pressure on black people. It's like I think what it is. Like I said last night, I think the problem is if African Americans did, if we weren't in friggin' America, people wouldn't hate us so much. That's what I think it is. I think if we were someplace else, I think we all should just go to Canada and maybe people stop hating us. It's like it's because we live in America.
Kyler, like I said this before, right? And that's the main reason we got a lot of eyes on us because we are in America.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: we didn't look. We never asked for none of this shit. We never asked to come here. We never asked to be Americans. We never, but it just happened, and we just made the best of it. And people hate us. God damn, how
Uh,
dare
uh,
y'all be in America?
Steve, do you think America would be what it is without us?
I didn't say that. No, it wouldn't. I'm just saying, like, why other group of people, like, especially black groups who have something to say about us because we are Americans.
Because we're living in America, and they basically like, man, you guys should be taking all
So,
this.
Carla, let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
You believe that the majority of immigrants hate Black Americans?
No, I believe that the majority of people who make it their business to go online, right? Like I said, look, let me tell you something, John. I would have no problem if people were saying this stuff to us in public, whatever like that. Then we could deal with it like that. But they always wait till they get online. They know that
Well, hold on, Kyler. You know they ain't gonna say nothing like that in the public because you know what'll happen.
yeah.
We
So
gonna whoop their ass, but go ahead.
bottom line is, so if they came up to talk to us in public and let us know how they feel and whatnot, it wouldn't be so bad, But They get online, they get in front of it, they fire up their TikTok and just start spouting off all this stuff. It's uncivilized, you know. Me personally, I don't even do TikTok, right? Because if I had my TikTok in my hand all day, every time I get angry and mad and whatnot, I'm just firing. You know what I think? Blah 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 blah. Whatnot. People think I was crazy, you know. You would really think I was xenophobic and hateful, you know. You would think I hate other black people. You would think I hate black women, fat black women. You know, you think I would hate all this stuff if I just let all my
Fat
mind,
black women. That's
you know.
crazy.
But I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is this though: why is it that the same decorum, right? People don't think, and I'm just saying this ain't just one or two things, John. There's literally tens of thousands of people from the Africa, Caribbean, they're all joined together. Like the one lady said on this video, I wish I could find it, right? I should have saved it. She said, "Oh, our in the Essence Festival," she said, she was an African lady said, "We got it now, and our Caribbean brothers, they're more than welcome." Like that. She basically they the Caribbeans and the Africans are ganging up against Black America. I watched that Principe when he's a Haitian, you
But
know.
maybe she. I mean, I don't know who. I don't know her how she's
Yo,
thinking. But
this
maybe
thing,
she was just saying that the Caribbeans can join too. Maybe she.
no,
Cause
she
she.
was just
You know,
basically saying we basically do you hate fat black? No, I don't hate fat black women. You know, I love them. You know, no. What I'm saying is this: I
who
said,
said that? Who said that, Carla?
African guys, do you hate fat
Oh
black?
yeah.
No, I don't hate fat black women. No, I love them. I love all my sisters. But anyway, the bottom line is this: when this girl was just basically going off on "we own it now" as an African guy, Rachel Dennis is not anti-black American. Neither is that lady who CEO. You know, but this
Wanga, how you say that?
well, she's like because she's that lady, the CEO. She's very pro-black. You know, she is very black
She's
national.
so pro black. She got a white wife.
That was not her wife. That was her sister-in-law.
Oh, okay.
See, see, FBA's been putting that out there like that was her wife and whatnot. You know, and stuff like that.
See, I'm listening to people talking about, oh yeah, she married to a white woman. All that.
No,
Is she a lesbian?
no. I don't know, but but whatever it is, that was her sister-in-law, and those kids were her nieces and nephew.
Do better, FBA. Stop spreading, lies.
And so the bottom line, you can't listen to everything. That's why you got this show. My show sets it straight, you know. So basically, she is very pro-black, and so is Baku Tubman. You know, I've known her for years. You know, we talked together, right, for like 15 years. She's from Liberia. She's President Tubman's granddaughter. You know, but she's very pro-black. She went to HBCUs.
Hey, African Goddess said that the woman you talking about was married to a black American man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, probably is. You know, I don't know.
No,
You
I'm
know,
talking about the Essence. The girl that said something about Essence. I think that's what African Goddess said. Talking about the Caribbean people can join.
yeah. So, yes, I saw that lady talk about Essence. Apparently, she's married to a black American man. Talk about Essence. Oh yeah, you saw that African goddess. I don't know, but whatever. But she was just basically throwing shots back. She was basically saying, "We got it now. It's ours." Blah blah blah. So going on.
Hold on, pull it up. I want to see it, Carla, because I
It's
want
a
to see it for
you can
myself.
make me look for this shit. Hold up, it's on. It was on YouTube actually. Let me see if I
Let
can
me
find.
let me find it. I want to see it and judge it for
By the
myself.
way, Carla, I don't agree with your position on this whole essence thing, because at the end of the day, the reason why these magazines are failing, I don't know if it's gonna work out for these guys either. Whoever bought it,
Well,
because
no. Yes,
Man, nobody read magazines no more.
you understand something. Although published, it's like the New York Times, right? They publish a newspaper. That's the record, right? And then basically they got subscribers that go all throughout the permanence. You still got to write articles. You still got to print the magazine. You might have a virtual magazine, like International Focus magazine has a print edition and it has a web edition, right? You can subscribe to either one, right? So the bottom line is this, although Essence made the print edition may be going down, but still the articles, the advertisement on the website are still there. You understand? So it doesn't really matter.
bottom line, all these newspaper, legacy media, print papers or print magazines are having problems right
Yeah,
now.
they haven't. Hold on, I
All of
don't
them.
think so.
Yeah,
I
No,
don't,
it's
right.
not. It's
Fact.
not
I don't
just
really believe
Essence.
that. I
It's
don't
like
really believe
all
that.
of them. New York Times is having a hard time. You know the amount of
Hold on. New
magazines
York
and
Times,
newspapers
Hey,
that
hey,
close
hey, hey.
down.
The New York Times is rolling. Look at the stock
Times
price.
record. They got the number one ads in the world, man. What are you talking about?
All of them are struggling. compared to
They're
what
not
they were.
struggling, bro.
Rupert Murdoch bought the Wall Street Journal for like what, like $500 million, something like that. So these papers make money. You know, Jeff Bezos bought. What did he buy? He bought
Washington Post.
Washington Post.
Washington Post. You know, I
And
mean,
they ain't
Yeah,
struggling
but
neither.
Jeff Bezos does remember Jeff Bezos, his purchase is under an umbrella of
oh yeah, I know
other
that. But the
businesses.
bottom line,
Elon Musk
newspapers make
purchased
so much
Twitter,
money. They
right?
generate so much
Twitter is
money through
losing money too,
advertisements,
by
stuff
the
like
way.
that. If you can get an ad in the Washington Post or whatnot, whatever you're selling, you're gonna make millions of dollars because that's the reach of that shit. You know. Yeah.
Most of these legacy papers are having issues, major issues. It's an issue of the way people consume media nowadays. Most of us aren't reading as much as we used to because we're on YouTube, we're online,
But still,
we're
though,
watching
Nah,
videos.
bruh. Nah. People read, bro.
I read,
Just
man.
say you don't read.
I
Bro,
read.
I read more than everybody
That
on this panel.
I read. No, you
I
don't read more
based
guarantee
than
on
you,
what you just said, I don't know about that.
more books and everything than everybody else on this panel. I already know because how the discussions you guys have show that
Bro,
sometimes
your blanket statement
you're not
that
in with
a lot of
nuances,
people
man.
ain't
It's
reading
like
doesn't
too
make sense
black and
because the
white.
subscriptions of the New York Times and everything that you just complained about, these subscriptions are still going up. So somebody's obviously reading this shit, right?
And the New York Times is the paper of record in the United States. So it's one of the bigger, better ones. But generally speaking, most print media is struggling right now, particularly local media.
Is the LA Times struggling? Is the San Francisco
That's a
Chronicle
big
struggling?
newspaper again. You know what I mean?
So what we mean
Twitter
by
is
a small
losing money.
newspaper,
Twitter is
Twitter
losing
been
money.
losing money for
Washington
the
Post is
longest.
under the umbrella of Amazon. It has $1 billion backer. What, second richest guy in the world, third, whatever it is, right?
Okay,
So money's
give
not
an
the issue
example.
per
Give
se.
an example of one that's actually struggling. Name one that's struggling.
Most local newspapers,
Name
especially
one.
smaller newspapers, more regional papers, yes, they're struggling. Now, your
Well,
New
smaller
York
newspapers
Times,
are definitely going
they're
to
going
struggle
through their
because
own
they're smaller.
struggles,
They don't
but
have
they
the
might not
capital.
be as bad as some other ones.
Right. All right.
Mr. Know It All said that, at the Essence Festival they had everybody flag hanging except for what, American flag. I mean, no, I don't really see, Black Americans draped out in American colors all the time. Like I don't. I mean,
So yeah, like I said, about this thing, right? Like I have no problem with the Africans or Caribbeans taking over because that's just went down the tubes anyway. We were talking about this for a long time. Obviously, Nac Measy said he was too. But a lot of people were talking about this, the degeneracy of Essence. I knew I wasn't alone.
it
Because
was
what?
going downhill for years. People have been saying that.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay. I thought I was the only one saying that. I thought it was just me. I said, man, this is garbage, man. God, look at some of the articles and whatnot. You could tell it's not well put together and whatnot. You could tell somebody white's whispering in the air. I know. Look, I'm not stupid. I know when people are trying to broaden their appeal and stuff like that. It used to be. We used to have sacred spaces. Ebony magazine was Black America. If you want to know about Black America, you picked up Ebony magazine. You know that's what Black America. It showed the beauty of Black America. It showed you the controversy. It showed you the civil rights movement. It showed the Black Power movement. Anything else. It talked about the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, everything in Black America, the whole entire Black American life. We were really a people at one time.
Kyler, let me ask you a question. Mr. Know It All says that Black Americans served in every war. He said we are patriotic. Do Black Americans join the military because they're patriotic, or they join it because of
I might hold.
opportunity?
I'll tell you this: there's a lot of Black people on know they drove patriotic, but then actually when it was racism in the military, when I they get out and they do that thing, okay, it's like a conundrum with Black America, right? You go in there like everybody else. You want to be an American. You want to be patriotic, whatever, like that, right? But
But
on the inside and whatnot, you're fighting somebody else's war. whatever. Like not,
I'm speaking for Black Americans. Do most Black Americans join the military because they patriotic, or do they do it because of opportunity? Like, hey, this is
opportunity. It's
just
Opportunity, and they
there we go.
patriotic.
It's
Okay,
opportunity. Some like
It's a
10%.
combination of both.
I don't know.
10% is patriotic, 90% is opportunity. White
Right.
people is 10% opportunity, 90% they just want to fuck some shit up for America. You know.
Kyle, do you think the black people in the military are patriotic or not?
What the black people in the military are patriotic? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one, man. I remember this one guy. I never forget this, man. This guy has army uniform on, man, and I always forgot where I was in a hotel, something like that, right? And he was in the military, army guy, right? A black guy, right? And he was just, and it was like during the time of the Iraq War, whatever, like that. And he was just saying some shit like, "Damn, America's always fucking everybody's." He was saying, I was saying, man, this guy's in the military combat thing when that in the military, the camouflage shit on, looking like Rambo and shit. He was just basically making some disparaging about the U.S. policy in the world, he was. I would say so. I don't know. That's a really tough one. I really did interview a lot of them. But he said, man, I said, how many of them really feel like that? Man, we're always going to these countries and whatnot, man, fucking everything up. We should just stay out of these people's countries, blah, blah, blah. We're always fucking every
I
shit
mean,
up.
I could be wrong, but I feel like a lot of them, join out of opportunity.
Yeah, I
They
think
just
it's,
do it
I
because
think
it's like
it's
it's just
opportunity,
right. They just
Opportunity first, and then patriotic. But that's
I
not
don't know,
different
man.
between the
Because
other races
some of the
either.
dudes I knew that went to the military, they weren't the most patriotic dude. They were like, "Hey, man, I'm not." No,
I'm just trying to get out of the hood.
or they did it for school as well. School. So
And black Americans create the flag. Stop it, Mr. Know-It-All. Stop it. You know.
I don't know anyone that ever joined the military and said because I love my country. Not even white people.
Yeah, white people just go just because they
They
go.
do the same thing for opportunity.
Check this out. Hold
right,
up. Check this
it's with them too. But I know it's
out.
like that whole patriotic thing more with white folk.
They win a war, and everybody's patriotic.
You mean the
Everybody
redneck people?
like this.
They're the patriotic ones.
It's the
And
same way. Like when you go,
rednecks are.
I don't see black Americans with American flags outside their house as much as like in white neighborhoods.
I know.
What?
I'm being dead serious. Like when you in the black neighborhoods, you
I don't
don't
know
see
about
American
that.
flags.
Hold on.
You
You go
don't,
to places like
you'll see more sports team
hold on.
flags hanging out on
Go to
the.
areas. You can go areas of Queens, Long Island. You do because those black people moved in those enclaves up there and they're isolated. All they know is America, But when the problem is when you hear black people and where I live at that live in areas where our so-called patriots tested, right? When you see a white guy, right? That's a flag saluting motherfucker, man. He's all with this, and we sort of like, yo, man, I'm in the damn South, man. These rednecks, whatever, like that. And we're like, I don't feel like the same way this motherfucker does.
Right,
White people,
it might just be a southern thing because where I
white
live at,
people,
you got black
black
neighborhoods, you
people
don't.
down south, black people down south, still a little apprehensive about this whole thing. Up
I
in
don't
New
see
York,
American flags outside on black people
you
neighborhoods. You
go
see
you go to New
sports
York, you
teams.
go to isolated communities in New York or Long Island, something like that, black communities, you'll see it because there's nothing testing them. Down here, your American patriots will test it when you're getting harassed by the police all the time and racism down here in the South. What down you really if I see a black person down here with I'm patriot whatnot, we look at him like he's crazy. That's something for white people to do. White people love all that shit, military.
No, I'll be fair when I say I've seen black people that actually have like the American flags outside the house. I was living in Fairfield at that time, and a lot of them were connected to the Air Force, the Travis Air Force Base.
Yeah, yeah.
So that
So
might be the reason why.
That's another
we
good
do see
point.
have some black with American flag. They're in the military. They're in the military.
Yeah. Usually in the military, you are right about that.
You don't see
Uh,
black automatically.
Black Americans are more
I mean, you
American
go
than
to
most
the
white
hood, you
people.
expect them to see American flags, and then you're just a crazy person at that point.
I'm not even just talking about the hood. I'm talking about suburbs as well. You don't,
Well, outside the South, you do in New York,
Okay.
places like that. Anywhere you don't have large numbers of whites that are racist, whatever like that. Because I tell you what stops black from being patriotic is right racism. You know.
I mean, I'm gonna put it like this: most Black Americans don't hate America, right? But
Oh
like I
yeah,
said,
they would never do it until you get an incident, right? Or when somebody you driving down the road, some white person like nigga or some shit like that happens to you, then you want to kill every white person. You want to burn the flag, whatnot. You know, if you don't have those experiences, yeah, America is a cool place. Because if, like I'm saying, you go to Queens, you got these black enclaves out there, generations of people that got money and stuff like that. They live isolated from white people and whatnot. You know, they live in an all black world and all they know is they're in America, you know? So America to them is different than America of somebody who lives in a mixed suburb somewhere in the South, whatever like that, you know? So like a big perfect example I'm talking about. I never forget my niece's graduation.
Wait, hold on. What the hell was that noise?
What? I don't
it
know.
might be my mic. I had to leave and come back.
But check this out.
Oh,
And
okay.
my niece graduation, this is 2012, right? She graduated. I never forget this. Her school is Filipino, white, Asian, black, whatever like that, multicultural school. The principal, administrator, white, and everything like that. But do you know? You know they did not sing the graduation. They did not do. They did the Pledge of Allegiance, but it was like nobody stood for it and nobody put their hand on their heart. So I'm like, damn, man. It was just like shocking seeing that. You know, I was like, wow, things have changed since I've been in high school. You know, they were reluctant to do. I think they did the Star Spangled Banner, but there was like really nobody was into. Everybody looking down, looking away. People on their phones and whatnot. You know, it was real like that. So I said, and I looked around the crowd, the audience. It was mostly Asians, Hispanics, and these new immigrants there, you know, at the graduation at the Virginia Beach Pavilion. I looked around, and what you did see is the number of whites in there. They had their hand over their heart, and they were like, "God bless the USA" and all this kind of stuff like that. I'm just saying what I saw, you know.
They were crying and shit, Kyla.
Yeah, I'm just saying the white people were just all standing for the flag, hand on their heart, blah blah blah. The Asians, the blacks, and the Hispanics, they were like sort of like looking away. And, okay, let's get this herp and get this over with, man. Shut the fuck up, you know. When the girls singing the Star Spangled Banner, whatever, like that, so they were like, you know. But it was a white cute people that were really into it, you know.
Ja, that's a good point, man. He said in many black families, there's a strong sentiment against joining the military. I hear stuff like that too. My mama told me her father don't why you going to join the military for being a white man's army and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
And so
everybody hear that, you know. We're fighting the white man's war. Get the fuck out of here.
right.
You know, so Mike Davis has courage, college, shit, you know. Yeah, I'm saying. Barudi says there are a number of social media channels that support Pan African synergy. Yeah, Broody won't give it up, man. He's gonna be a Pan African Broody, man. Until something happens, right? You know, yeah, continent yeah. As long as they're basically FBA is not a victim based movement, they got legitimate concerns. I'm starting to take them seriously now.
It was actually the Pan Africans that got the victim based movement.
Yeah, so the bottom line, they always want this civic. He'll say he goes, Collar promotes bigotry. I'm not promoting bigotry. I'm just telling it like it is. And look, you can't say that I wasn't a Pan Africanist because I was a dire Natmese and I used to be mortal enemies over this shit, you know. But over the years, I got attacked by Africans, you know, and Caribbeans, you know, calling me all kinds of names, a colonizer, or like that. I mean, damn,
I
somebody.
mean, Kyla. I mean, some of the times you talk about building Afghanistan, you talking about I'm gonna come in, we gonna take it. If we gotta
No,
fight, we
that's
gonna do
David.
this.
It
And
says that. David, I don't say that, you know.
oh, okay.
And I'm saying
But
that
if he did
basically.
say that, he'll be accurate because you're not going to go over there and ask him for it.
Well, hold on.
They ain't got no damn
I'm
sense.
saying the back fact of the matter is why? How come the Africans don't have the IQ and the intelligence to understand the benefit of that? Like the Emiratis, when all the Emirates and Oman, right, had all that land just sitting there doing nothing, right? One of them said, you know, we got billions of dollars. Why don't we build this new city where everybody could come from all over the world and we could invest in real estate and blah, 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 because this oil's not going to last forever. and they took all that oil wealth and built a new city, the most modern city in the world called Dubai. How come the African mind doesn't think like that? I just question I
because
ask.
it's broken. Kylie, you said something profound before when Trump was bringing over the Afrikaners. You said if South Africans were intelligent, they would invite Black Americans over there in the same way that Trump was inviting the white South
Of
Africans.
course,
Now, if you think about it, that is a specific race based objective. But if you ask an African, well, why don't y'all governments do that? That's racist. That's racist. The wickedest motherfuckers ever, bro.
So the bottom line, so when Bruni gets up here talking about, he tried to put all this on us. When it's Africans who rejected us, Pan Africanism and stuff like that. They ain't doing nothing for that continent, right? They're nothing. And Afghanistan would be an improvement. It would change Africa overnight.
Listen, I'm gonna say it again.
Concentration of black wealth going to one territory that would permeate throughout the whole entire continent. That would pump billions and billions and trillions of dollars over the years into Africa. But they don't think like that. The
I'm
African
gonna say it again. Most black people would never Pan Africanists. That's just
No,
a
but
fact.
hold on. But the bottom line is this: I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't have to be a Pan African to support the Afghanistan. You just have to know that there's a territory for you. If you go there, you can pull yourself up, and you'll be doing way better than you could if you stayed in America. That's all you need to know. You don't have to be a
I
Pan
like
African.
I like the idea of an Afghanistan, Kyle. I really do.
So the bottom line, I never look. I roll with Pan Africanism as a means to an end. I was never really a Pan African. I believe that first of all, if you build an Afghanistan, the culture of the story of the country, then that Afghanistan has to be about African Americans. We're the people without a land. So the story got to be about us. That means the friggin' flag, everything was who's on the currency, the streets, all that shit like that, reflect us, right? At the same time, yeah, you can invite other black people from in, like my boy Abraham that's in the UK, man. He's down for this Afghanistan thing, man. He's not African American, but he said, man, I'm down for it because he knows if he studied us enough to know if we ever built something like that. He studied our history in Liberia, what we're capable of. He said, if you guys ever did that, count me in, because he knows he'll benefit. It's only these Africans basically that want to compete with us all the time. They really think they're superior to us, right? When I tell somebody in Africa, "Oh, build your hoods up in America," well, we don't control the hoods in America. We don't control America. We can't. They act like principally people like that act like we have a government here that we could solve our problems because we got a government. What do you think about that, Jonathan?
They're all retards.
Yeah. So the Bible said, Afghanistan means we have a government. That means with a stroke of a pen, we could build roads, we could build hospitals, we could build this, we could build that, we could enter in agreements, with other countries and whatnot. That's the
We'll
future,
have toilets.
you know. So yeah, we can have everything.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie,
No,
man.
no, let's say like
This really hurt my heart because
we can
sometimes
set
I
the
listen to
standard.
Rick
We can set the
Nasheed
standards.
talk about people shitting in the streets, and then when I
We can
actually
set
travel and I
the
see people shitting in the streets, I
hold on.
just put my head down.
We can set the standards on cleanliness, hygiene, all that shit like that will be up to our standards. We would never let somebody come in there with their friggin' low standards and whatnot saying, "Oh, well, no, you got to meet us at our level." As simple as that. We dictate what's going on. Why not do that in Liberia? Because we don't. We look. We could have done that in Liberia, but I still think we could build something in Liberia, but it won't be in Afghanistan. The simple fact is, I played a video tonight where you got this white guy. Did you say, Jonathan? This white guy basically in Liberia, so you're an honorary Liberian or some stupid shit like that. You got this,
Yeah,
and I'm
and
saying,
Elvis defending this shit. He's an honorary Liberian.
so I'm saying to
Why
myself,
would you say that anyway?
they want to take
Why
care
would
of
you do that?
yeah, because the bottom line to spite us.
Cozy enough to white people is one of the dumbest shit that Africans do. I would never understand it.
Yeah,
At
so
one hand, you want to play victim like white people done. They colonized us. They did this. They did that. And so that's why we want to live in their countries. Then at the same time, you want to kiss their ass right afterwards. That shit is just weird to me.
I don't understand them. I don't understand them. So it is what it
And
is.
that's why Pan African died from the very beginning. because the
Yeah,
Africans were
they
cooked.
died because the Africans killed it. The
The
Africans killed it.
Africans been cooked for a long
Africans
time.
killed that shit. So don't blame me, man. We tried, man. I thought that, man, the whole idea we all were on the same page. We're gonna build this high tech Wakanda type civilization. We're gonna all be advanced and whatnot. I didn't know I would have to be going back to eating bushmeat, eating my hands and shit like that. That's the whole idea.
Oh, Colin.
No, 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 Carla.
No,
Let's
I'm being
have a
dead
real
serious, man.
Carla.
These guys
Carla.
were arguing me for a whole night, man, talking about Colin, ain't nothing wrong with bushmeat. Well, you think you're too
Yeah, it
advanced.
is.
Remember that? Yeah.
Now, do y'all think, just my honest opinion, that the diaspora, the ones that went through the slave trade, for the most part, we've been trying to link back with Africa for so long, defending Africa. Now, it don't matter if you were Haitian, Jamaican, Black American. Everyone's been trying to be tied to Africa, love Africa. Let's
Yeah,
all
Rosa
build up
Parks
Africa.
said that.
What is the possibility that we wasted all of our time trying to build up Africa?
I
We
don't
should have
want.
been focused on our
I don't want
fucking
to believe.
self.
I don't want to believe I wasted years of my life, man. 30 some
Oh,
years.
Carla, yeah, take,
I don't want to
gotta
believe
deal
I
with that
wasted
reality, bro.
35 years of my life, man, with this
Like
shit.
I think about Jamaicans and they trying to be so tied to African. Does that mean you don't want to develop because you want to be close to Africa? Like Jamaica is not the
Hey,
same as a regular African country. Not even close to it.
Yeah, Jamaica's more developed,
More developed. So I mean, what are you linking back to?
Yeah.
Africa can't help you. That you can help them. They can't
but
help
look,
you.
this is it's the same thing. It's like Jamaican. Most of them came from Africa, right? So
No,
they're
so I thought most of us came from Africa too. Shit, what the hell? You
right.
think
It's the same
where did we
thing.
come
It's the
from,
same
bro?
thing.
Mars?
It's the same thing.
We
Most
was
African
already here,
Americans,
Colin.
most blacks in the
Yeah.
Western Hemisphere came from Africa, of course, right? So a lot of times we want to link back to something. Like we felt like it's just like a Native American.
Let me ask you.
You see
Let
them,
me ask you a question. Why did
yeah.
Jamaicans build a republic in Africa? Why did Black Americans do and Jamaicans didn't?
Colin,
Well,
there was a lot of Caribbeans that went to
that were a
Liberia.
part
No,
of
no,
that
there
for
was
The
only
one.
Caribbeans don't mean
one group
Jamaican,
of
bro.
Caribbeans. It was mostly African Americans.
Right, but there
One
were
group
some
of
Caribbeans
Caribbeans
that were a
came
part
in.
of
The
that
others
whole
were from
movement too,
Barbados and some other little
right?
Yeah,
places.
from Barbados.
Remember,
One group. That's it.
remember too, separate from even Liberia, there are Jamaicans and stuff that have moved back to Africa. And even in Ethiopia, there's land that was given for Jamaicans to Caribbean people and black people to move back to.
That was originally for Black African Americans, right? But the Jamaicans took it up on it and whatnot. They did. They didn't
I
really.
no, I heard Colin. I think African Goddess said no. There was two different
Well, I
situations.
know,
I
but I'm
believe.
saying is that they were count. Sasha was counting on educated. So people don't know this. Idi Amin was trying to bring African Americans over to Uganda to run the railway system because he knew where we had built the railways, like stories like John Henry. He wanted to bring African Americans and give them land in Uganda. People don't know that history. He wanted to
Okay,
settle
but the
African
bottom
Americans in
line
Uganda.
is, I'm not trying to say one person's going and another person not. That's not my argument. My argument is both people that have been taken from a place a lot of times are trying to get back to that place. The history, they felt like they got cut off from something, right? Now, that could be a wrong move. Like it's just like Native Americans. You see them doing their powwows. They felt like they were cut off from something because of what America did when the white folks came here from Europe and stuff, right? And so they're trying to get back to that place, right? But it's not a good idea, generally speaking, to try and go back to that place in the fullness of what that means. Like I'm gonna go back to where those
Well,
people
look,
were at that time.
I believe you can go back, but you can't just say, so I'm gonna forget all the knowledge, education, all the stuff like that I know, and just blend in and just go backwards.
And
You
that's why
can't go
I agree
backwards.
with. I agree with it in the sense of, hey, you're gonna study that past, right? It's just like anybody studying Chinese history or Japanese or whatever. You're studying it and you're seeing what they did so that you can learn what you can take into the future. But I wouldn't say try to go back in the sense of
So I'm
like
gonna
I'm
say
trying to go
Africa, I
back
call
to
them, but it
where I
doesn't
was at
really
that point.
matter. It doesn't matter. And look, we're gonna do the same thing the Chinese do, the Lebanese, and we're just gonna go back and take, man. We don't care about what you Africans don't or not call them by that. We don't need your invitation. That's our ancestors.
Hold on, Colin. This Mr. Know It All said this before. Look up how the early East Coast Native Americans look. I hope you're not one of those Aboriginals, Mister Know It All.
Yeah, but dude, you're not. We're not at fucking Aboriginals, man. Shut the fuck up about that shit.
But
I
this
hate
is the
that. If
thing
you ever
too,
call me a Native American in my face, I'll smack him.
because to me, the whole Afristan thing is, if I'm going to say a model, it looks to me like it's going to be like an Israel type model, right? Now,
Yeah. Well, you know something? Israel ripped the idea off from us because Theodore Herzl looked at Liberia and said, if they can return, the Negroes in America can return to their ancestral home and build a modern state. Why the hell can't we? And that's what started the Zionist movement. He looked at
right,
Liberia.
but that could be the case. Now,
Yeah,
this
that's
is the
exactly what
thing.
happened. And
This is
the
the
Israel,
thing.
the Zionist state was originally supposed to be in Kenya and Uganda. People don't know
Yes,
that. But then
that's true too.
some people
But
start saying the Palestine. That's why I said when we start the Afghanistan movement, right? It's going to have to be certain people going to the continent saying this is a good place, Kala, to build an Afghanistan. Might have 20 different places. We don't know whichever, but those people that went to several parts of Africa, South America, Argentina, and whatnot, say this is where the Zionist state should be, right? And then what happened was the quickest place, nearest place, the most obvious place was still controlled by the British, and that took them from after the British took the territory from the Ottoman Empire. A lot of people start migrating to Palestine. And we know this right there. They start by, and they say, something, let's make Palestine the Zionist state. Israel and Zionist state were two different things. Zionist state was just to be a place like that. So they said, okay, we the ideas of people pro-Israeli and pro-Zionist came together and created the state of Israel.
But my point of bringing that up is Israel is successful. Big part of it is because it has a larger, more powerful benefactor in the
Oh
United
no, it's
States
not
and
even
things like
that.
that.
The Jews have political connections globally. Like what we're going to establish, we're going to be established globally too. We need people all over the world. I need people in Japan. I need people in Russia. I need people in China. I need people all over Europe, all over the world. And your job is to bring resources, connections, business, investment
Right. But
to the
remember,
African.
Carla, if
Colin,
you're going
sorry
to
to cut
have
you.
those connections, remember what we were talking about earlier. If you're going to go
Flavor
in
Flav and
there,
LL Cool J are not
if
Native
you're going to
Americans. Let me
go
get this
in
guy out of
there
here.
Right, I was about to say
attacking,
that. Like, this dude is crazy.
Pull the time out, man.
if you're going to go in there attacking those people that you're trying to make connections
Well,
with,
I'm not trying to attack anybody. Who say anything about attacking?
no, I'm just saying, because a second ago you said that, like,
Well, I'm not gonna. I don't think I need any invitation. Because I
no,
don't
I'm
recognize.
I'm
Look,
just
I don't
saying, I'm
recognize.
not
Look,
even
I don't
talking
look.
about,
All
you're
these
saying you want to
boundaries
have
in Africa were created by the
connections with
Europeans,
Europe,
right?
Japan, all that, right?
Yeah, so basically, if we're coming there as returning Africans, right? Hey, that's all we're doing. You're coming back to what was already ours. Now we could negotiate the how to do it, but the bottom of to say we can't come, that's not negotiable. That's not negotiable. Not in this day and time, right? So, and we're gonna salvage anything about Africa. It has to be us having our own land. I don't hear nothing else. People got talk like Baruti all the time. I hear Baruti talks. He never talks about the one thing that would basically turn me on is Akala, the black man in America needs his own land. Then I listen to Baruti. I listen to his Ubuntu nonsense, but I don't hear that, All I hear is basically we supposed to speak a bunch of shnaga laga laga and do some rain dances and dance around and eat bush meat and whatnot. And
Go
that's
back and cry and be
So let me
happy
ask
you're
you a
in
question, by
Africa.
the way, on the bushmeat, Carla. Hunters in the
well,
United
I
States.
am not eating. I'm not eating hyena steaks, bro. Come
I'm
on.
asking you a question, Carla, on the
But
bushmeat.
listen, Kyler, you
All
said
right,
earlier that
Carla.
giraffe meat was
Carla.
looking good, man.
Oh yeah,
Carla, I
hey,
got a
yo, it was
question. I
that
got a
was giraffe.
question
It
for
was
you.
actually zebra meat. It was zebra meat. It was
People
looking
Oh,
in
good.
zebra meat.
America that
Okay.
hunt, right? People in America that hunt elk, deer, whatever, right? Are
Yeah,
they eating
yeah, yeah.
bushmeat?
Some white people are primitive. Yeah, I know that. I get that.
Man, deer tastes good, Kyler. But anyway,
Hold on,
So
hold on,
they
hold on.
eat
continue.
deer.
Like
You
I
get what I'm
said,
saying?
look,
Like, it's
look, hold on,
crazy,
hold
man.
on, look,
Like,
look. If you like, there's
so
some
Carla,
people
in
that
the
hunt for sport.
African,
Look,
in
look.
African, are you gonna outlaw hunting,
Oh, hold on,
Carla?
hold on. First of all, it's like this: we're gonna have a society, a modern society, right? Where
No.
99% of what you eat comes through food preservation and husbandry. We're civilized. You don't
But
have
that's
you
what
don't.
America has. But people still hunt, Carla.
Oh yeah, hold up. People hunt and they fish and everything like that, but it's not a way of life. It's
I
sport.
get your
Kyla,
point.
how was eating, deer uncivilized?
Hold up. I ain't saying either. I don't really want to talk about this
I
stupid
don't know,
stuff.
man, Carla,
Yeah,
man. Like
I want
you
to talk about
crazy,
this
man.
stupid topic, man. It's a dumb topic. I don't care about that. I don't care what people do. I'm saying that the society is going to build a modern food system. There's something that don't friggin' happen in Africa. That's why they're starving when they don't have a modern food industry. You know, they don't have canned goods. They don't have stuff like that, manufactured food goods, whatnot. That's how you bring the value of food down by producing abundance of it. So therefore, we need to have a billion head of cattle in the country. We need to have a modern fishing industry. We need hundreds of millions of billions of chickens on the poultry. For that, you're gonna need crops, corn, and all this like that to feed your like that. So in other words, we're gonna be the breadbasket of Africa, and we're also
And
gonna.
Carla, I agree with you with that. I just
But
disagree
that's
that
progress, man. There's nothing
I
else,
just
man. I don't want
disagree
to talk
with
about
like
nothing else.
The only reason why I disagree with the colors because the Africans would never let that happen.
I
Yeah,
just
so
One thing
disagree
about
with
Africans, if they see any other African country making any kind of progress, they automatically turn against that damn country.
yeah, they
That's
would
how
not
you get.
do
That's how you
progress.
get the hate for Paul Kagame for no damn reason.
They're in the Congo right now plotting how to bum rush Rwanda. Because how
I
dare you
mean,
create a modern
with that
city?
whole AES situation, you got,
Oh,
Yeah, brother, let that brother actually really make some progress. They'll turn
they
against
gotta do
his ass
something,
too.
man. You can't just keep talking. You can't just have dusty ass Cuddy coming up here talking about goddamn fucking
Burkina Faso.
starving. Talking about Burkina Faso when he's starving and whatnot. Come on.
Man, the resources, man. Look at this rock I picked up. You see
Yeah,
this rock
hey
right here?
man, Cuddy from North Carolina, man. He from the
I
state,
see
so
that. I
man,
see
chill
that.
Ah,
out,
man, I
man.
feel bad for you, brother.
I see that. You sound like one of them
You got a little bit of that in you too, huh? You probably walk outside every morning picking up rocks. See these resources we got in America. These resources are gonna change everything.
nigga be on air. You be eating that bush chicken, that guinea fowl, bush chicken, and whatnot.
Oh man,
That
Carla,
shot.
all I'm saying, I agree with you that hey, look, you need to modernize the food system. I agree with that 100%. I'm just saying that look, at the same time, hopefully it can get to a point where people are doing it recreationally rather than for necessity. You know what I mean? And most people, I feel like in Africa, don't do it out of necessity at this point in the game. Most of those people have rice,
Most
chicken, whatever they
Africans
want
are
to buy.
still hunting and gathering, man. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves, man.
You
Nah,
said most
man,
of them
there's
got
small groups of
rice.
people that still do that. That's not like the majority of people over there,
wait,
man.
Oh yeah, have you been to
man,
Africa?
most
Yeah,
Africans, most West Africans are not hunting and
Have you been
gathering,
to
Tyler.
Africa?
That's what I'm saying. I
Look,
don't know where
yo,
they're getting
Ja,
Not
that from,
most
last
of
bro.
them,
year.
but a huge percentage.
Hold on, Ja.
Nah, not even a
When
huge
I was in
percentage.
Liberia last year, right? I was in upcountry, right? Nimba. I was coming back from Nimba. Never
So
forget
it's,
this shit,
it's the
right?
monkey one again, right?
Yeah, check us out, right? And basically, he had some on the back. I thought it was a cow, whatever, like that. And it was a dead monkey. I said, that's the first time it hit me. I was in
Tyler,
Africa, yo. I
Tyler, she
was
wasn't
in Africa,
eat,
yo.
she wasn't gonna eat that monkey. She was burying it. It was a pet.
No,
That's
like,
all she
dude,
was
man,
doing.
she was taking it to the market to put it on the
Nah, I
table.
don't think she was taking that
Yo,
monkey to
she
the
put that
market,
shit
Tyler.
on the table to sell, cut it up and sell that shit. That's real. That's real. That's Africa, bro.
But
That's
bro,
real.
all I'm saying, bro, people hunt, man.
It's
Like
a color. Yeah. Hold up. But bottom
it's a
line is
thing in
this.
America,
Look,
even,
John,
man.
if you
It's a
want to
thing
hunt and
everywhere in the
whatnot,
world, bro. People
that's
hunt,
fine.
man.
Even in America, right? But we're saying, if people want to hunt on their own time, whatever like that, that's fine, right? But we're saying we're trying to build a modern civilization. A modern civilization. That's all we know. I don't
African
know.
goddess said that
I don't know if
most
we build
Africans
a
are not
modern
hunting
civilization.
and gathering.
I believe in a modern civilization. That's all. Yeah, I can't build a primitive culture. I can only know how to build a modern civilization. I know we're capable of doing it. You know, is your collar wants a barbecue monkey? Oh yeah, yeah.
Barbecue monkey, man.
Oh,
Now I
yeah, I don't want any of your kids. No, no.
what? What? Oh man, come on,
Kids are
Colin.
gonna eat your kids.
Come on, Colin. All right, that's too much.
Yeah.
Yo, I can't do the monkey, man. I tried a gazelle or something like that, but the monkey,
Oh,
nah.
dude, man, you ain't African then, man. You ain't
Bro, I
African.
was talking to a friend of mine from Ecuador, man. They said He said they eat like guinea pigs down there. You know what I mean? Down in Ecuador, you know.
Guinea pig, those are
Now, when
pets,
I was
man.
in Calabar, this
But
somebody
that's what
took
I'm
me to this
saying.
one bush
See what I'm
meat
saying? This
place.
is
They had like a grass cutter animal,
Yeah,
and
this
you
is
know
what
yeah,
the
this is
wives
what
ate
he's
it.
telling me.
I didn't have the stomach for it. I would have
He's
died.
telling me even in
Diners will eat
America.
that
He
shit right
tells
up,
me,
man. Diners be diving that.
I
Diners is
mean,
cuckoo.
Kyla hate me when I say this, but I eat squirrel before. It's good. Tastes like chicken.
I don't eat no.
in
I don't eat
America,
no.
You ate squirrel before?
look
Yes,
up
sir.
a
I eat a fucking
animal in
little squirrel,
You
Louisiana.
man.
eat
They eat
Bambi
it.
too?
It's called nutria. Look it up.
I absolutely did. Never tried
Look
bear
up
though. I heard people
look
say
up
it's good.
nutria.
Sorry. No. I'm
Bear.
just like, yeah, look, the bottom line is I ain't trying to do, I ain't trying to, look, I'm not like Tariq, man, but I have my culture. I'm African American. I'm 100% proud of that, right? And I don't believe in eating what Africans eat, for the most part. They guys got
Look
strong
look
stomachs.
look
They got
look up
stronger genes and whatnot. They can resist bacteria and shit like that. I can't.
Oh, okay, Kyla. They got the
Really, man.
genes to
Look,
resist it.
Africans, they got certain acids in their stomach. They can digest bones and everything. They can digest,
They got certain acid. Listen. What is grass cutter, man? Like, what is that?
the big rats, the big giant rats.
I
Hey,
mean, shoot.
look up
Well, I ate
somebody,
squirrel
look
before,
up
so I don't think grass
nutria.
cutter be that bad.
Oh no, man, rat
Somebody,
meat, rats carry germs,
somebody,
diseases.
Steve, what part of the
Look, I
country you
seen a
from?
video. I told you I seen a video. This girl eating bushmeat in Africa, right? And guess what? The bushmeat had worms in it, like it was infected with worms, maggots. The maggots, there was like hundreds of maggots crawling out of her vagina. Bleeding. She was bleeding.
Man, like I
Maggots
said, I'm from
crawling.
North Carolina, man. Grew up in rural
So
North
it is what
Carolina.
it is, man.
Oh, okay, that's why that makes sense.
The bottom line is, I do not eat
Y'all
nothing.
couldn't afford to go to the grocery store, so y'all
No,
just went,
Yeah,
that's
if
not
you're
it,
not in North
man.
Carolina, you
that's what
can't
it
do it.
was.
You
No,
can't
it's
do it.
not, man. Like people, I'm trying to tell you, white people, black people around here, they hunt. They
You
hunt
was,
for sport. They
you
Yeah.
was
hunt for
one of them
sport.
poor
Look,
kids, just like, man, what it feel
why
like to eat a
why you
squirrel?
gotta put a white person as a qualifier with it? Like you think I think white people more civilized? White people, you all look. You go to the South,
No, I'm
y'all
saying
Negroes,
that people down here do it for
y'all
sport,
people,
Colin. Those
so
people
it
can
doesn't
afford to
matter.
go to
It
the grocery
doesn't
store.
matter.
Listen.
Jeffrey Dahmer was white. He was a cannibal. Should we should?
Okay, cool. Right. Most people hunt in America out of
Oh
sport.
yeah, no. The bottom line is this. Hey,
They
look,
do.
what's going on?
Steve, you hunt squirrels out of sport
Carla,
or hunger?
Yeah. You ain't
Carla,
listen. Do you know how fun it is going out there shooting stuff? Talking about.
Carla,
You shooting
Carla.
Well,
squirrels?
look, Audrey. All I know is I saw the video. I was like, don't make look.
Squirrels, rabbits, deers, man, all that.
Audrey,
Steve, what part of Africa you from?
don't let me find this video and play
I
it.
knew something was weird about you for a while, but I didn't want to say it.
He's African.
Carla,
Man, Tyler, I
Carla,
ain't no African, man. African
Carla,
descent, but I'm
Yeah,
not
you
considered
is.
African.
Carla,
This dude over there shooting snails and shit. Bam.
Yeah, he like Audrey doing that.
Carla,
Audrey come. I can see Audrey with a spear going out there, chucking shit chucking a spear at an
Carla,
elephant, whatnot. Standing on top
Carla,
of it, and she go, I'm like, damn, Audrey, let
Carla,
me not piss you off again.
John said I'm eating raccoon knuckles for free. Nah, man, I don't eat no raccoon.
Carla,
Yeah, go ahead,
Carla.
John. I'm about to end the show in a
Look
second.
up
I gotta go to bed.
nutria. A thing called nutria.
What the hell's
They
that?
eat it in Louisiana and stuff.
I
Look
don't
it
care
up.
what they eat in Louisiana. They're a bunch of savages
Hey,
down there.
somebody in the chat, look that stuff up,
I
bro.
don't give a damn what
I
they eat
think
in
ain't it like
Louisiana.
a
I'm not
rat?
from
Ain't it like a
Louisiana.
type of rodent?
Yeah, it looks like
Down
I
there,
think it's like a grass cutter
I
or
I think
like
they
something,
eating
call it
man.
pasta.
a
I like eating
muskrat.
pasta. I like eating lasagna. I like eating cheese. I like
I
eating
think he talking about
Maybe
spaghetti.
that's
I
why
I
think
like
he
some of
talking
eating
about
us
a
get
fish.
muskrat,
fat,
man.
Carla.
I like eating fried fish. I like this.
Maybe that's why
I
some
do
of us
that
get
too,
so
Kyle.
fat,
I'm
Carla.
a fisherman. I'm a fisherman as well, Kyle. I
I come
fish
from
too.
civilization, man. I like eating real stuff.
Right.
I don't have to eat that shit. I don't have to
I
hunt
don't
and
have to
gather.
eat it either, man. My mama tell me the same thing. She like, boy, why you keep going
Yeah,
in them woods shooting
man.
stuff and
So
eating it? I said,
See,
look,
now even your mama know you crazy.
possum lasagna. That's listen. Hey, that's you got Nigerian possum lasagna. No, I'm gonna give you rat lasagna.
You adopted, Steve.
You know.
Your mama said, see, out of all the kids we could adopt, we adopted that little African over there. He just out there shooting squirrels and
Yeah,
shit.
she adopted him from an orphanage. He's an African orphanage. You know.
Steve, get that shit out my house.
All right, fellas, I gotta go to bed. Y'all take care. It's been nice. I might do a
Man, all
show.
right, caller.
I can
We only
find
got we only
if I
got
can
a few
find a good
more weeks.
topic. If I can find a good topic, I'll do a show tomorrow night. If not, I'm taking
We only got a few more
No,
weeks of you being up
don't
here,
fall for
caller.
that. Kyle ain't going nowhere. He gonna keep making shows.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not, man. So the bottom line is, I
You
definitely
gonna you gonna get monetized right
hold on.
before
Okay, so
you
hold on.
stop doing this.
In the month of August, I got so much work that I can't do it. So the best I can
Caller, if
do
you
is,
need the money, we got you, caller.
it ain't about the money. I don't have the time. In
Steve,
September,
you can't sell enough squirrels. Okay, calm down.
I might come back in September. I might come back in September. You know, if we're doing, but August, I need the month of August off. It's end of summer, and when I have a lot of stuff to do, you know, I got a lot of stuff. I might go on vacation. You know, so bottom
Well,
line is,
Elvis will carry us until you get back. Then I guess.
yeah, let Elvis do
Elvis
it.
got a show.
Elvis said he gonna start one. If Collar really stops his
Hey,
show until
I am stopped. He might put start August 1st because I'm on.
so so Elvis said he gonna start. So he said he gonna do it during the day during the week and then at night during the
Elvis.
weekend. That's
So
what he
Elvis
said.
must not have a job, man. How the fuck I can't?
Yeah,
I be thinking the same. I be
you know
thinking the
what?
same thing, man. He
Elvis
be
be
on
on too
Diamond
many
show and
shows
then be
during the
on your show.
daytime and during the nighttime. I'm kind of conflicted about this situation right here.
You know, man. So I'm
Man.
worried about that.
But it's so crazy, man. I like Elvis be on Dining show and then he be on your show at night. I'm like, dang,
Every
he
time I turn on
everywhere.
a Giant show, I see Elvis picture. And I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, fellas, y'all have a good night. I'm gone. I'll see y'all
All
tomorrow.
right, man. Y'all stay blessed and try some
Salute,
squirrel, man. I
I'll be
tell
on
you, it's
Tuesday.
good for you, man.
I'll be on
It make
Tuesday.
you
Steve.
Y'all
it
take care.
Stop trying to
it
feed
make
us
you
your bushmeat.
it make you strong. It make you strong, man. I'm trying to tell you.